job.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not. No comment.
To be fair, Oodie, it does feel like you are killing camcam every other day.
Wow, what a
Honestly.
great start to the stream. Yeah, we're live now, by the way, so that's fun. Okay. So go ahead, Kamui.
With that in mind, Oodie, do you want to explain how you killed camcam every other day?
You know, I'm gonna leave. You know what? Culture, how do I kill camcam every other day? How are you doing today?
I'm doing good.
Okay. Well, I mean, that answered one of my two questions.
I mean, well, I can answer. I mean, you kill me every day with your
kindness.
questions, you know.
With my kindness.
With your non-stop questions and your and your constant aggression and your misogyny, you know.
Aggression.
No, that's
interesting. Don't forget the misogyny.
It's the part that I'm questioning.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We're fine. We had our lovers quarrel and then we made up, so we're good now.
Well, we've had like three of them
for
this
2
week,
days.
but...
You compromised, and you were optimistic like Naruto, right?
Yes. I think I was optimistic like Naruto. I felt like he was more like a Sasuke, but you know, whatever.
Nah, Oodie was probably pessimistic like Madara. But anyway, cultural.
Wow.
Are you more of a Naruto or Boruto fan?
Naruto fan.
Can't really blame you.
I feel that.
Are you up to date on all Boruto stuff too, though? Jeez, or are you mostly just like,
yeah?
Nah, I really enjoy Boruto. I cover my own channel. I'm caught up right now to Boruto, to Blue Vortex.
Okay, perfect. So,
man, Kamui, if only I had like linked his channel to you a few days ago to check him out or something.
I did watch your review.
When you linked that, I was at work. I didn't have the opportunity to watch anything. I had a very long weekend of work, and unlike Trippy, I still came to the podcast.
Huh?
Well, I watched your video, and I subscribed, and I liked your video. So,
thank you, appreciate it.
Doing it all.
My job over here.
Well, we could just react to his video live.
Oh my god.
No, our reactions take like 5 hours. Because we have a lot of commentary most of the time. So.
Well, you know what? Without having watched any of them, do you have a favorite video topic you've ever made? I always like asking people this because I feel like a lot of people have like an answer.
For me personally, my favorite video had to be talking about the top 4 wildest moments in Chainsaw Man. Just because you know how crazy Chainsaw Man can be.
Yeah.
Having not watched or read Chainsaw Man, I don't know.
Oh, you're definitely missing out.
I
haven't seen it either.
Rip.
You guys are definitely missing out on some, wild stuff.
I mean, it looks like a cool thumbnail.
Yeah, I'm not like really into like a lot of violent and like super gory anime.
Yeah,
that's,
you
like,
love Attack
really...
on Titan.
but I like Attack on Titan. But I think Attack on Titan's like more philosophical, so maybe that's why I like it. But I don't know what Chainsaw Man's vibe is, so
Cultural, have you seen Attack on Titan?
Oh, it's my favorite anime of all time.
Let's go.
Okay. We can talk Attack on Titan too, then.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Like, I almost want to scrap the Boruto segment of the podcast and just go in straight into Attack on Titan because we got a lot to discuss.
Well, we could just
because Oodie was...
Yeah, we can do both. We can do both.
4 a.m. So
No, it's fine.
Yeah, Oodie was acting unhinged in the Attack on Titan channel.
I was acting unhinged, like a hinge, like a stone hinge. I was acting unhinged.
Well, I mean, you were just like ranting to yourself. Did anybody reply to you? No, I think Kamui replied to you.
Yeah, okay. If anything, Kamui should feel insulted, not me.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, Kamui. I forgot you existed.
Ignored me. Oodie never responded to my last message.
What did I not respond to in the Attack on Titan chat?
No.
I was the last one that typed in there. What do you mean?
It wasn't in response to mine. Where I said to prove it.
Oh yeah,
and
no,
and
you're right.
and it is
that
rude.
annoyed me enough to just annoy you. Yeah, I just completely.
And it is rude
ignored
to ignore people, you know.
Oh yeah, well, that's fine.
Oh my god.
No, Cultural, since you're the guest, between Naruto, Boruto, Attack on Titan, Death Note if you've seen it, or Hunter x Hunter, the only things I've watched anyway, what do you want to talk about the most, or rather, the first?
We could talk about Attack on Titan first.
Oh snap.
Okay. Oodie, what were the topics you had for that?
Okay.
Besides everything.
So I'm gonna share my screen. So our topics tend to be a little bit more on the goofy side, just a little bit. So I'm sharing my screen. So I have a
whole
few
lot of it.
things here. So the first topic I wanted to talk about is this picture, right? So I took the screenshot earlier today because I was going through. By the way, so I'm working on this like Attack on Titan video, and it was supposed to be like 10 minutes long. And I've been working on it bit by bit, and it's currently about 92 pages.
No, but half of it is just random sentences.
No. Like 10% of it is random sentences. Just
Don't let him lie to you.
Apparently.
And so today, you can see the work I did. Look at all. I got like 30 different songs. I got like 100 different sound effects, and then like look at all the visuals I got. So many different.
Okay,
things.
so you're telling me that like 30 pages of it is just links to soundtrack, sound effects?
But 2 pages are.
How much of it is actual paragraphs of
Look,
writing?
I will scroll down slowly so that you can see exactly how much writing there is. It's basically leaking the entire script, but I don't even care.
Yeah, size 200 font.
Size 14, which is Screenwriter, the Courier New font. That's the Screenwriter font. By the way, Culture, in case you didn't know, I am a screenwriter.
Roman 12 or anything. No, it's 14. It's a screenwriter font.
Darn right it is.
That's funny. There's a screenwriter's font.
There is, yeah, and a Screenwriter size font. Let's see, is there a way to check how many word character limit thing words I have?
I'm more so curious about the number of words of actual writing, not just random sentences. Or
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find. There we go.
They're like 2 words at a time.
22,277.
22. Oh my god.
Yeah, but again, is that including everything?
Yes.
Oh.
Okay, so now remove the other stuff. Just highlight the actual paragraph.
Oh no. Well, I mean, I don't think I can do that, but I don't think like random links up here count. Like I don't. This might count as a word, like one word. So just add like 100.
Yeah, it will count as it. But
yeah.
Still though, I just want to see the actual.
About 22,000 then.
No, that's not about 22. There's less than that. Just freaking highlight them, dude.
That's not how that works. It's not going to do that. And plus, look how long it's going to take to highlight. It's not going to work.
Oh my god, dude. It's not that hard.
I mean, you say that like I didn't just highlight 6 full pages of full-on script. As if, like, most of this isn't all of that.
I've done this before on the freaking Notes app of my phone. I think you can handle on Google Docs.
Okay, well, speaking of that, I also have note apps on my phone to transfer over to this, so it technically is more than 22,000 if you consider that.
Add them in.
Yeah, this is the normal banter between the.
What I'm curious about is just the total paragraph writing of words you're currently at. That's all.
Yeah, welcome, Culture. This is our therapy session, and so yeah.
It's not even therapy. It's just like fighting.
What?
I think a therapist would get in the middle of you by now, and I ain't your therapist, so you know.
Yeah, but you are really good at getting in the middle of us.
So sometimes I just disassociate.
You know what, Cultural? What's your favorite soundtrack from Attack on Titan?
Oh, wow.
Unhinged.
Or top 3, if that's easier.
For me, it was probably the first opening for season 1.
Classic.
Just the opening is your favorite soundtrack?
I mean, it is a soundtrack, and it can be his favorite.
I guess that counts.
I mean, it's a classic, like camcam said. It's got that nostalgia factor.
I mean, it's where the Bees and Seagulls was created.
Oh god, no. And yeah, I like the second one, the second opening. Man, it just gets you going, especially during a good workout. Like, yeah.
I think my favorite opening is the first one, though, not just because of the Bees and Seagulls.
I think the rumbling is my favorite opening.
Broccoli falling on me.
Yeah.
You mean?
That one. You're the only one that hears
all
that.
I hear. dude, listen to it with that in mind, and you will hear it.
I've tried. It doesn't exist.
It's not hard, dude. It's literally, it's like broccoli, broccoli, falling on me.
Oh my god, Kamui.
What a
You're
dork.
a hot mess.
Okay, I had a reason for taking this screenshot other than everything else that we've discussed so far, which has been none of the reason that I took this screenshot. So the reason here is because it's like a cool title or whatever, like a long title. It's like, you know, it is what it is. It's Attack on Titan video. Pinned comment. Friend, hey man, can you tell me what your favorite soundtrack is? Me. Yeah, sure. It's that guitar part from Aaron the Coordinate that makes me go feral, slow, and reverbed.
Oh my god.
That's my favorite soundtrack. So since Culture gave his and I gave mine, Kamui, what's yours?
My number one is just the "It's Happy the Steamer." You know, that's the main Attack on Titan fight theme.
Stupid.
And my number two is the Ymir flashback one. I forgot what it's called. Like from you 2,000 years ago or something.
Oh yeah.
Those are my favorite two.
Oh, and
I have
there's
hour-long
one.
loop of the Attack on Titan fight theme on my phone because I don't know.
And then the one that plays with Ymir and Historia. Oh, that one's a good song too.
Off the top of my head, I don't know what you mean, but I'm sure it's good.
Hold on, let me find it.
Is
Will
this-
I be able to pronounce it? Probably not. Wait, no. It
That depends on the link you choose. Half the links are like a bunch of letters and stuff, and it just doesn't make sense.
It's elite speech. I mean, that's how they. It's not just that it's the links. That's what the title of the song is.
I know it's just very interesting.
Well, I blame Haruko Sawana or whatever their name is. I forget. I'm close.
It's Call of Silence.
Oh my god, this is
Call of
literally the
Silence?
worst one. Literally
Yeah.
the worst song in the whole series.
You know what,
Let me-
Oodie? Get out of my
let me
face
look,
right
alright.
now.
Attack
It
on
was
Titan, Call of Silence.
spoiler alert. It was Ya Girl's death theme, but like they redid it to where it wasn't terrible. That I think Reluctant
Yeah,
Hero
I'll
is the
link
other
it in chat,
worst one.
Kamui.
Let me just
Let me link-
listen to it.
Yeah, let me link it in chat. Because that's a good song. And there's this band that does a cover of the song too. And man, they're good. It's like a French band.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So that's that one. Great.
Now we're gonna find the cover because the cover is like almost better.
Well, yeah. Isn't that crazy how it is? To where the unofficial version is just better than the official version. That's how bad the official version is.
Try me,
Not
River,
always
okay?
the case. The unofficial
Cry
version
about
could
it.
just be that good.
Yeah, in this case, it's not those.
I'm just gonna start telling you that all the time.
Wow.
Cry about it.
And you know it gets under my skin.
It's kind of
too.
hard. It kind of like seems like YouTube's like playing it quietly, at least compared to you guys. So it's kind of hard for me to. Here, I'll have to listen to it later. But
Okay.
Oh, my bad.
well, it's not your fault. It's just that I don't know if Discord automatically mutes it on the phone or like reduces the volume or something. But at the very least, by comparison to you guys, that's just not gonna work. Every time someone talks, I'm gonna like blow my ears out. So I'm not gonna risk it.
Sure. Well. So
I mean, Attack on Titan has a lot of good songs.
speaking of openings and speaking of reacting to something similar to Bees and the Seagulls, oh, finally a version that will hopefully not get me copyright struck for playing it on the podcast. Wow, look how pretty it is. Wow. It reminds me of like a Silent Night kind of song, like a Christmas where it's like a chill vibe. Yeah, like a gentle piece.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I started a Christmas song playlist. I'm saving this to it.
Oh my god. Who
That'd be
likes
an interesting
Christmas songs?
tier list idea for us, Oodie. Most Christmassy Naruto songs. To our endless list of tier lists that we're never gonna get to.
For some reason, I can't save it. I'll save it later. Oh, I know why. Because I'm logged in on my other account. Ugh. Stupid
Yeah,
Walky
your
Talky.
11th account. He needs to log into the 12th one.
Anyways, okay. So back to my screen stuff. So this is fun. I watched this earlier, and I realized we had to react to this on the podcast. Attack on Titan opening 7, but with realistic sound effects.
Oh no.
Interesting.
Oh god.
This is.
Not
I'll start
only
my walk while we react to it.
Not only is this good, this is by far exceeded expectations, and my expectations were already through the roof.
What do you mean by? What were you expecting?
I was expecting Attack on Titan no P7, but with realistic sound effects. And, you know, just going into it, seeing what was going to happen. I was expecting exactly that. And I got exactly
You
that.
said they were through
and
the roof.
everything and more. Okay. Are we ready?
Yes.
As ready as I'll ever be.
All right.
Damn, it's not as bright as it was yesterday.
Just like
At
that.
11 p.m. That's a bummer.
Just like that. Alright, let's go.
I'm sharing my sound, by the way, right? Oh, God.
That is
loud.
very loud.
It is.
Yes,
I turned it down.
we can hear it.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. Just restart it. Now I can't hear anything.
Oh my gosh. Kamui with this walks. Okay.
Well, it is called the Walky Talky podcast.
Yeah, I actually played the part. It's a nice day out here.
Okay, it's not just the fact that there's no music and they play random sound effects over the things realistically. Like, they add in like, he's snoring. They added him snoring. It's so good.
I think it's funny. Alright, restart it.
Oh my god. This final time I'm restarting it, Kamui.
Okay, well, I'm not hearing anything other than you.
Just like that. Alright, let's go.
It's so, what's the word, anticlimactic? Like, it just feels like there should be more. It's just corroding.
It reminds me of the Mike guy moaning scene.
He's singing the opening.
Oh my god.
All over the place. The sneeze. Like, it's just so disconjointed, I don't even know where to begin.
I feel like it's like not funny at all.
I like the part of him just like moaning and humming to himself.
Walking on top of the wall. It's like, realistically, that would be what's happening in the universe. So stupid. I love it.
Yeah, I am unamused.
I don't know.
0
I
out of
think
10.
we could do something similar for like Naruto soundtracks, probably.
Oh yeah, Naruto
0 out
openings.
of 10.
I kind of want to.
You wasted my time.
Yeah, so I'm down to do this. We need like to make some sound effects for like Naruto opening.
I don't know why Zeke charged up to throw the baseball.
I don't know.
I mean, that sneeze was kind of cute, though.
The
That was a cute
sneeze
sneeze.
was
I will give it that. It was like, it's you.
It's just out of nowhere.
He's just like, it's just like.
Because it's such quick cuts, and they have to just throw in the sound effects so quickly that it's like they cut off their own sound effect. They can't even make it quick. And it's just so jarring, so quick.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think she actually
0 out of 10.
sneezed there,
Sorry,
but
dude.
like, it works. It makes
It doesn't
no
work.
sense.
It was like so dumb.
That's the point.
But it wasn't even funny.
Some of them were pretty.
Some of them are pretty good.
Just screaming.
I feel like this is dude humor, and I just don't get it.
Okay, but
maybe.
like
I
Aaron
think
screaming.
we can make this work with a lot of Naruto openings.
I know.
Like,
Aaron.
we can add some pretty goofy effects too, where it's like it'd be kind of like a Naruto abridged thing, where we're adding like some goofy shit to it. That doesn't have to be 100% like what's happening. We could add a little bit of like dumbness to it, but it would still be pretty funny. Like basically the opening's abridged. I think this is a good idea. Like we should totally get on this.
I just love the idea. Aaron walking casually on top of the wall, just humming the Attack on Titan opening theme to himself. And then out of nowhere, stopping and just screaming at the top of his lungs. Out of nowhere.
Because he can see the future.
Like
So
not
he
in
knows
the
rumbling
opening,
theme.
but just like in universe. He just stops to do that. Oh my
Wild.
God. Okay. Anyways. Okay, so Kamui, did you know that this is the Walky Talky podcast new era? And so we're
Wow.
done with our silly antics officially. We've matured and we've grown as human beings beyond that, Kamui?
Is that because you're turning 25?
That's what's happened. That's tomorrow, Cam. Let me live my youth in peace. Jeez. Freaking when
So
we
wait, what are you
grow up too
talking about?
fast. Okay. So we're done with the lemon profile picture. This is our new profile picture going forward, and I need you to change it to this.
Does it say trippy? Oh.
No, this is.
Why?
I wanted to see their reaction. Well, the real reason is, and I guess I'll reveal it tomorrow. I guess this might be a one day. I don't know. Maybe in the future. So me and Camcam
Just
like.
reveal it now.
Okay, fine. Dumb. Okay, so me and Camcam.
It's Cam and I.
Yeah, so me and Camcam, we made a whole bunch of different things here for different holidays. So we got the default, right? It's just the Itachi Blind, and we got the lemon one. That's the one we got now, and the Cloud Ninja podcast. That's what we're changing it to. But we got some festivities up in here, right? So we got the coming up. We got Halloween. So we got Itachi on Halloween with the. It looks like a mustache, but it's like a jack-o'-lantern smile.
It's a jack-o'-lantern.
Oh my God.
Okay, I kind of want to put that one in sit now. That is hilarious.
No. And then after that, of course, we have Thanksgiving. Look at this little turkey legs.
Oh my God.
I felt so creative.
The Christmas one looked like.
Okay, Christmas. There we go.
I was
That's
like bringing up
Christmas.
ideas from like daycare.
My favorite part
now
of
you're gonna
this
do, like-
is the color and the cross out of the headband.
I think you could
Oh,
do like a
no.
President's Day one with like the Hokage on the eyes or something. Like
Oh, that's a good
Naruto
idea.
or something.
Yeah.
Which Hokage though?
I was feeling like, I mean, it depends on how you want to use it, but I thought it would be funny if it was just like Toby Rob, like the
Yes.
Toby Rob,
Yes.
Yes.
two like most anti. I mean, granted, they're also pro Itachi, but the most anti Uchiha Hokages be the best ones.
That would be so funny.
God.
Yeah.
So
We gotta
good.
write that down.
And then who would fit Columbus Day?
Oh no, I don't even. Okay, too far. Taking it back a step. So
Let's
so-
do Madara for Columbus Day.
Yeah, that's
Jesus. Okay.
fine.
We have 4th of July here, but we could also use it for the New Year's Eve one. So there you go, America. Yeah, all the terribly shopped.
America,
Fireworks.
I love America.
God.
Who's the most cowboy-like character? I mean, we have like in Attack on Titan, you have Kenny. He really fits the cowboy vibe. But who in Naruto is the most cowboy-like?
I'm gonna say
That's who I wanted.
Sasuke, because he has the cowboy theme.
Oh yeah, theme
I
song.
guess his
Like the
theme
lone
does
wolf.
sound a little cowboy-like. I have to pick someone, yeah.
Well,
But is there like character? Is there like a filler character at all who's kind of cowboy-looking?
You know
I
what?
don't
Let's look
think
it up.
so.
Naruto cowboy. I'm
Oh.
afraid for what's gonna appear. Okay, he has a cowboy skin.
Wait, I was thinking like patriotic, but like, I mean, they're all kind of patriotic, so.
This one's cute. Look at that one.
Oh, there's a really good fan art. Oh, I gotta find it. Crap, I don't think I have
actual
it.
skin?
Oh, I think. Oh, bet I do.
Or is
though.
this like a mod? Oh my god. Okay, we're moving on. Okay. So yeah, that's the
What are
4th
some
of
other
July /
holidays?
one. So I don't know the order of the rest of the holidays, so I'm just gonna say Easter is next, and that's the Easter one. That's very creative, I know.
Funny.
And we have, of course,
I think-
St. Patrick's Day. It's pretty easy.
Who will be
one.
our April Fool's Day one?
Ooh.
The best holiday of all.
You know what? Maybe that could be sours.
Oh my god, there's a
Sour living.
That can be what?
Sasuke and
Sour lemons.
Naruto illustration, and they're dressed as cowboys for the Ninja Voltage game.
Okay.
That is so. They look so cute.
Post it in chat, and here's the final one for Valentine's Day. I flipped the frown
Oh.
upside down.
Oh, and then there's the one of Sakura and Sasuke on the horse. Have you seen that one?
I mean,
Maybe, I don't know.
Y'all are missing out, bro.
I'm trying to think of a good April Fool's one.
sours has to be it. Like sours would be such a good
No.
April Fool's. No?
You gotta think of
Okay.
like a Naruto April Fool's Day joke. So what comes to mind for me at least is Kakashi Sensei's true face, Mecha Naruto, or Toby being an idiot. Fits the most fool themed.
We could give Itachi a mask and then have him pull down a mask over top of that mask.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I posted them in chat.
We'll come up with
That-
something. I kind of want to do like the whole month of October with that Halloween one though. That one is
Alright,
too
alright.
funny. Although, what is the Cloud Ninja podcast backstory though? Like why?
There
Why
isn't
not?
one.
But-
In fact, if anything, that's the original backstory because I made the Cloud Ninja podcast one after I made the Sour one, and I was planning on changing it at some point whenever, just to have variety. And
Oh.
then I think
That was
CamCam
months
was the
ago,
one,
too.
or maybe it was me. I don't know. One of us, me or CamCam, but me and CamCam made most of these together in call. We decided to make ones for all the holidays. CamCam came up with most of the
Okay.
holidays. I'll give her that.
Yeah.
The Halloween one is pretty good.
I do like holidays.
I like the turkey legs in the mouth of Itachi too.
That's
but-
probably my favorite one. Yeah, the turkey legs.
The Halloween one looks so silly. Like, to the extent that I kind of want to use these in a video at some point. I gotta find
Let
figure
them.
out how. Like, I just have to usher it in there somehow. Like, I'll have to use, like, the word pilgrim and is like, Itachi with the turkey or something. I'll figure
Yeah,
out.
when Itachi left the village, like a pilgrim. Yeah, right, guys.
I was
yeah.
thinking, you want to know what I was thinking, Oodie? You'll love this one, I'm sure. Is instead of saying colonial for Code's outfit, I'll just say pilgrim.
Oh my gosh.
Pilgrim. Yeah, what do you think? Do you think it's more of a pilgrim or colonial outfit?
That's a community poll right there, and everyone's gonna be confused.
Yeah. Oh my god, that's a good idea. Does Code look like a founding father or a pilgrim?
So
or
do
a
you think,
vampire? Any of those three options.
do you think horses are natural, or do you think they're summoning animals?
In Naruto?
Yeah, because like it looks like this one has like very much a muscly eyebrow.
You realize that's a bad question.
So that's a
You
ninja
can just
horse.
be both. The toads are natural,
Ooh.
but they're also summoning animals.
Okay, whatever you say.
It doesn't mean that they were created as summoning creatures necessarily. They still existed. Like,
Turn
so
me
are
into
you
a
cute in
asking
that
zombie.
one?
can
You're
sources
so
not
cute.
be summoned or something? Like, are they just impossible to summon? Is that the real question?
It's possible.
I mean, I doubt that it's impossible to summon them. I think all you need to do is just make a contract.
Do horses have chakra?
I don't think that matters.
It should.
I mean, they probably do though. If like every animal in Naruto seemingly has chakra.
Then again,
I mean, frankly, Shino makes a contract with bugs. So I mean, I feel like the bugs can do what horses can probably do it.
well, not only does like Sasuke and Itachi summon all their kunai when they spam throw it at each other, but also like that's Tenten's entire arsenal. But I think similar to like Sasori, to where he infuses the puppets with chakra, I think those weapons might be infused with chakra.
Well, no, it's just the summoning jutsu isn't about that. It's just a space-time ninjutsu. You're just summoning the thing to you. I don't
Sure,
think they need chakra
but-
to be summoned.
But at the very least,
They would need
it's like a
chakra-
prepped
They would
thing.
need chakra to be able to summon you, probably, like how Fukasaku summons Naruto. Yeah, he's not doing that without chakra. But I don't see why Naruto can't just the same way the kunai is not going to summon Sasuke. But so Sasuke has chakra, he can summon the kunai.
Summons Sasuke.
You know what I
Okay,
mean?
but like
he doesn't
it's
have to go
stored.
about it.
It is stored in the scroll. Like Tintin stores her weapons in the scroll. She doesn't teleport them away somewhere else. They're in the scroll. Like they're sealed.
Yeah, then she summons him out of it with a transportation technique.
Okay, but they're not in like a scroll realm. They just like aren't manifested in existence.
They're sealed in the scroll itself.
Yeah.
And then she transports them out the scroll sealing. However that works. The concept itself is weird.
I wonder if like Kurama was sealed inside of a scroll, what that would look like. Like instead of Naruto's mind space, could the scroll itself go into its own mind space and like unseal Kurama?
I mean, like,
does
the Yamatora just has like the key, the quote unquote key to the seal on his belly. Like, how does that work? Like,
well, I mean, it's
Minato
obviously
just
not a
wrote-
literal key, but
I mean, it is though. It's like the key to unlocking the
you
door.
know what?
Like,
You know what? This solves our conundrum from last week. Remember, like Itachi with the key to get Sasori or whatever, not Kisame inside of the village, and like how did because like Itachi had the keys back in part 1. That's how he was able to get back into the village after the Konoha Crush arc.
That's not what Payne said though. That was the problem. He doesn't say like the password or the key. It's just a jutsu code. Like he just has to perform a jutsu. It's just some type of jutsu.
And that jutsu is summoning that key. He's summoning a key.
You can't prove that.
A consistency basis on the consistency.
No, it's just your theory.
My consistent theory.
No, your inconsistent theory. So anyway, Attack on Titan, cultural. Do you think Aaron was right or wrong?
Ugh.
There's only one right answer, and that
I
answer
guess
is
we
mine.
should probably be more specific.
No,
Do
we
you
should
think
let
he's right
him
to-
answer first.
Well, I said
can
we should
elaborate.
probably like specify what we're asking him being right or wrong about.
Okay,
Like,
okay,
you know,
okay.
for all we know, he could think, is he right or wrong about liking potato? Or something. So,
Oh my
was Aaron
God.
right or wrong about trying to eliminate like the entire world besides Perry?
I agree with him to a certain aspect.
Let's go! Let's go!
Oh, wait, question. Let him finish.
Of
Let him
course, because
finish.
That's
Destroying,
important.
destroying 80% of the population, that's overkill right there. But, well, you know, the Marlian's dead to, you know, his peoples. I would do the same thing.
Yeah.
Only them. I wouldn't, you know, go after, you know, 80% of the world. I would just go attack the people that, you know, are
So
going,
you would
know.
only attack Marley. You would just
Yeah.
all go with Marley. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so but
definitely.
then when the rest of the world is in alliance with Marley, and like within a week,
They're not.
your entire
Marley's also against
homeland
the rest
and
of the
everyone in it has been executed and like genocided and blown up. What are you gonna do then?
Well, they
So,
decided to
Oodie.
join forces together. Then, unfortunately, yeah, I'm going to have to do 80% then.
No, there you go. All right.
Well, first of all, there's two things with that, though, Oodie. Number one, he's saying we'll cross that bridge when we get there. If the rest of the world then becomes my enemy, then I'll eliminate my enemy. But if they don't, I won't. He's going to give them the chance to decide if they're going to be an enemy. And second, you're also forgetting Marley is also kind of like an enemy of the world, too. Like, not everybody likes Marley. In fact, everybody hates Marley.
The
Like,
entire
Marley's, like, an
world
enemy.
is in an alliance with Marley.
No,
Yeah,
dude,
because
they're
Marley's
literally-
been like
the first
attacking
thing
a
we
bunch of communities, right? A
The first
bunch of
thing we
countries.
see in season 4,
Yeah.
Oodie, is Marley attacking in a war against someone.
And what
else from
happens
Paradise.
after that?
The Tiber guy,
That's-
Willie Tiber,
Uh-huh.
says like he gives his speech and all. But the point is, they don't all like Marley. Like the reason they're teaming up with Marley is because Marley
Resources.
is presenting Parody as a bigger threat. But if Parody just eliminates Marley, there's no guarantee that they'll attack Parody. They might just be like, okay.
Dude,
you
Willie-
don't know.
Willie did the
They could
same
attack him,
thing.
They also could not.
God. Willie did the same thing that Gaara did, but just more impactful. Like, he just did it better. The only reason you're like, oh, he didn't do it, is because Naruto's an optimistic show, whereas Attack on Titan's more pessimistic. So you're, like, more inspired by Gaara. Like, oh, he's his friend. Yeah, everyone should go fight for them. Whereas in Marley's case, they're all just evil anyways.
Well, I don't.
So what's your guys'
disagree
take on
that
Eren?
Marley, well, I don't really have a set opinion. To be
What?
honest.
I hate Eren. He can go watch
Really?
a sunset. Yes, he can go watch a sunset
Wow.
and die in a ditch.
So Kamui's
Wow.
lying. He hates Eren. This is his real answer.
No, I don't hate Eren. I don't hate Eren at all.
And
I think
Eren's
there's
right.
a point for and against what he's
Unequivocally.
doing. I agree with cultural. Like, I think Marley sucks, most of it anyway. There's a few people who, like, are kind at heart, but Marley brainwashes them. Marley as a country sucks ass. They can mostly just be eliminated, because they suck, but they have the potential to be changed, as we see with Commander Magath. So at their core, they're not necessarily bad. They're just taught to be bad. If you can overcome that, like they do with Commander Magath, problems are solved. It's literally the same message from Naruto. Instead of fighting each other, you can understand each other and reach a common ground. Well, as long as they do that, you don't need to eliminate them. It's the same message. Just find a common ground. And that's where I think Eren is going wrong. Although at the same time, I haven't seen the ending. So, by the way, don't spoil us. All three of us are anime only. But
All right.
I read the manga.
But that being
so.
said, if it's just as what's his face, Reina, and Armin, I think too, kind of hypothesized, Eren might want himself to be defeated anyway. So in that, like, let's just say Eren actually wants to lose, and like he has a master plan to make the world come together with all he's doing, pitting himself as an enemy like Sasuke. Well, if that turns out to be the case, I would say, well, hell yeah, Eren was right on the money. It worked, kind of thing. That
Dude,
depends
that's
on
not
what
gonna
Eren's
frickin'
true
happen.
goal is, which I haven't gotten to yet. So
It
it's
doesn't
honestly
even
too
make
soon
sense for
me
that
to
to
say.
happen, based on his character. Erwin told him in season 1 that doesn't exist.
What doesn't exist?
They're just gonna keep fighting in the long term anyways.
Wait, hold on. Eren just, what?
People.
What did Eren tell Eren?
He told Eren that people are just going to continue fighting until there's one person left on Earth.
I don't remember him saying that, but I agree.
Oh,
That's
and
literally
you
what
mean
they...
you mean the other guy, like
Who?
the one that drinks all the time?
What?
Oh,
Is that who you're talking about? I don't think it was
I
Erwin who
know.
told him that.
It was Erwin.
It was the other like general guy.
Yeah, because Eren doesn't meet Eren for a while, so I don't feel like he told Eren that.
I think it was in the
there's
same
someone
speech
else-
where he's like, "Who is your enemy?" or something.
No,
I
it was
don't
like in
think
season
so. No, I
1.
think you're wrong.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But either way, though, the people arguing against Eren's goal say the same point. The Asian-looking lady, the clan leader of the Azumabito clan leader. She points out to what's his freaking what's his name? Red-haired dude, the guy who sucks in a good
Flock.
way. Flock, yeah, Flock. It's been a while since we watched it. Yeah, she tells Flock, like, consolidating all the fighting to parity doesn't mean the fighting will stop. It's just going to consolidate it to parity. That's literally the point they're presenting. The fighting will continue still. It's just going to be on one island, and people are going to die sooner because Eren already eliminated the rest of the world. So that doesn't really help Eren at that point, because if parity just starts infighting over God knows what then? What does it matter that they're the only ones left? They're the only ones fighting now. So that doesn't really solve anything. So the message is still the same. Just reach a common understanding between each other, and that's what stops the fighting.
Yeah, but that's not
Eren
gonna
currently
happen.
is not doing that.
And what this
Why
stems
can't it
back
happen?
to isn't with Attack on
Why
Titan. This
can't it
stems
happen?
back to our
Why can't it happen
disagreement
when it-
in
No,
Naruto.
but Oodie.
Because okay,
But Oodie,
so cultural.
You
I'm trying to
you
answer
say
your
it can't
question
happen.
as you continually
I'm
ask me,
not done,
Kamui.
but you say it
Oh
can't
my
happen when it
God.
literally does happen to 3 characters in particular. Okay, Gabby freaking hated the shit out of the Eldians. Commander Magath hated the shit out of the Eldians. Guess what happens? They befriend them. You say it can't happen when
So
it
that's
does
the way
happen.
you saw it, huh?
they literally ultimately realized that the Eldians weren't that bad.
So like I was
They
saying,
were
with
brainwashed.
with my 5D chess forward movement head strategy brain game, where I was already ahead of you, ahead of the game, I was trying to say, hey, Culture, do you think Itachi is a good person or a bad person?
That's what you mean by that.
No, it doesn't.
I'm on the. It's the same exact thing when it comes to Aaron as well too. Like, it's either do you want a civil war? It's like it's pick and choose your poison when it came to his decision as well too. So, tough one right there.
Yeah, so he's a
To
bad
kill your
person, though,
entire
right? Is what you're trying to say.
It's like, it's like he loved the village more than he loved his own clan.
Yes.
And he did not want a civil war going down because he knew what the outcome possibly could have been if it would have been all the Uchihas going all out against the Hidden Leaf. So
Yeah, he loved the village that discriminated them and sent children to war more than he loved his own brother. Yes, that is what I'm saying. Yes.
No, that's wrong. He loved Sasuke more than that. He loved the village more than his clan, but he loved Sasuke more than the village.
What? Because Obito,
I mean,
the guy
the
notorious
emotional
for
abuse
telling
he
the
inflicted
truth.
on Sasuke, didn't show any love towards Sasuke. So
Yeah.
I'm just
But
saying.
no, but the reason why, okay,
Just
so, but that's
saying.
just blatantly not true. Itachi literally makes it apparent that he loves Sasuke the most when he says, from here on out, no matter what you do, whether you destroy the village, help the village, whatever, I will still love you
Oh,
always.
you mean when he was unplanned to be an Edo Tensei, when he was
When he was
theoretically
already
done
dead. I
with
mean, when you're
doing
dead, it's like
everything.
too late
But
to
it
make
doesn't
amends. I
change
feel like. But,
it doesn't change the fact that
That's my
Sasuke
opinion.
is his number one. They literally make it obvious.
Sasuke doesn't know
sounds
that.
like it's coming. That's what a lot of
Okay.
abusers say when they're emotionally manipulating, their victims. So yeah.
Yep,
I'm just
but
saying.
it doesn't matter. The story still supports it.
Mm.
Sasuke is his number
The
one.
story
Well, I mean, there
supports
are
Stockholm
unreliable
Syndrome.
narrators and
Yeah.
stories, so.
Yeah, I'm just saying, Kamui out here trying to prove Obito, the notorious liar, correct. Okay, sure, yeah, that's fine.
But
Yeah, but that's not the point. The point isn't because Obito says it. It's because Itachi shows it. Like, in that specific
No, he
case,
doesn't.
that wasn't Obito's lie. Obito's lie was that he was Madara and that he didn't help the massacre and that that he didn't cause the Leaf invasion, like with the Ninetales. That's where he lied. But the rest of Itachi's story was true. He didn't need to lie there. The point was he was telling Sasuke the truth, and the
Man.
truth is what affected Sasuke.
I mean, he did manipulate it in a way
absolutely,
where he
Nobody's
could get
disagreeing.
Sasuke on his side. So
Absolutely, that was the whole point. He made a
you can
gamble.
twist the truth
He
to make
can,
it be in
but
your
the
favor.
point
so.
isn't that Obito said it. That's not why I'm bringing this up. It's because Itachi shows it.
Man,
Swifty, let me chat, okay? Let me chat, Swifty. Jeez.
man, remember when Itachi, like, chose to murder his entire family instead of, like, to tell Sasuke what's happening? Isn't that crazy?
Well, and my thing is too,
That was his fault.
Itachi admits that he emotionally abused Sasuke. So like,
Yeah.
he's an emotional abuser, and I mean he did physically abuse him as well. So
Yeah.
like, yeah, he's kind of
I mean,
crappy. I'm just saying.
That's fine
I'm
to
just
say he
saying.
made a decision, but the point is Itachi like a malicious person at
Yes.
his core? That's what he's asking.
yes.
Cultural. Not did he make bad choices? I think everyone would agree, including Itachi, he made mistakes. It's literally one of his dying messages to Sasuke. He made mistakes. But the question would be presented, is he a
saying.
bad person? Is he
I think it's
So
gonna be
why
bad.
did
is
he
he
make
malicious?
his mistakes? Because he's a bad person. But go ahead, Cultural. Go ahead, give us your elaboration.
Well, I mean, he was a
makes
kid,
sense.
so kids do make mistakes.
Yeah, kids are also evil.
Oodie. Also Oodie.
Oh, okay, but
the
he
thing
did
about-
emotionally manipulate Sasuke later on, like as an adult. So like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there is reason behind it, but either way, that's not the point. Though is he was presented a choice by Danzo, the ultimatum: you can die along with your clan, killing many Leaf villagers in the process, and resulting in probably other people invading the Leaf village, with the Uchiha clan still being dead, or you can just kill the Uchiha clan and save your brother, and the Leaf village is fine. Either way, the clan's gonna die. But in one case, Sasuke doesn't, and the Leaf village doesn't go down too.
Wow.
Or it's just the Uchiha.
What
it's
a
just like,
famous
you want
quote
everyone to go down.
that Donzo told him directly to his face, word for word, with the gun pointed to his head. That's a crazy quote that Donzo said. I can't believe Donzo said that straight to Itachi's face, word for word, with the gun to his head. That's crazy.
I mean, he's right though.
He's not right. Itachi himself admits he wasn't right.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. But when I say right, the point, yeah, there was a third choice. Tell Sasuke about it from the get-go. But between the choices Danzo presented, Itachi didn't see the third choice with Sasuke. That's where he's wrong. But between the two choices he did see,
Okay.
I mean, the better choice is, like, yeah, just get rid of just the Uchiha instead of everyone.
So Itachi...
Let me just cause a genocide.
Yeah, Itachi chose to just look at only Donzo's options. And just to weigh only Donzo's options instead of, like, consider his loving brother that he loved so dearly, apparently.
Yeah, it's like you're ignoring Itachi's character flaws for the sake of making your argument. Itachi's flaw as a character is that after Shizui fails, he stops relying on anyone else. His message, he tells Naruto not to be that guy who only relies on himself. He'll become just like Madara. He will fail.
And Madara's a hero!
No, he's not.
Oh yeah, yeah. Madara is a hero. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Like again, it depends on your question. But that's why I said it depends on what you mean. Because they're asking, did Itachi make mistakes? The answer is 1,000% yes, and he admits it. But if you're asking, is Itachi like a malicious evil? His plan is to create evil in the world. Well, the answer is no. He wanted to minimize the deaths.
It's not about mistakes, and it's not about maliciousness. No kind person is going to kill their entire family for any reason. Any reason at all.
Is a kind person going to kill the rest of his village?
A kind person is going to do neither. A kind person's going to tell their little brother what's happening so the little brother can stop it.
There's no guarantee that Sasuke was going to stop it.
Itachi thinks it was going to.
Yeah, later on, not at the time.
Yeah?
He thought that after the fact.
So, okay, so what changed between them and later on? Did he just love Sasuke more later on?
He realized his mistake was relying only on himself to do everything. That's
so you admit that he's just like Madara?
Yeah, they're both wrong. Like, again, I'm not saying Itachi was right. What I'm arguing is that Itachi isn't like an inherently like an evil, conniving demon. He's just like, he's seeing, okay, no matter what, this situation sucks, but I can make it a little bit less sucky one way.
Man, remember...
Of course, he was blind to the third possibility, which was not sucky at all. But had he been open to that, he would have made the right choice. But he didn't do it out of malicious intent. It just sucked. Like,
remember when this
bad situation.
maniacal, malicious maniac killer was like on the battlefield at like 4-year-old, just instinctually killing Cloud Ninja? Like, not even thinking about, not even aware of it, just like murdering them. Wasn't that crazy? How that kind-hearted, gentle angel was doing such a thing?
Two things. One, I don't know the context behind this. Probably know the Cloud Village invaded the Leaf Village to set this up.
What do you mean? It was on the battlefield. It was in war.
Okay, but again, I don't know the context behind this.
The context is a third Great Ninja War. The same thing Obito had to do.
But also, again, what is Itachi's goal? Well, it's protect his village. It's not necessarily, like, anything to do with the Cloud Village. If the Cloud Village threatens the Leaf Village, yeah, he'll eliminate the threat. Itachi is cold-blooded when he needs to be. That is not the most wonderful thing. He's not like Naruto in that regard. We all know that.
Wow, what a good person
so again,
he
like
is.
I said, again, I mean, that gets into what makes a good person. Is Itachi as good of a person as Naruto? No. Is he as good of a person as Madara? No.
You're cutting up a little bit, but I think you're mostly good.
Well, I am out walking. But anyway, like, at least for me, I can't speak for everyone. I'm not claiming Itachi to be the most perfect being of the world. Not at all. He literally admits he's not. He's definitely not the most kind person in the world. Like, there's people who do kinder things. Yeah, you're right. Itachi, I mean, this is kind of a gray area. You could argue that if Itachi was truly the most kind, he would have just abstained from the fighting and just watched what happened. But then you could argue, because he didn't have the heart to kill anyone himself, but then you could argue that's being less kind and not doing it. Because the same thing with Choji.
No, you
Choji
can't really
is
argue
being
that.
kind by not fighting his sensei Asuma, but Asuma's trying to explain to him, I'm the enemy. It would be more kind to stop me. And Choji ultimately does that.
I mean, you realize Itachi was stronger
just
than like
standing there
90%
letting the
of the
fighting
people.
happen. I mean, yeah, I do think that Itachi would fucking dick stomp Danzo, freaking little asshole.
Itachi could stop any of the fodder Uchiha or any of the fodder villagers that try and fight each other. He could have saved 90% of the people, regardless if they actually go to war or whatever or not.
I mean, again, though, that's where Danzo has a little bit of manipulation in there, making it seem worse than it is. That being said, though, it would be interesting to wonder what exactly would have happened after the fighting. I mean, it really depends on how strong like Fugaku actually is.
Just
And
watch the 300
strong-
YouTubers that already made that what if.
No, but like how it actually would have gone out. 'Cause you
Oh,
don't
really?
actually know how
I
strong
haven't seen new
Fugaku is.
videos.
Really would boil down to how strong Danzo, Hiruzen, Itachi, and Fugaku actually were. But to be fair, the Uchiha clan probably would have still lost. There's too many strong people in the Leaf that seem to be stronger than. I mean, the Uchiha was supposed to be so strong. I don't know, Itachi fights the crap out of him.
Well, Hiruzen's definitely the biggest threat, and then Minato is fairly strong.
Well,
but-
Minato's dead at this point.
Well, okay, yeah. Well, you know, besides the point.
I mean, if Minato was alive, yeah, the Leaf Village is definitely. Minato's dead though, so you have Hiruzen, Danzo, Kakashi, Asuma. Okay, I guess yeah. Nobody's being 8th gate Might Guy. Worst case.
Well, we
No,
don't
Leaf
know
Village
if
is definitely
we don't know if
winning.
Might Guy has the 8th gate at this point in the story.
It is true, but even still, 7th gates.
We don't know if he has
Again,
the
we don't
6th
know
gate
where-
at this point in the story.
That's true. We don't really know where he's at, but either way, we have Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, Kurenai, Hiruzen, especially Danzo, Jiraiya if he happened to be there.
Tsunade is
I don't-
probably not around.
Yeah.
Tsunade's definitely not there.
Oh, she's
Jiraiya,
gambling.
it's literally a whim if he just happened to stop by that night. Like,
Well, I think we
I
would have
guess to be
seen
fair-
if he was, so I don't think he was.
yeah. I say to be fair though, the coup d'etat hadn't started. For all we know, Hiruzen could have tried to get Jiraiya back for this specific fight. This is the craziest one, I'll admit, but there is some sense to it. For all we know, Danzo could get Orochimaru there because we all know Orochimaru would have wanted to get in on stealing the Sharingan. This would be a perfect opportunity to take it from the weaker one.
I guess
He
it
could be
would've
like,
been the
yo,
next
Orochimaru, just this one time, you want to like, just this once. Like,
No,
trust
but
me,
if
you will
Hiruzen caught wind of that, you know that wouldn't have flied. So.
I mean, I don't think he would have caught wind of it. I think Danzo would have just not told him, and Orochimaru would just be there. Because the same way that Obito was kind of just fighting the Uchiha, and nobody knew except for Itachi. I think Orochimaru would just be there, kind of in secret. Only Danzo knows about it.
I mean, but Danzo knew that the massacre was going to happen, and then when Hiruzen got there, he was, like, very mad, and, like, he demoted Danzo. So clearly there was, like, no attempt at a cover-up or anything, or at least it was impossible to actually do one in time.
Well, okay, so here's the thing with that, though. So obviously Hiruzen knew, like, okay, Danzo, like, Danzo's just there, and he, like, knows what's going on. He's like, Danzo, what the fuck? In the Orochimaru case, if Orochimaru is there, Hiruzen might suspect Danzo, but if Hiruzen just never sees Orochimaru because Hiruzen's fighting Fugaku while Orochimaru is just fighting like Izumi or something, you know, he might even know that Orochimaru is there. Orochimaru can just be sneaky about it.
I don't know. Is there really no way Orochimaru's going to leave no traces? That's a little crazy.
I mean, it depends on how sneaky he wants to be. Like, Orochimaru, like, literally, Orochimaru was right next to Hiruzen in the preliminaries, and Hiruzen had no idea, even though Orochimaru barely disguised himself.
I guess that's
Hiruzen's
fair.
senile, dude. Like, Orochimaru just changed his outfit.
Well, it's
just like,
not the thing
"Ah."
of Hiruzen, it's the thing of the Anbu. We know the Anbu
What do you mean?
is
Oh,
also
like if they'll
stealthy.
find him?
It just if the
Again,
Anbu
it
find
really
any
just-
traces at all, they're gonna tell Hiruzen.
Yeah, but again, it really just depends on how sneaky Orochimaru wants to be, because like when he left behind the bodies of the person whose face he stole in the exams, like Orochimaru could have just hid the bodies. He just chose not to because he didn't care, and frankly, he wanted them to know anyway. Like he's leaving a warning: "Don't stop the exams." Like Orochimaru wasn't really trying to hide himself too much. He was kind of half-assing it. So it just depends on how sneaky he wants to be at times. For Orochimaru, he picks and chooses when he tries these. So, of course, in character, I think Orochimaru would absolutely leave traces of himself just to mess with Hiruzen. Like, I think that would be more in character, but you never know. Either way, he already demoted Danzo, so he would just do that anyway. So that part stays the same. Yeah. Anyway, getting really off topic here.
Well, back on topic,
what do you think of
and to
Hanji's
answer
death?
this question. Oh, well, I was going to have Cultural answer the two questions at this point that we've been building up. First of all, how you think the Uchiha Massacre would have gone in this what-if example, and then do you think Itachi's a good person or a bad person? Hey, go for it.
Repeat your first question again. Sorry about that.
How do you think the Uchiha massacre? Okay, so hypothetically, Itachi doesn't massacre the clan. He goes with the alternate option. I'm gonna side with the clan, and it's Uchiha versus the Leaf. How do you think it ends?
It's like if the coup d'etat actually happened as planned.
Yeah, I'm about to agree with you. I think the Hidden Leaf will come out on top because just like I said, you have Kakashi in his prime at that time. My guy, is Minato dead around this time or is he still alive?
He's dead.
Damn.
Yeah, no.
Like that would be like the difference maker to be like, all right, Leaf Village, but
Well, because she's
Yeah, I still think that the Hidden Leaf will come outside just because you have like, Kakashi, my guy. I think Sai is he part of the Anbu around this time or he wasn't recruited yet? I can't remember.
I mean, yes, but he's young.
It is when he's young too.
He was like just a kid in the training. Like he was Sasuke's age. Like he's not like crazy good yet.
I will say they have Fugaku, but
Yamato.
I mean, Fugaku is like the leader of the clan, so you would assume a highly respected clan like that would have like the strong guy as the leader. And he's also stated to be Minato's rival, but that doesn't mean he's as strong as Minato. That just means he was rival to be like a Hokage candidate, which could mean a lot of things.
Yeah,
You could imply it is in terms of strength, and yeah, he is strong. He does have the Mangekyo, and he's known as the Wicked Eye, separately, I think. But I do think he's at least a little bit under Minato in terms of strength.
I agree. I also think Fugaku is definitively the strongest in the Uchiha clan besides Shizui and Itachi. Like, he definitely is. He's the one Itachi was most worried about. Of course, Fugaku doesn't fight. But, like, the other guys, they're not as strong as Fugaku.
I will say...
But how much?
Not only had
But
Itachi
I think-
already been fighting when he stated that he was worried about fighting Fugaku, but also he just in general didn't want to fight his father, I don't think. It's like the emotional turmoil would probably make him lose in that case, or like Fugaku would be so angry that he'd be even stronger than normal. So I think it's not in
I
terms
think
of
there's a lot
power,
of
it's just in terms of the scenario.
Yeah, I do think, though, that Itachi was stronger than Fugaku by the point he had the Mangekyo. I also think Shizui was, too. I think Fugaku was third in line. That being said, if Itachi is in this case, Itachi's on the Uchiha clan side, though. So the question is, how does Itachi stack up to like a Hiruzen and a Danzo and so on?
Yeah, I disagree.
It's kind of a gray area because Itachi, seemingly not very long afterwards, does fondle Orochimaru. Granted, Orochimaru is heavily susceptible to like the Uchiha. Like that's kind of like his biggest weakness. It's not the greatest display of Orochimaru's power. Itachi is literally just the anti-Orochimaru.
Well, that was a
that
little
being
bit
said-
later. I will say, you can look at Sasuke's case. Whenever they get the Mangekyo, it takes a while for that power to really kick in. So, like, this is like a day after Itachi got his Mangekyo unlocked.
Yeah, Itachi
He's
just
still,
got
like-
the Tsukuyomi at this
Yeah, he's
point.
just
That's his
flaring
only.
his chakra in his eyes. He's still, like, basically unlocking the power, so to speak. It's almost like the Karma
I think
Seal, to
he's
where it
got-
has to decompress.
Yeah, I think he's got the Tsukiyomi down though. Like just looking at the novel, what he does to Izumi, he's got that down to a T.
I think that's almost.
But he doesn't.
Yeah, it is almost just like
he
a
doesn't use anything
genjutsu.
else.
Basically, it's not really like a mangekyo. It's just like a high level genjutsu kind of that uses a mangekyo.
Well, no, the Tsukiyomi is.
No, it is its eye power, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean he's just got
Like
the genjutsu part down.
Yeah, it's not like a special.
It's a strong
ability.
one. It's killing anyone he gets in it, but yeah, like, is that alone going to be enough to stop Hiruzen, who is going to be better than he was versus Orochimaru later on? I just it's not as old yet. You know, that's the gray area. Like, could Hiruzen? I think that would probably. I mean, Itachi versus Hiruzen is probably. The other question though is how do the fights stack up? The Leaf Village is definitely outnumbering the Uchiha here. I think that's why Danzo is so confident. Is it just like, it's you against this entire village, dude. Like, you've got the the adult Ino Shikacho and their clans. You've got the Hyuga, the rest of that clan. I think Kiyashi can probably beat like the average Uchiha. Is he enough to beat Fugaku? Probably not. Is he enough to beat like Yashahiro, whatever his name is, like the top 3 dogs behind Fugaku? Maybe not. But is he being like Izumi or like just the average person? Probably. The Hyuga, I mean, according to him, the Hyuga are the mightiest in Gona. There's all the Sarutobi. There's whatever other clans there are, I guess. Kakashi is beating the average Uchiha. He's not beating a Mangekyo Uchiha, but he's beating like regular ones. Same for Guy, who would be like Kakashi. I think the Leaf Village does ultimately win. But again, a lot of this depends on exactly how strong Fugaku and Itachi actually were at this point. They have the potential to just, if they beat Hiruzen and Danzo, let's just say Fugaku versus Danzo, Fugaku wins, Itachi versus Hiruzen, Itachi wins. Okay, from there, depending on how wiped out Itachi and Fugaku are, it could be a problem at that point. Because if nobody can take them down, well then, I guess they'd be the only 2 left, but they win. But I still think they would eventually just tire out. The same way the third Raikage eventually got tired against a 10,000 army of ninja.
Interesting.
Cam, what do you think?
Let's see. I guess after hearing everybody's opinions, I'd say I guess the Leaf would win. I mean, with everybody's skill set, and then with everybody's clans, I mean, the Leaf would have to win. Period. But then you would also have what's his face? Yeah, I guess the Leaf would win. Seems like that's the most clear-cut answer.
So now, Cultural, what do you think of Hanji's death?
Hanji. Who's Hanji again?
You don't know who Hanji is? My
He's
feelings
the
are hurt.
leader of the scouts after Erwin dies. The lady.
Oh, the lady who loves the Titans, right?
The
I'm
girl.
Yeah, I'm so bad with names. I'm sorry.
God. That
Nah,
hurt.
her-
Forgot Flock's name earlier.
Yeah, her death was fitting for her, just because she just loves someone, the Titans so much, and then her going out against all the rumbling Titans was just amazing, and just her sacrificing herself. And I'm not gonna lie, like she did take a whole bunch down, because without her, these guys did not get away. Like she definitely was the key factor from everybody trying to save Eren. So like she definitely MVP of that day, because without her, none of this happened with Armin and everybody going to Eren.
That's an opinion.
But get ready for Oodie's onslaught now.
Yeah, did you hear that, Oodie? I think that's a very good
Oodie,
answer.
how do you feel?
Cultural.
How do you feel about
dude.
that
I
answer?
agree.
Oh, so you're
You
in
know,
the minority.
My
Cam?
non-binary
Crazy.
queen really came through that day.
Nah, she's definitely player of the game that day. You have to give it to her.
She definitely did do
100%.
stuff. I agree. She did stuff
But-
indeed, but none of it was relevant or necessary or good at all. So first of all, she's trying to stop the rumbling, so she's just inherently evil. But second of all, beyond that, they were going to
Sorry.
escape anyways, and so there was no point of doing that in the first place. If you look at the anime, it's pretty clear. At least that's what Kamui agrees with me on.
It would be interesting actually to read that. I'm gonna wait until the anime's done, just in case I actually go to the wrong chapters, but to see how it looks in the manga, to see like if it just looks like different in how it's depicted, that could potentially change things. But no, I think I agree with what you said, Cultural. But to Oodie's point, I think if like Levi just like helped her with the Titans, they could have just killed four of them faster and then fled, and they did, and been fine. Like they didn't have to just be her. They could have just had a couple people go, just for the sake of killing a few while they set up the ship and then just leave. Because Levi, realistically, is killing probably 10 times, even as an injured guy, probably killing 10 times the Titans as Hanji. And we see how many Hanji was able to kill. Even if Levi just doubles it because there's 2 people, they're just going to kill double the Titans or the same number of Titans in half the time. Meaning Hanji's not as hot because she's exposed to the heat for as long. And then and the same point, Titan kill. You know, the point is just like they could have killed more Titans in less time and then fled by the time the boat's ready. I do agree with Oodie on that.
And it's not like it's just like a. Go ahead.
Like, she didn't have to die. She wanted to die, which is fine, but she didn't have to die.
Yeah, but I don't think Levi was able to help. I think during that time he wasn't able to grip the sword with his full strength.
No,
like,
he literally grips the sword before then, doesn't he? Like before she does that, he's already got the sword grip.
He's like 2 fingers is all I need, and he's referring to Zeke. He's not referring to like the Colossal Titans, which should be easier.
Yeah, he's referring to killing Zeke, who's even worse. Like,
but it's more than just Levi. Like you have Mikasa there, you have Armin there, you have Reiner there, you have all these other characters there that are just standing there doing nothing, watching the engineers work because they don't know how to work on the boat. So they're just sitting around, literally doing nothing.
I mean,
well, you
some
are
of
like 3 of them helping move the plane. You know?
Yeah. Some of them are doing some basic help, like lifting things, bringing it here for them, whatever. But they probably didn't need like all 6 of them. They probably could have taken like 3 to help, with basic help, and then the other 3 just to help fight. Like Levi's not helping; he's just sitting there because he is too injured. He can fight with ODM gear, but he has also got like 2 fingers, so he can't really grab things other than his ODM gear. So like, I think Levi's all you need. He's like worth 10 killers anyway.
I mean, I don't know why Hanji thought she was going to sacrifice herself anyways. Why not just go fight them off to stall and then go back to the boat to join them? Like, why is the plan to kill yourself from the very beginning?
Just because she wanted to. That's what
I understand.
She wanted to sacrifice.
But again, like, this goes back to what I was saying. Okay, well, this isn't just a silly girl moment where she's like, oops-a-daisies, I made a mistake, I died. Well, okay, first of all, she's losing her life. Like, the most important thing to anybody should be their life. Okay, but beyond that, can she not just lose her life, like, in 2 hours from now after they complete their goal of stopping Eren? Like, she has the world on her shoulders, and she wants to die now before she saves the world? Crazy.
Because she wants to die in a heroic way.
What's more heroic than stopping Eren?
Maybe she just didn't think that she was the one for that duty.
But it's more than okay. So sure, she stalled them long enough to get the plane off the ground, while the others, I guess they helped the engineers lift the plane or whatever they did. What if she just didn't do that? Like, what if the Titans were like 2% faster? Because I'll admit, it was close. Like, they would have made it either way, I think, but it was still close. So what if, like, Hanji sacrificed her life, and they just stomped the plane anyways? And, like, everyone else was just standing there watching her do that instead of helping, when they could have helped, and then, like, they didn't know Hanji sacrificing her life was going to be enough.
Yeah, because it was close. Like, I mean, I think, honestly, Hanji probably could have just killed one less Titan and then left. She probably would have been, like, had her skin burned up a little bit, but, like, be alive anyway. You just gotta go with that.
She would not have exploded.
Exactly.
Yeah, like, she didn't have to, like, do that. Like, she just chose. Like I said, just have Levi kill that one Titan. He won't be too hot yet, because he was only there for the one Titan. Problem solved.
Or what you could have done is, trip a whole bunch of them at one time, stagger them for a few minutes, then hop back on the plane.
Yeah.
I think that's what she did at the beginning.
Didn't she kill the last one after they left already? Or I don't remember. I have to rewatch the episode.
I don't know. Well, with all these
Either way,
new
though,
perspectives, does this change your answer at all?
No, I'm still giving her an MVP of that thing.
That's right. That's...
Well, no, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like I said, I would agree there. I just think that technically speaking, I do agree with Oodie that like they could have done it without killing her. She didn't need to die. There was a way.
Speaking of technically speaking things.
Yeah, I was waiting for the techno.
So what did you think of the music that played during Hanji's sacrifice?
It was fitting for her because I agree it is a fitting theme for Hanji. Like, what do you think, Cultural?
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. It was fitting for her.
Mm. So you think techno dubstep fits her? Interesting.
It's not techno dubstep. I'm so sorry. You don't know music.
It's not. I love the name though. Techno dubstep is just too cool of a sounding like genre that I'm calling it that too.
Yes. I don't care if it's
even
not.
If it's technically wrong. Right? Like, this is one of those moments where it doesn't matter if it's wrong; it's still right.
No, it's wrong.
Oh, good thing you're in the minority here. Okay, so, all right. I guess since we're just covering all of our hot takes, next one is still Hanji's death. Actually, do you think? Okay. How do you think Hanji's death... Do you think Hanji's death was perfect? Was there another way it could have gone, or a way you would have rewritten it if you were the author?
Nah, to me it was perfect. You know, it made Armin after that, you know, the commander of, you know, the scouts after that. And everybody thought that, you know, with his smarts and everything, him, you know, coming in clutch, you know, multiple times throughout the seasons, you knew that you knew that Armin was next up. And I feel like, you know, she left the world to him, you know, and obviously we'll find out the next season if, you know, Armin is able to, you know, come in clutch and save the world. But I think it was fitting because, you know, she realized that she didn't want to take a miss, like, you know, I'm gonna hop on the plane and if something happens and they all die, it's like, damn, I should have stood behind and try to take everything on. So I feel like, you know, with Armin taking over and he has come clutch, like I said before, multiple times throughout Attack on Titan, she knew that he could come in clutch one more last time to stop Eren.
Okay, that's a good answer. But what about like specifically, not the sacrifice itself, but like the death, specifically like the ending of like Hanji's sacrifice here? It's like, you know, she catches on fire, nice pretty colors, the techno dubstep, falls to the ground, a gentle death, and then she gets like this heaven.
The colors thing is a bit over dramatic.
She gets this heaven thing.
Gentle death, burning to death.
But like you just have juxtaposition. You can compare it to Flock's death. He's just stomped on in like this ugly, gross way with like all these gross, darker colors. Hanji has brighter, vibrant colors. And
because
techno
one dies as a hero in a heroic way, one dies as an enemy. I feel like.
Like I said, I don't know.
What I'm saying.
I don't care how beautiful like a death looks. Like death is death, you know. But I mean, you know, there can be I don't know. Death is death. Whatever.
I mean, like, not all deaths have to be gruesome. Madara's death isn't gruesome. You know, he dies, he falls asleep dead. Like, he turns into a tree in the anime. It's not gruesome death.
Oh, and then there's like Minato and Itachi who float up into heaven.
Like, he's literally crumbling apart, but yet it's not. It's in a very vibrant, bright colors. Very, you know, nice music. It's not like a scary death. Whereas the way Zabuza killed Gato, he chopped his head off, like very gruesome by comparison. Like, not all deaths have to be the same.
Well, yeah, Obito dies in Candyland. The ground is pink and the sky is yellow.
Yeah. Now, would you argue? Now, the Naruto starts off with a theme about like the horrors of the ninja world, essentially, like the darkness of how ninja are treated as tools and stuff, the bad things that go on behind the scenes, like with criminals like Gato, assassins like Zabuza, and so on. It's the same show, Naruto, yet, you know, one of the biggest villains for a long time is dying in Candyland, as you just worded it. Does that bother you? Like,
okay, well, I don't think the problem is that Naruto didn't establish itself as the dark, broody show from the very beginning. I see what you mean by the Land of Waves being the first arc. It's being the overarching theme to set the like precedent for the show. But it did have episodes before then, which is like the point. Like Naruto,
that's fair.
Naruto's like
Naruto,
Dragon Ball to where it can have serious moments, like the Land of Waves, which is coincidentally the first arc. But like at its core, at its root, Naruto is more of that like kiddish, bright, friendly show of like happy-go-lucky, positive. Like it's like pork chop and flat screen, and only camcam knows that means.
I do agree with you here. We had a bit of a discussion on this once before on our that call we had that one time, where like I agree. Like both have elements. Like Attack on Titan has elements of humor, brightness too, but it does have a more cold, dark feel to it. Whereas Naruto has its dark, cold moments, but it also has a more often than not a warm, bright feel to it by comparison. So I do see a difference. My point, though, is just there are. I mean, Obito did some of the worst things in the story.
I mean, Naruto does get
yet he has Candyland death, whereas Hanji never did bad things in the story and had a less Candyland death. You know, so by comparison, I do feel like you should have a little bit more problem with Obito's death than you do.
But it's not just me, but like
Obito's death.
Yeah, and we do, but like look at the general reception on that death in general. Everyone hates it because Naruto calls Obito the coolest guy. Everybody hates
that's because because media literacy is dead.
Remember? I agree.
That's so you know, they're just fucking idiots.
Hot Boy Spicy made a video.
My dudes who don't understand that.
I mean, they completely misunderstand.
Actually, no, all the offense.
Anyway.
I take it back.
All the offense. God.
I am very violent with my words. I'm so sorry.
You know what? Actually, Cultural, what do you think about Naruto calling Obito the coolest guy before he dies?
Oh no.
All the offense. Remember that.
Let's talk. Let's talk spicy stuff here.
I don't agree with that. Yeah, granted, he had a redemption, you know, towards the end, but still, like after everything that you were not the coolest guy, man. I don't agree with Naruto. Sometimes Naruto can be, you know, a little not all there sometimes, and for him to say you're the coolest guy, nah,
so
I can't let that slide.
It's very funny in like what's the it's a type of humor. I forgot the name of an irony. It might be dramatic irony.
Platonic.
I can't remember which type of irony it is. The irony in the fact that, okay, he's calling the guy who basically caused a lot of Naruto's problems and killed his parents the coolest guy. Okay, it's a little bit funny when you look at it that way. However, do you know why Naruto was actually saying Obito was cool? Like, do you understand why he said that? Or do you just not get it?
Not really.
Okay, so this is what I would say at least. It's okay, who was Obito in Naruto's mind as a person? Well, he's someone who wanted to be Hokage, someone who is just like Naruto. Naruto naturally thinks he himself is a pretty cool guy, and to him, Obito Uchiha is basically the same person as Naruto. And what Obito was doing, all the bad things Obito did, he wasn't being Obito, he was being someone other than Obito. He was being nobody, he was being Madara, he just wasn't being himself. And Naruto's whole thing with Obito is he's going to take off his mask, Oodie will love that part, and make Obito basically be Obito again. That's how he dies. He dies as Obito, not as Madara, not as no one, not as whoever. And so I think Naruto is saying he's the coolest guy because Obito is a cool guy. Nobody, or Masked Man, or Toby is not a cool guy. Naruto's not calling that guy a cool guy. He's calling Obito a cool guy. The guy who wanted to be Hokage, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree with that. What you just said right there makes sense.
Oodie, if you have a different explanation, go for it.
I was gonna say that Hot Boy Spicy's made a video on this already, and he explains it very elegantly. So yeah, shout out him. He's cool.
Yeah, I think we should watch it. It's pretty good.
I'm gonna pull it up then.
Or we could link it.
We could definitely at least link it. Hey, Cultural, everyone go subscribe.
Yeah, it was the original Obito who was the coolest guy, and that you know, Kamui said, like that's the person who Naruto saw. His
I kind of
core
want to make a video
being.
on this too, so I should probably
you know.
not watch Hot Boys so that it doesn't influence me.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
and
Alright. We'll just link it then.
and I guess it kind of goes back for me is just that humans are gonna human. Like people are people and they're gonna do bad things, but
Here, I'll
people
send
are
this
made up of
specifically
good
to people,
and
too.
bad things.
You can just watch that
But
later.
if we see the core of a human, they essentially do have good things, and Naruto does see the core of human beings, and that's what he saw in Obito was himself. So that's who he was calling like cool or like Obito was awesome kind of thing. So yeah, that's how I saw it.
And if like Obito never changed too, yeah, Naruto's probably not saying that. If Obito died as the enemy, you know, who never was Obito again, he probably wouldn't have said that.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. But
it's also
yeah.
was cool that Obito found himself in the end. Like Naruto liked him.
Yeah.
He did that.
Yeah, and you know, Obito and Kakashi were able to reconcile, you know, because Obito was able to find himself, you know.
I'm not gonna lie to you
Naruto's-
guys are bringing back so many memories of Naruto that I totally forgot. Like I'm like, wow, how did I forget about it? Especially, you know, what Kamui talking about with, you know, Obito wanting to be, you know, the Hokage, and Naruto seeing himself. Like I totally forgot about that whole no talk jutsu episode.
Have you
Yeah, I mean, there
I
are so
think
many
that Taco
episodes of
Juice
Naruto
gets
too.
way too much hate. A lot of people hate on that.
Mm.
I think that's actually like it was really good. I thought it was good. Like
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's a really
I like
powerful
all of
scene.
Naruto's
I agree.
Jutsu moments for that matter. Like I don't know what my favorite one would be. Gaara and Zabuza's are up there for two of my favorites though.
I will say
That's a good question.
it absolutely
Oodie,
makes
go
sense for Naruto's character. If you've ever seen Hunter x Hunter, Gon has this sort of like skewed moral compass to where it only applies personally to him, and it's like reckless and it's like consistently dangerous in a way to where he's almost like a maniac. Naruto has the same thing. It's just much more buried. It's more hidden. It's much more deeply intrinsic into like the roots of the show instead of like on the surface level. So you really aren't going to see it because the show itself doesn't show it to you. But like this is a perfect example. This is 100% in his character.
Yeah.
And so when push comes to shove, Naruto always will react like this. But this can also help enlighten us to how he can react to certain situations in the future. Like if Kaguya comes back, he might not just attack her. He might just be chill.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Yeah.
Plus, you gotta get Naruto credit as well too, like to actually forgive the person that actually killed your parents as well too. Like that takes, you know, a lot. You know, how many people in this chat right now can say I can forgive that person for killing
I mean,
mother and father?
Oodie, I'm just saying, goes back to the pain arc. That's a big lesson Naruto learned in that arc, is that, you know, he can forgive. You know, what's important is just don't continue the cycle of hatred and vengeance. You know, you move on.
You know, Kamui,
Pain
I
arc
hope-
is
Just
good.
saying.
I hope Naruto forgives Kakuzu and dies a brutal backstab betrayal. Just rips his heart out like the the Arihiha, whatever the saying
Yeah,
is in
never
that one movie.
changed.
Yeah, Oodie thinks that Pain was a bad villain, and
He thinks the pain arc is like the worst. I don't think it's the worst arc, but he thinks the pain arc.
think
You know
it's
what?
irrelevant.
You know what? You
What?
And that the
proclaim
pain
that
arc
so
shouldn't
boldly.
be
I want
in
that to be
the-
my new
in there.
idea.
No.
It shouldn't be a
Oodie
Naruto.
now thinks the
No.
pain arc is
Yeah.
So yeah,
Only when
Oodie-
Kamui says it.
So media literacy is dead to Oodie.
I know. The arguably greatest arc in all of Naruto, Oodie thinks it sucks.
Any arc is arguably
No.
the greatest arc in all of Naruto. That doesn't mean
Media
anything.
literacy is dead.
Okay. You know what, actually, Cultural, what do you think the three best arcs in Naruto are to you? Like, what are your
We are
three
all
favorite?
over the
Regardless of
place.
why.
Oh, unfortunately, obviously I'm gonna say the pain arc.
This is your number
Alright.
one?
No order.
Okay.
Yeah.
Probably the Sasuke retrieval arc, because that right there, you seen all these kids actually growing up, because you know that right there was
You're starting off with a bang.
Oh,
You're going with a bang, dude. You got
okay,
good
this
pick.
In the middle is a
third
bang.
one. Probably be the Sasuke arc when he fought damn, what's his name? The guy with the clay.
Datara?
Datara.
Datara, and then after he fought Itachi.
Oh,
Yeah,
Itachi
the-
Pursuit.
What would
Technically-
you say that arc is
Battle
called,
between
anyways?
brothers.
Well, it's okay.
There's
it
3 different
depends
names.
on-
Oh
There's-
no.
There's a lot
yeah.
of different names. There's a lot of different, quote unquote, official sources for what the arcs. Okay, on one hand, I've seen it that all the way from Sasuke versus Orochimaru to the end of the Pain arc is one arc. I've seen Sasuke versus Orochimaru.
what's the name of that one
up
really quick?
until
We'll just go based on that. So what's the name of that one, if you remember?
the Prophecy and Vengeance arc.
Prophecy
was
and
the-
Vengeance arc.
Okay, and I've also seen it separating the Pain arc as a separate arc from that one. And the third way is all of them being a bunch of separate arcs. So there's Itachi Pursuit arc is the one where Sasuke fights Datara. But then there's the Jiraiya one, and then there's Itachi versus Sasuke, and then there's Pain arc. There's like 3 different ways I've seen it. I don't know what is technically the most proper official one.
Yeah, so you got
But
Prophecy
yeah.
and Vengeance, Fated Battle Between Brothers, and then the Pain arc, or Itachi Pursuit.
Yeah. So I don't know which is the most proper way to do it, but either way, if you want to go by just a good stretch of Naruto, that's a very good pick. Keep it vague. But I do think my answer would change depending on how we were defining the arc. Because like
Yeah.
if I'm including the Master's Prophecy and Vengeance with the Pain arc, I don't know, 100% that's included. If I just do Master's Prophecy and Vengeance, and then the Pain arc is 2 separate arcs, I still might put the Master's Prophecy one in my top 3. But then if you start getting it really, really split up, I might not, because I might throw in like the tuning exams or Konoha Crush above it. So it kind of gets tricky there. But I have another question.
Yeah.
This is for everyone. Okay. Tuning exams or Konoha Crush? Which one do you like better? Because I always kind of pin them together, like what because I like them both and they're very related. But they're technically separate arcs, right? Which one do you think is better?
Tuning exams.
I don't know which I'd pick.
Tuning exams, hands down.
Yeah.
I got my girl Sakura in there.
I mean, I think I gotta go tuning exams.
Yeah, same.
The only
I got an
thing
argument for-
Oh, and then
carrying Konoha
Orochimaru
Crush-
shows up, and Orochimaru, that was like my childhood crush, so, you know, you gotta support him.
But Orochimaru is getting his main fight in the Konoha Crush arc, though.
I know, and that's
You know
the
what?
thing. But,
Okay.
but I gotta go to when we first see him in the tuning exams in the Forest of Death. When I first saw him as a kid with Anko, I was like, damn, I don't know how to explain it.
In that case,
Yeah.
Camcam, since we're being generous enough to separate Konoha Crush, we're gonna test you out here. See how loyal you are. We're gonna separate all of these. Okay, so because these are long enough to where they could be their own arcs, the same way Konoha
Why
Crush is.
me?
Tune.
The first
Okay.
exam, second exam,
Yeah. So
preliminaries, and
written
final.
exam
Stop it.
versus
Stop
Konoha
it.
Crush. Who you got?
Wait, what?
Written
what'd you say?
exam or Konoha Crush? Which is the better arc?
The Konoha Crush,
Oh, the written
right?
exam's
Konoha
pretty
Crush,
cool,
okay.
dude.
Okay. What? Okay. Forest of Death or Konoha Crush? Now we're getting difficult. Just
Forest
the Forest of
of
Death.
Death is like one of the
That's it.
peaks of the tuning exams.
Yeah.
I would say the Forest of Death, just because the anime is like really good. I feel
Okay.
like so
Alright.
yeah.
That's also where your Orochimaru alone
Yeah.
We
was
got
introduced,
two left here in this arc. Okay, so prelims or Konoha Crush? We're really seeing how you stack these up.
Probably. Oh, I hate this. I guess probably Konoha Crush.
Interesting. I
Okay.
think prelims
Now
have
the
both the
finals
quantity and the
versus Konoha
quality.
Crush.
Yeah. Okay, so tuning exams finals versus Konoha Crush. Yes.
Not like the same thing.
No,
I
it's
feel,
not.
no, I think this one's easier personally.
Yeah.
But
I guess the finals.
really, wait,
You like the finals more than the prelims?
I mean, it's got Naruto
Yeah.
versus Neji.
I mean, I guess Shikamaru versus. Oh, that's true.
Shikamaru versus Tamari.
Yeah, and
Okay.
I do like Shikamaru versus Tamari because
That's one of my
Tamari's
favorite
baddie.
fights in Naruto. I put that one really high in my ranking.
Man, it kind of sucks how there's only like 2.5 fights in the finals.
I know.
Yeah,
I
and
guess
then there's
Shino
Sasuke versus
Shino's
Gaara.
versus Kankuro is in Konoha Crush instead of the finals.
know.
Yeah,
Oof.
and I thought Shino did a very good job. I thought that was interesting. Yeah, but that's in Konoha Crush, so like whatever. Yeah.
For me, at least, the reason why it's tricky for me is because Naruto versus Gaara might be my peak of that whole section. The whole thing, tuning exams and Konoha Crush. But there's a lot more really cool high moments in the totality of the tuning exams, obviously.
Yeah.
So that and even then, I can't say for sure. Like, you might be able to convince me Naruto versus Gaara isn't the peak of that. I think off the top of my head, it might be. I really like that whole thing. So that's where it's tricky, because I feel like, let's just say Naruto versus Gaara is 10 out of 10. Hypothetical number. And then a lot of other things like Naruto versus Neji, Hinata versus Neji, Rock Lee versus Gaara, Naruto versus Kiba, Shikamaru versus Kin and Taiyo.
Sakura versus Ino.
Yes. I was gonna bring that up.
That was not going to be in my example here. Anyway,
You just don't understand.
there's a lot
okay.
of
Media literacy is dead.
Stuff.
For
Might
real.
all be like 8s or 9s, like just under Naruto versus Gaara. But because Naruto versus Gaara is the peak, it's tricky. But I might have to go tuning exams because there's so many things that happen that I like. But it's kind of tricky. I really like both, obviously.
There's a lot of really
I
good
like
fights.
count it as all one arc personally. I like to think of it that way. Just because I like them too much to separate, I just want to pretend they're all one arc.
Like, I would consider, I think, probably almost every single fight in the prelims underrated, other than Rock Lee versus Gaara, and then Choji versus Dosu, and then was it Misumi versus Kabuto versus
That
Kankuro.
one is so underrated. We talked about
Okay,
Mitsumi
no,
versus
those are the
Kankuro.
3 that don't count. Okay, every other
But
fight
no,
in this, I think, counts.
Dosu's underrated. Dosu is so underrated in that fight.
Oh my
You and
God.
Dosu, man. You've just been. That's
I
your
will
guy
not-
lately.
I will not
That is
stand
your
for
man.
anything.
You are
Dosu
Dosu's
versus,
biggest
you know
simp.
what? That's it. Dosu versus Choji, most underrated fight of the shooting.
Oh my
Oh
gosh.
my God.
The biggest
No.
simp.
No.
The biggest simp.
So I
I
think
think the most underrated fight in the tuning exams might be Hinata versus Neji.
I think
The most underrated is Sakura and Ino. Like
no,
everybody
that is
fucking
the
hates
most
that fight,
underrated.
and I love
Definitely.
Nah,
100%
dude.
most underrated.
I think it's rated just fine.
You're just a hater.
Just a
Or
hater.
Kankuro versus Mizumi, man.
Stupid. No, so the thing with Neji versus Hinata, it's underrated. I'm not gonna say it's the most underrated because Sakura and Ino exist, but I do think it's underrated in the wrong aspect. It's underrated in the fact that I think it's arguably a contender for like the best fight in the tuning exams.
Yeah, same. That's why I put it as most underrated, because I think it is arguably the best fight in the exam.
Yeah, I think it is
Um,
very easily arguable over Lee
I
versus
think
Gaara.
the most overrated fight in the exams is probably Sasuke versus Yoroi. I didn't really
Overrated.
care for that one.
Really? I mean, it's really cool to see the Lions barrage and to see Sasuke fight against the curse mark. That's a whole dynamic there. I will
I
say
mean,
it's sort of dumb
I
the
don't think
way
it's
Sasuke just
bad.
gets Yoroi off him. Like, he's on top of him, just like literally sitting on top of him, sucking his chakra out of his forehead.
He just barely
And he
punches
just,
him, and Yoroi's like, oh!
he just like flies backwards like a freaking piece of paper. Like, Conan wouldn't have gone as far.
Like, it's like, you mean to tell me this dude was supposed to be like one up there is one of Orochimaru's like top dogs on Kabuto's team? Like, this
Apparently
dude.
not. Doesn't seem like
Yeah,
it.
I'm like, what? He's fucking got his ass whooped, bro. Like, now Mizumi versus Kankuro is such a silly fight, but the reason why I like it is it's just purely just kind of cool. It's pretty funny. Like, Mizumi's got this crazy ability that literally his tactic would have worked on almost anyone else in the exams, because most people would just block like Kankuro did, but then they'd be wrapped up in his bendy wendy arm thing. It just so happens that Kankuro wasn't actually Kankuro, it was just the crow. And so he got screwed over. It's just funny. That fight is definitely not that great, but it's kind of cool. It didn't need to be anything important though. It's the thing. it's one of those fights that was just really, it was just cool. It's kind of like Dosu versus Choji. It didn't need to be anything cool. It just was kind of cool. Zaku versus Shino is actually pretty cool too.
That has the most impact when you watch it in the moment, but it's the most forgettable.
Which one?
Yeah.
Shino's fight.
Oh, I don't think that one's the most underrated because I think most people like that fight.
No,
I don't see anyone hate
people like it, but no one talks about it. Like it leaves the most shock
hear
value.
anybody talk about it.
Yeah, and then you get Zaku's backstory and everything. It's a really good fight.
Well, that's anime only. The backstory thing isn't really.
Well,
in the manga, or if it is, it's much shorter.
But again, that's the difference between the anime and the manga, is that the manga is uncensored, where his arms literally blow off. Like, that's another interesting aspect on this fight.
Yeah, true. Which I thought was cool. I think it's cool that his arms blow off. I think it packs more of a punch too that way, just given everything with Zaku and his arms. I think it's better that like they're blown off, but the anime censored it. But I like that fight, but I don't think it's the most underrated. Hinata versus Neji, I don't think it gets much hate by any means. Like I said, the same reason as you. The reason why I'd say it might be most underrated is because it's arguably the best fight. It's arguably the most impactful fight, for that matter.
I mean, Hinata almost dies. Like, Lee doesn't almost die, but, like, he gets pretty badly hurt. But, like, Hinata, you think there's a good chance she's dead. Like,
yeah, and I mean, she even has, like, long-lasting, like, effects from it still.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like, the same thing happens, like, Neji's going for the kill, Jonin step in, Gaara's going for the kill, my guy steps in. Like, I mean, those two are, I guess let me just start by asking this. Would you say those two are the best two fights of the exams?
Yes.
They both have very similar attributes to them.
I feel like
or do you think there's another one that you think is actually better than either of them, for that matter?
I feel like everybody just hypes him up so much that I'm just like boring. Like I'm just sick of hearing about them, I think. So
I don't feel like anyone talks about Hinata versus Neji, to be honest. Like,
really? I don't know. I feel like
I don't hear anyone
like on Twitter
it's people talk about Naruto versus Neji, not Hinata versus Neji.
If it's not number one fight in the tuning exams, it's number two. At least in the prelims.
Which one?
Hinata versus Neji.
What's your number one?
Oh, no, I'm saying it either is number one or number two. It's either that or the Lee versus Gaara. And I'm specifying only prelims.
For your opinion, or you think the average person's opinion?
For my opinion.
Okay. Yeah, so my point of saying that is they both do a very similar thing. They set up like a villain or antagonist of the arc. Neji is the antagonist, Gaara is the villain. They both present some sort of theme. Hinata loses, Lee loses. You know, the winner is the quote-unquote bad guy. They both set up something for Naruto later on. Like, they both do a lot of similar things. But I just think everybody loves Lee versus Gaara because it's the hard work versus talent thing, and it's just quote-unquote cooler to see Lee running around than, like, Neji and Hinata's gentle fist. I think more people just like regular.
So this is where we get into Sakura versus Ino, though, because what do you think in general, outside of this specific context, outside of Naruto, do you think setup or payoff is more impactful?
I don't know. It depends.
I agree.
I don't think there's ever one that is more important. It entirely depends on the context of how each was executed in a given arc. And let's just say they were both executed 10 out of 10. It would probably just be a tie. If there's an example you can give me where you think that was the case, I can see. But I would say it probably would be equal if they were executed the same. I don't think... Or it's also possible that that's not even true. It might still just be context dependent. But I'm guessing it just depends on the execution of both. But...
Because I will say, I do think the Ino versus Sakura fight, that is payoff. And I think it might be the only... No, it's not the only fight because Sasuke versus Yoroi had payoff as well. Same with Naruto versus Kiba.
Naruto versus Kiba had payoff. To me, at least, though, I like the setup in the Forest of Death for Sakura probably more with the she cut her hair. Oh God, I actually like that. I like the Sakura versus the Sound team I like that part actually. I like that more than Sakura versus Ino, I would say.
Dude, you
So
don't
in
even
that
need
case,
the
I like this.
you don't even need the Japanese significance of the freaking culture or whatever to understand the importance of her cutting her hair. The point, like, did you not watch the flashbacks, everyone who hates that fight? Like, clearly, like, they say that Sasuke likes the long-haired girls, and then she's cutting her hair. She's sacrificing that aspect of herself to save Sasuke, to protect Sasuke, even though Sasuke would like her less.
Well,
Yeah,
I
like,
know.
there's
I
three
think
things to
too.
it literally cuts off the hair that Kian's holding. So practically speaking, it's kind of what she needs to do right now. B, she's accepting she's sacrificing the Sasuke thing for the sake of protecting her friends and fighting back.
I think it's
and it's also like her
more than
getting
that.
over her. I'm a pretty female, and now I'm going to be a fighter. Like, she's stopping her shampooing, she's starting her fighting. The thing that Kin gets on her ass for. Like, there's kind of like three things to that. So I like it for Sakura. Like it's good. And of course, Ino does the same thing in their fight. But I like the force of death part better for Sakura, though, personally.
Go ahead, Camcam.
Never mind.
Never mind. I want to hear what you had to say on Sakura's hair.
I was just gonna say the same thing that Kamui said.
No,
so
okay, fine. Then I'll say extra stuff then, because
Okay.
you're right. It isn't just that. Because it's not that Sakura likes Sasuke. It's that she is in love with him, so madly in love that she can't even stand it. She says word for word herself later on.
Yeah.
So that's clearly important here. Like, oh, she doesn't have a bad sad backstory. She just likes Sasuke. Man, she's a crush on a boy. Forget, oh, Obito, he's a simp. He just has a crush on Ren. You don't understand. Like, that's not the point. Okay, so no. And Sakura's entire character isn't Sasuke. But, like, Sasuke is drastically important to him. It's like, oh, Naruto's only character is the Hokage. Like, it's just demeaning a character down to, like, the thing they care about the most. Which is not.
And also, like, Sakura's also doing this to protect Naruto too. Like, she makes mention of protecting those two. The two
because,
who
like,
were protecting her before.
Yeah,
the
because,
two
like,
she was walking behind. Like, it's not just Sasuke. It's also Naruto.
That's pretty much
really look at the first exam. The only person Sakura shows concern for in the first exam is Naruto.
Yeah.
She, like, is willing to just throw away the tuning exams for Naruto. Like, in the first, one of the things I really like about Sakura in the first exam there. Like, yeah, obviously the crush is Sasuke, but she cares for Naruto too. She would have been pleading to Sasuke to bring Naruto back if Naruto left to go join Orochimaru for some odd reason too. Would she be as teary? Maybe not, but like, she still would want Naruto to come back. Like, she still loves Naruto as a friend. Like,
yeah, because she doesn't want Naruto to give up on his dream. So
yeah.
You know.
Like,
but it's not like a thing of like, oh, she's so madly in love that she's so giddy that she's just going to be a one-dimensional character. No, she stands up against Sasuke too. Like in the Orochimaru fight, she takes Naruto's side. And then she even saves Naruto's life. Sakura is the reason Sasuke gets over his fear. Not only in the first place, but ultimately when he gets over his fear in order to fight Orochimaru in the first place.
Yeah, and against Gaara too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sakura stands in front of Gaara, makes Gaara kind of go crazy. Sasuke's, the last thing he says before Naruto takes over is, you need to protect Sakura if it's the last thing you do. Like, he's like, it's a mutual thing at this point. Like, it's not like Sasuke's being a dick to Sakura right now. Like,
and even in the Gaara fight, when Sakura is taken against a tree and she's turned into quote-unquote a damsel in distress, she's still serving as a symbol. Because not only does she love Sasuke, which is how she got herself in that situation in the first place, but Naruto loves her. And so it's more than just Naruto wants to protect all his friends. He specifically, in this fight, is protecting Sakura because he's in love with Sakura.
Yeah, Sakura's like the main one.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, love is a strong thing. I feel like calm down. Oh, they only love this person or that person. Okay, just look at Itachi, okay? He loved Sasuke in the village so much that he was willing to kill his clan and parents who he loved. Love is a powerful thing in Naruto. And it'd be like, it's a point is, you will sacrifice something you love
causes
if it
you
means
to
protecting
emotionally
something
abuse
you
your
love
brother.
even
Wow.
We love
Like,
love.
We love
I'm just
love.
saying, like,
yeah.
love is impactful. It
No.
means a lot, especially in Naruto.
But Kamui, you have a point. In fact, I think you said arguably too much. The
Yes.
fact that you started off with saying, or like, quote unquote, or like making fun of these people that are like, oh, they only love blah blah blah. Well, if they say the phrase only love, then they're just immediately devaluing love itself. You don't only love something. That's not how love works. Love isn't just reduced down to the word only, quote unquote.
Yeah, it's not like some just trivial thing. Like,
Yes.
it's pretty big. Like,
Complex, intense, especially Naruto, especially if you're an Uchiha who experiences more emotions. But that's not set up yet. That is a thing later. But you could still apply it here anyways.
yeah. I mean, there's signs of it, sure, but it's not like ever explained till later.
Sure. But then the final two things I want to say on the Sakura point here is that she's protecting her friend, she's doing all this other stuff, but it's also the fact that she needs to become a ninja herself. And so, but then also like her dynamic with Ino, and like again going back to her sad backstory. Oh, it's not that sad of a backstory, she was just like bullied for her forehead. Okay, she grew her.
Look, I have a big forehead.
No,
too,
I understand.
Okay?
I'm saying that these
And
other
let
people.
me tell you,
No, I'm not
it
saying it's
sucks
bad. I'm
being
saying
bullied for your forehead.
I'm saying other people are terrible for not acknowledging this as good, because it is good. I agree. It's absolutely great. I love her backstory. So yes, her big forehead is a sad backstory. Freaking people, Neji had it worse. Who are you to describe people's traumas? Freaking other people. Jeez.
Yeah, like it. Let's not rank let's not rank.
At the end of the
Let's
day,
not make a tier list out of people's trauma, okay? Moral of the story.
God, we have to do that now.
Flaw that people told her was a flaw, and she overcomes that. She takes off her mask by just showing her forehead, displaying
yeah,
it
but
to the world instead of trying to
Ino was
hide it.
there to help her.
Yeah, like she accepts it and takes it as a good thing versus like there's a message to it. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I just would say that I think that Neji versus Hinata is better.
Sure, okay, I understand. But like,
I like
if we're
the
saying
build up with the force of death more than the Ino part. That's all I'm
But
saying.
Neji
That
and
doesn't mean
Hinata don't have payoff for Neji and Hinata. They had payoff for Neji and Naruto, and then later for Hinata and Naruto. So it's like payoff through Naruto rather than through each other. Whereas Ino and Sakura get the payoff through each other. So in the prelims, Sakura puts the forehead protector on her forehead, the headband thing, and that's like essentially the same significance or meaning as Sasuke putting on his forehead.
Puts the head
the Sakura
I was gonna do the same thing. I know where you're going with that. Like the point is, they're being full-fledged shinobi. They're putting
And
the
they're
headband
acknowledging each other's
They're
strength.
taking a step towards becoming one, which is huge, important, very important, significant.
Yeah, and they're also like sacrificing their vanity, and it does suck like whenever you have such a close bond with like another girl, and then all of a sudden that friendship breaks down like over a dude. Like, come on, like it sucks when crap like that happens, and it does happen, and they do resolve their differences. Yeah, it takes like a physical fight, and that kind of it kind of sucks, but they are able to resolve their differences and become friends again. So
yeah,
because
and this is set
they're
up
able
in
to
the
acknowledge
Force of
each
Death
other.
too. Like the Force of Death scene, highly corresponds to this fight. As well.
Because she was trying to cover her forehead, and like her hair or her headband were ways to do that, and now she's cutting her hair, so there's no way to do that. But that doesn't matter, because again, she's looking forward here to become strong on her own. This is ignoring the love triangle aspect or the insignificant, demeaning aspects of like their mask. Sakura's removing her mask here, and again becoming a fully fledged shinobi
their
on her
own person.
Yeah, so in this moment, she's not annoyed by Naruto, and she isn't in love with Sasuke. There's no love dynamic trio, love triangle going on here. She's just going to protect them. Yeah. Sakura is just going to protect them.
In the Ino fight, it's just them two.
Oh, yeah,
basically.
absolutely. Same there as well.
In the Ino fight,
else.
she's exposing her true self, acknowledging what she is and what she wants to become, how she wants to better herself. Which, I mean, characters that don't do that always lose. Of course, and Ino does the same thing in the end. That's why they tie. They both
achieve a character growth moment. Like,
And
if I was the
honestly,
only
like,
guy.
and what's funny is like kind of like the whole like stereotype of like dudes like dudes sometimes need to like fight it out and then they become friends again. Like sometimes it's like that with girls. Like sometimes girls like we just need to like duke it out and then like we kind of resolve our differences and become friends again. And I feel like that's kind of what they did.
I think the
They were able
reason
to-
why people,
yeah.
I mean, what you said is true for both guys and girls. Like the people, I've literally witnessed it before with people that I'm friends with that are female.
Yeah, and I've done it before.
And
basically.
guys,
So,
like, literally witnessed it. But the reason why so many people want to, hate the fight is because they're not looking at it from the story perspective. They're looking at it from the, I mean, no offense, but half the people that watch Naruto and Boruto literally just look at it for the coolness, spectacle of the fights. They're not paying attention to the story. They just want to see the action. And unfortunately, Sakura versus Ino is not winning the action in this fight. Rock Lee versus Gaara is. That's why everyone talked about that one the most, because it is the most actiony cool one out of them all. Sakura versus Ino, it's mostly, there's fighting, of course. And it's not like stupid. There's some cool strategy elements. There's some coolness to it. At least if you're like us. But it's more story driven, I think. I think it shines better as a story thing than it does as a action thing. That's ultimately why it's also the two girls fighting each other. No offense, but the damaged teenage boys pissed off as two girls fighting each other. They think like Shikamaru, like, oh, I gotta fight a girl, which is hilarious in the show. But that's why people don't like it. I do think it's underrated. Technically speaking, it might be the most underrated because it's the most hated. But
you don't understand. People call this the worst fight in Naruto when Choji versus Dosu was right after this.
You literally, like, come on
Choji
now.
versus Dosu is not the worst fight in Naruto. Change
Girl,
your mind.
please.
Put
Girl, bye.
Misami versus Kankuro is after this too.
Girl, bye.
Kankuro versus Mizumi is peak, bro.
Uh-huh. Sure, babe.
Stop
keep
the cap.
talking.
I think the worst fight in Naruto might have to be Dosu versus Gaara, if I'm being real.
That's fair. I also don't like Naruto. Well, I guess just all of Team 7 plus Kabuto versus the Rain Shinobi, the Master Shinobi.
I think that
What
was
are they? The
a
gas
pretty disliked arc. I think what's his face? Swaikage may have put that as his worst fight in Naruto.
No, Swaikage is a stupid dumb idiot. He put Neji versus Naruto as the worst fight because of the fate.
No, that
He
wasn't
doesn't
his
understand
actual work. He made a video calling it the worst fight. He thinks it's like the worst significant fight, but like he ranked the Oboro one, I think, actually last. I think the Naruto versus Neji one was actually like in the middle. Like it wasn't actually that low.
Okay.
It just out of the best, most impactful fights, he thinks it's the worst.
That doesn't mean anything.
Out of the best, most impactful fights, it's the worst. Okay.
Yeah. Let me just go look and see what he ranked it
I'm
at.
like,
I'm still trying to decide what I'm gonna eat.
Yeah, it's at the bottom of my top 3 fights in Naruto.
Yeah, that's like so weird to say. I mean, Swaikage, I do like his videos, and like, I think when he makes videos, like he used to make videos with his girlfriend, and oh my god, they were so funny. Like she was so cute watching Naruto.
Yeah, I liked those too.
Yeah, they're so funny. They're a funny couple. See, and I like Naruto like YouTubers when they add like their girlfriends in the mix. Their girlfriends like they're just like they don't know anything about Naruto, so it's just funny.
Yeah.
Okay.
Someone called Absolutely Geeked is doing that right now. I guess he changed his name to SS Jutsu something, but yeah, Adonis. Shout out him.
Okay. I was close. Okay. The Oboro fight was the second worst. I forgot. He put the worst one as Team Guy versus Team Guy.
Oh god.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And understandably so.
Team Guy versus Team Guy was pretty bad.
Yeah,
Naruto
I can
versus
put Kankuro
Neji is
versus
in the
Mizumi
E
above
tier. Naruto versus Neji is the third of E tier, which is 67 to 77, which is his decent tier, which is the third. It goes from G up to S, or to SS. So G has 88 to 99, or 89 to 99. So E is 67 to 77. Naruto versus Neji's in there. For reference, it's above Naruto and Kakashi versus Deidara, but below Killer Bee versus Kisame.
Kankuro versus Mizumi is in F tier. Oh, he has Choji versus Nosu in G tier.
Good.
He has it over though. Okay, in that tier, he actually has Shino versus Kankuro in that tier too.
Where does he
Kabuto
have...
and Deidara versus Yamato, Onoki, and Kuretsuchi. Sai, Kankuro, and Omoi versus Shin, Deidara, and Sasori. Third Division versus Seven Swordsmen. Asuma versus Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji. Choji and Choza versus Geto Mazo. Darui and Team 10 versus Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Mifune versus Hanzo. Kabuto and Team 7 versus Team Aboro.
No, he
Team Guy versus
didn't.
Team Guy.
He did not put Mifune versus Hanzo that low.
Yeah, Mifune versus Hanzo is the third worst on this list.
Oh no, that's terrible.
He has Ino versus Sakura over Choji versus Dosu. Come on.
Understandably so.
What is he thinking?
Are you crazy, Kamui?
Okay, he has Kankuro versus Mizumi in the tier above him, though. Those two are the same tier. Let's be honest here, okay? It's the same freaking thing. One guy just stomps the other, okay? He has 10-10 versus Tamari above Choji versus Dosu. What's the difference?
Cultural, I do want to hear from you more though. So what's your like most underrated fight, whether it's in the prelims or in all of Naruto? What's the best fight, the worst fight? I guess it was the best and worst female characters or fights, just all of it. What do you think?
Respond to everything we've said in the last 30 minutes. Every single word we've said, respond to.
Oh my god. Nah, but for the Sakura Ino fight, it was needed because without that fight, I don't think we get Sokka who she is today in Boruto without that fight. Because, you know, as a kid, you don't know who you are and you're still trying to figure out yourself and you're just, you know, when you're getting making fun of, it's, you know, really bothers you and you're just, you know, trying to figure out maybe I should hide this forehead just so other people don't see this forehead. And like I said before, without that fight, I don't think we get Sokka who she is today in Boruto. Well, probably the third strongest person in the Boruto verse right now, well, with Sadara. And with probably the most underrated fight.
Hold on. You think? Hold on. The third strongest? So who do you have above?
Well.
Hold on. So Toad, Ada, Damon, Boruto, Walky.
I meant the big three. The big three of Sasuke, Naruto. As of right now, she probably is number one over Naruto and Sasuke. We're doing currently because without Naruto without Kurama, it's not the same. Without Sasuke and his Rinnegan, we could flip flop with that. But Sakura, as of right now, is probably top two.
We're downplaying Naruto's Sage mode here. Remember the pain.
Oh my god. Anyway.
Yeah, but he was a non-factor with Sage mode in the Code arc.
Well, he didn't do anything with it. That's just the problem.
Dude, Naruto's Sage mode isn't actually that strong if he doesn't have prep time. Like, if he doesn't have Shadow Clones as extra stocks, it's not that strong.
That doesn't change the strength of it. That changes the duration.
Okay, I agree. And he can't be in it for very long. Well, actually, Wisdom of Sage... What is it? Wisdom of Age buff? That, he does state that makes him be in it longer. Like, that's specifically what that amp is. It's his duration.
Yeah, we don't know.
No, he does say what it is.
Arc, he did have the clones in the Code arc. We just never...
No, I agree. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about in general. Like, throughout Naruto.
Yeah, but pit Sage mode Naruto versus Sakura. Who do you think wins?
I'm gonna choose my girl.
My
Sakura,
mind is going for
Naruto.
Cool.
Same kid's camcam too.
Huh?
Hey, how you doing?
What?
Anyways,
no, I heard mumbling under your. I heard mumbling, but I didn't hear exactly what you said.
I enunciate all of my words perfectly.
Sure, babe.
So, like Cultural was saying, I agree. So, like Sakura, it's like a coming of age story. So Naruto itself is a coming of age story in general, not just for Naruto the character, but for like all like the whole story. It's a coming of age story. So Sakura, we know where she begins. And I guess in retrospect, we know where she ends. But the point is, we see the journey along the way. So it's not just Naruto, it's Sakura as well. And so it's like the middle rough spot to where it's undetermined. She could go any which way because, like, kids are impressionable or adaptable or whatever. And so it's all about seeing how she grows. And that's all on her. So to see the strides and leaps and bounds that she makes is, I think, really cool. It makes her really a strong character.
CC.
agree. I think she's a good character. Like, I don't think the problem. Like,
she's a baddie,
like the hate.
and like lately on Twitter, everybody's been like shitting on her because like I don't know, all the men are still mad that she told Naruto that she loved him, and I'm like, you need to fucking get over it. Like how many years has it been?
I was gonna ask Culture what do you thought about that one actually.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on when Sakura went to the land of snow to tell Naruto that she loved him? Oh no, man, we gonna fight.
Well, hold on. Let's hear what he said.
No, let's hear.
Hold on, I'm trying to remember. That's before or after he had his mental breakdown. Before, right? When he had like a heart attack.
Okay. Yeah, before his panic attack. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't agree with it because like what was the purpose of it? You know what I mean? Like,
well, okay.
we all know she loves Sasuke. I understand she does love Naruto. Yes, I'm not saying that she doesn't, but Naruto took it as like, girl, you know you love Sasuke. You don't love me. And for her to say that, I think she was just trying to have him stop going after Sasuke, especially with him going to invade the Summit Kage.
So why don't you agree with it then?
Maybe it a lot of people took it the wrong way, saying that confessing like she's like in love with him, saying love, like in love and love is two different things, like to me personally. So like if I say I'm in love with this person, that means I'm want more. If we say I love this person, I mean have genuine care for them. So maybe people I didn't take it the wrong way. I think other people took it the wrong way, saying that why is she BSing feelings for Naruto, and he we all know that she has love for Sasuke.
Well, I mean, the point was, why was she doing it? It's a desperate attempt because she wants Naruto. She wants to protect Naruto, is what it is, and he knows that. Like Sai Lily tells her, like, "Yo, Naruto is in love with you. I think his promise to you is what's like wrecking him. He's wrong though. So is Sakura. Naruto wants to do this regardless. Of course, he wants to keep his promise, but he also wants to just do this in general. That's why he does it. And he doesn't care. He also knows Sakura's just lying. But like it's not out of malicious intent. It's like we all know why she did it. She was just wrong. It didn't work. I think that's all I see.
Yeah, so side note, this is all Sai's fault. So anyone blaming Sakura, it's actually go blame Sai instead. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, remember Sai doesn't understand people.
You did just listen to like the guy who doesn't understand emotions.
Yeah. And also like it is a conclusion that a 16, 17-year-old girl would come up with. Like honestly. And I think she was hoping and like I think she knew that Naruto would call her out on her bullshit.
I think she knew it was gonna fail, but it was just like a desperate attempt. Like
yeah, and so like I don't fault her for that. And her and Naruto are like such close friends that I don't think it would like ruin their relationship at all. And like of course it didn't. Didn't care. Yeah.
He was just like, Sakura, I hate when people lie to themselves. Just stop it. And then that was that.
And he was totally honest with her, and I of course I think she appreciated that in the end. And of course now like Naruto is like Sakura's number one supporter,
I think it would have been worse if Naruto did believe it.
Oh yeah.
What if he actually believed it? That would have worked. Sucked.
Yeah.
Like the fact that he didn't believe it is like perfect. It's better that way.
This whole scene is just payoff for the love triangle in the first place, that whole dynamic. Because the entire reason Sakura made the lifetime promise is because she was madly in love with Sasuke, and she knew that Naruto knew that. But she also knew that Naruto loved her. Based on, like, the Gaara fight and, like, just in general, like, freaking episode 2.
Naruto literally tells her, like, 1,000,000 times.
Literally, yeah. They're like, she literally goes with Naruto on a date, like, the night before, basically. So
yeah.
For this very reason, because she's worried about Sasuke. So she doesn't make the lifetime promise to freaking Kiba. She doesn't make it to Shikamaru, the team leader. She makes it to Naruto. You could argue, oh, it's because he's on Team 7. But no, I do think it is because of this love dynamic. And Naruto accepts this. But, like, let's keep in mind.
I also think she also generally thinks that Naruto is the only one who can get to Sasuke, too.
Sure. Like, that's another aspect of it. But, like, I'm specifically, like, isolating this one aspect of it just to like emphasize the importance of this aspect of it, not like ignoring the other aspects, but just focusing on this one aspect, to just isolating it just for this conversation.
I know what you mean.
So,
I know.
yeah. Okay. So, but if you think about this, this is crucial to understanding the dynamic of Naruto chasing after Sasuke. Again, isolating this one specific dynamic to where Naruto knows Sakura loves Sasuke, and Naruto loves Sakura. So Sasuke left. Naruto's competition, his love rival, is gone out of the picture. That's an absolute win for Naruto. Absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
But he loves Sakura, and Sakura loves Sasuke, and Sakura just lost her love. Sakura's gonna be sad. Even though it's going to pain Naruto, it's going to break his heart. He
literally
knows
does.
it.
You can see it
It's
in
gonna
his face.
kill him.
Like,
Literally, yes. You can see the pain in his face as he
basically bites his
smiles
tongue.
and accepts it.
like,
The promise.
like, damn, dude. Like, she loves this guy, but because I love her, I'm gonna help her out, and myself too. But
So Naruto essentially concedes his love to Sakura, essentially sacrificing his own happiness because he's in love with Sakura. He cares more about her happiness than he does his own to any degree. He cares significantly, that much more for Sakura than he does for himself, to the point that he's going to not only reluctantly go after Sasuke, but actively strive to bring him back, even if he has to break his arms and his legs to keep his lifetime promise with Sakura, the person that he loves.
Yeah.
the only thing I'll say, to add on, also not fully to disagree, I think it starts off that way, but in the middle of the Sasuke retrieval, or sorry, the Naruto versus Sasuke fight, I think it evolves beyond the promise, and it gets also to just Naruto, like, in his bond with Sasuke.
Oh, absolutely.
There's also a lot of that. And then that's where Sai was wrong, is because that element is also there. It's not just Sakura.
Yeah, again, so that was just
Naruto.
isolating the
That's
one
why-
dynamic and showing how it progresses throughout the story. But that's not to say other dynamics weren't also progressing at the same time.
Yeah.
It's just ignoring those other dynamics just to focus on how this specific one changes or adapts over time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just because of that one incident, like why I brought it up is just because because of that one incident, people forget like all her important character growth that she goes through, and so like on Twitter, like apparently like nobody likes her, and like everybody's like attacking her character growth because of this one scene, and this happens like every couple of months, and I'm just like,
to me, that's just kind of like.
Well, but that's what goes back to this scene, though, is because all that was set up for this payoff to where, okay, Sakura acknowledges the fact that Naruto is beating himself up, practically killing himself. He's about to have a panic attack, and sure, you could argue that's because of this, but not really. It's because of Sasuke, if we're being real. So,
it's not because of this, but
so Sakura is trying to save Naruto, who is going out of his way to sacrifice his happiness for Sakura. And he's doing that for Sakura. Sakura doesn't want that for him because, whereas obviously, Sakura is still madly in love with Sasuke. She would love for the world nothing more than to have Sasuke back. Sure, Naruto can go get him back. That would make her the happiest girl in the world. But at this point, it's eating up at Naruto, and she doesn't want that. So she's going to take this in her own hands, which is the point of this. It isn't to say, oh, Naruto, let's just go back to Konoha and forget Sasuke. I'm just going to forget about him. We're just going to live happily together forever. Because Sakura knows that's not going to make her happy, and that's not going to make Naruto happy, and Naruto knows that as well. Sakura is essentially, she is lying to him, but they both know that. But like the point of this lie is to say that Naruto, don't follow me. I'm going to go take care of Sasuke myself, and you're not allowed to, like, deal with this anymore. Because I'm going to put it in my own hands.
You need to stop putting yourself at risk for me. I'll put myself at risk for me. Essentially, like,
this
stop
is
doing this
her
for me.
At this point.
Yeah.
And
of course, what she has in the back of her mind is she's going to try to kill Sasuke. The same conclusion Kakashi comes to with Obito. The only way to protect the old Sasuke is by killing the current Sasuke. It's basically what she's come to. Of course, she can't do it.
This also goes back to, like, the dynamic that you first see when Zabuza first appears, to where Sakura feels like she's walking behind these two. Here, Sakura feels like she's trying to catch up and take it into her own responsibility instead of letting these two walk ahead again to fight for her, essentially. Not for her, but, like, you get the idea. Because of her, in a weird sense. So she's trying to just deal with it herself.
I also will say, like, I don't think you're supposed to agree with Sakura here. Like, that's not
Yeah.
the point. The point is just that it's not a big deal. Like,
Oh,
Like,
well,
like
I mean,
people don't need
understand
to
what
like
she
be
did and
as
why.
mad
and that's it.
about it as they still are. Still.
I mean, I think saving Naruto is a good thing. So if
Yeah.
if you hate soccer here, so I guess you just hate Naruto too. Interesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's why.
And you know what? I hate Naruto too because he's wrong because pain.
Gaslighting terrorists, as you call them.
You know what? I was like really like hyping you up, like, yeah, Oodie's right, yeah. Now I'm like, never mind, just kidding, lol.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's gone
Who's
too
that?
far.
We don't know him.
Yeah, he's not part of this podcast. He's just a guest. That for some reason we keep inviting back.
Every single
Speaking of
week.
who's that and guests, Cultural, how you doing? Hey.
What's up, guys?
Oh, Cultural. I wanted to ask. So, what made you want to start your own YouTube channel and do Naruto content or anime in general?
I thought she was about to ask what made you want to come on this podcast.
Okay, calm down.
It's a fair question.
So, my channel first started doing sports content. That's really more of my passion than it's anime. So my first take was like, hey, if people have bad takes on sports and they watch them, why can't they watch me? But at the same time, I started watching other YouTubers do anime content. I was like, man, that looks pretty fun. And I like talking about anime as well too. And I really don't have a lot of friends that really watch anime, so I was like, I want to, find people out there who, enjoy anime as much as I do. So eventually I started doing anime and sports together. Unfortunately, the algorithm was not working for me when it came to sports. It was only working towards the anime. So I think maybe 6 months ago, I did the sacrifice of just deleting all my sports content, making a second channel, and just focusing on anime only. And since then, I've been covering Boruto, Black Clover, Attack on Titan, Chainsaw Man, Blue Lock, a whole bunch of animes. That's why I call myself Culture Universe, because as of right now, anime is a cultural phenomenon right now all over the world. I think right now we could say it's the biggest medium out there besides sports. And with me talking about a bunch of anime, I was like, hey, let's make a universe where I can just talk about anything I really want. And me watching Naruto, it got me back into anime again. Unfortunately, I wasn't making YouTube back then when Naruto was the hottest thing in the world. So, with Boruto being out, I was like, you know what? Let me cover Boruto. Yes, Boruto does have its flaws, but we can say for the past year and a half, it's been on fire. And since I've been covering Boruto, the channel has grown immensely since then. So I decided, I'm gonna start covering more Boruto content since then. I think can't remember who found me, but they say, hey, want to come on my podcast? I was like, sure. I'm always gonna support somebody who wants to support my channel as well too.
That's really awesome. Oh yeah, I don't know what's going on on Oodie's end. But yeah, that's really cool. And yeah, I would definitely say that anime has become a cultural phenomenon, especially since
the pandemic.
The pandemic, yeah. It's become really, really popular. And I also wanted to ask what made you want to start reading manga or anime? Like, how'd you get into it?
It was Attack on Titan that made me start reading manga, because when I saw the teaser, I don't know if you guys remember this, of the end of season 2, they showed a teaser with Eren, Mikasa, and Levi on top of the roof together, and you see everybody just all exhausted, full of blood in their face, and then you see I can't remember exactly. I think Levi punches Eren, and then Mikasa puts a sword to Levi, and then it just ended like that. I was like, I can't wait another goddamn 2-3 years for this. I gotta read the manga. And since then, I just been reading a bunch of mangas.
I don't know how I leave, and every time I come back, we're talking from Naruto to Attack on Titan again. It's like clockwork without fail.
Is there any other manga that you're reading right now?
I'm reading Boruto, Black Clover, One Piece. What else? Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm reading the Bleach right now, the Thousand Blood arc.
That's what's up. Bleach is one of my favorite manga.
Oh, it's amazing. Kagurabachi, I'm reading that. Chainsaw Man, Kaiju number 8. I definitely want to get into Hunter x Hunter soon. Yeah, that's really about it I can think of off the top of my head.
What is your?
Oh yeah, you're reading a lot right now.
Yeah, like if you were to rank these manga that you're reading, which is your like favorite or least favorite, and preferably why?
My favorite would have to be One Piece, just because I started. This will sound crazy. I started watching the anime 2 years ago. Well, it took me about 2.5 years to catch up to One Piece, and then I started reading the manga, and then from there it just took off. And where it's going on right now is just truly amazing. Just the world building that Oda has created for One Piece is probably top tier. Like easily, there's no other anime out there that can go toe to toe when it comes to world building, and I just love that aspect as well. Least favorite. It's kind of tough right now, honestly.
Yeah, which one
Really
do you
enjoy
hate
them.
the most?
Definitely not Bleach.
No. Yeah, I can't. I really gotta think about that. That's a good question.
You said
When
you're
that
reading...
you're like, ugh, like I don't even want to pick this up, but like I guess I'll go ahead and do it.
Yeah, let me think. Cause I'm not gonna lie, it sounds weird. I just really been enjoying it. I'm trying to think of one.
For me right now, that'd probably be JJK season 2, just because I haven't read the manga. I know things that happen, but like even the fact that I've been essentially spoiled just because I live in society, I know a lot of what happens in season 2. And I know the animation and stuff is going to be great, but at this point, I'm not watching for the story because I never was really invested in the story in the first place. I don't like most of the characters.
So invested.
Like the girls in that series aren't the best to me. I don't know what Maki does later on that makes her so goated. Apparently.
Oh yes, patience, man. You gotta have patience.
Okay, and then Nobara, like I just don't care. Like she's not. Oh, she's Sakura done right? No, she's not. She's not even in the manga.
She's not Sakura done right. She's nothing like Sakura. Like I don't like that comparison. They're two totally different people. And I hate when people are like, oh, these characters are Sakura done right. No, they're like their own people. Like calm down.
Like I think she's Sakura done wrong, if anything.
No, they're just their own characters.
Yeah,
like come on now.
I agree. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
And I apparently.
Oh, so I did figure out my dislike. I figured it out.
Okay.
Might be a hot take, I don't know, but it's the final arc of My Hero Academia.
Oh snap!
I just can't get into it. The final war arc.
I don't think anyone here is reading that right now, but I know like the slightest amount of things that are happening. I don't really want to say out loud things, but I know like a relevant character has like got a suit and he's really, really strong now, and that he's fighting one of the main bad guys. And that was like a full-on chapter, and that was cool, but like only like 8 pages long or something, because he's, I don't know, is he sick? Is that what's happening? Is he just,
his body's literally breaking down.
Yeah, because he complained about his shoulder like a few months ago. Like, I forget his exact wording. The phrase was something like, his shoulder is killing him to the point that it's about to fall off or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just crazy that this new generation of mangas they're literally breaking apart.
And well, to be fair,
you got to bother the Black Clover. He couldn't do it anymore weekly. He was like, I cannot do this anymore. I'm gonna have to move this manga to Jump Giga.
To be fair, it's always been like this. It's just being more publicized now because more people are on the internet, more people are connected, including these mangaka. But then also, as time goes on, better business practices in general should probably happen. So just in general, these mangaka are getting more breaks, even if the schedule isn't changing, even if it's just as intense and just as steep and just as physically brutal, demanding, whatever. It's still, they're getting more breaks, more hiatuses, and they're getting more requested time off when they need it. Compared to in the past, we didn't know.
Like Sailor Moon's, yeah.
Yeah, Sailor Moon. Or I was even thinking, bringing it back to Naruto, Kishimoto during the the Pain and Kakuzu arc. I know we've talked about this on the past, where he like slipped, he like herniated his disc. I forget exactly what it was. One of his discs slipped out of place in his spine. He's writing the chapter in the hospital, but as he's writing, he's literally passing out trying to write it. Like, he's literally unable to finish it. He's just sketching in pencil drawings, and his editors have to finish it for him. So he's just unable to finish that arc.
And I know Sailor Moon's like author, she like didn't even want to finish it, and she like she would have to stay late nights at the office, and she just became super depressed. Like she couldn't get any breaks at all, and she's married to Hunter x Hunter's
yes,
and he's struggling right now too, and so you know that's a whole thing. But like there's new volumes coming out with better translations for Sailor Moon, and so a lot of the drawings that were pretty messed up and translations that are pretty messed up are getting fixed now that, you know, she's able to make those changes, because she just was barely functioning, she said, at that point. So, you know.
Yeah.
With Hunter x Hunter, I don't understand why he doesn't have like a big team. Like Hunter x Hunter is one of the biggest mangas in the entire world.
Yeah, well, his wife is helping him out. I know that, but
yeah, his wife is the Sailor Moon lady, ironically. So I will say, to some degree, yes, you don't understand it, and it's a thing to where you'll never understand it, because it is just a difference in Japanese culture compared to American culture that I don't think we'll ever get, even if we go there, unless we live there long term, because we just didn't grow up in that culture. So it's just a completely different world. Like, they have different values, different norms and behaviors that are like intrinsic to their character, because that's their nurture. That's like how they were raised to be. So even if we go over there now, like, we're adults, we would just disagree with stuff or contain or continue on our own norms and behaviors. Even if we would adapt just to live in Japanese society, assuming we live there, we would still be us at our core.
Well, yeah, and they wouldn't even accept us, probably, you know, just because we're so different. So
yeah, that's why we would just adapt to be as similar as possible. But like, that's more like putting on a mask than it is actually truly changing yourself.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Hunter x Hunter's author, he's like can't even sit down to draw. He has to like lay down to draw, I think it is. And he like couldn't use the toilet by himself. It got that bad. I forget exactly, but yeah.
Well, I know. Is it his back that's messed up or something?
I think it is.
Everything.
Yeah. Everything. Oh God. Literally.
Well, like I know, you know, I have a herniated disc in my back, and like, and I know you've had the same issue, Kamui. Like, whenever you're sitting for like long periods of time, I mean, like, you can tell, like, it hurts, like getting back up.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if maybe.
I'm sure.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if that's it. He was just sitting for just super long periods of time that it just tore his back up even more, I wonder.
Okay, really quick, I'm gonna leave and rejoin because I can't hear Kamui. Just realized.
Okay. Oh. Yeah, Oodie's, okay, Oodie rejoined because he couldn't hear you.
That's just one of the silly little walkie-talkie quirks we got going on. Welcome to the podcast.
If Kamui
Every
leaves,
time I
Oodie
switch
can't hear him.
headphones.
Okay.
So what would you say is worse right now, being a mangaka or being an animator?
Right now, I'm gonna say mangaka. Animators are getting
mangaka because it's more one person. Obviously, they have a team, but I think one person is doing more. Whereas for the anime, like, there's leaders, but I think it's more spread out in terms of what each person does.
Yeah.
And I think too, like, being an animator, it also depends on like what studio you're working for and like
for sure
who the director is.
And
because
what the
like
show
if
is.
you're like if you're working for like Studio Ghibli, like I heard like working for Studio Ghibli is like a living hell. Like you can create something and God, what is his name? I can't remember what his name is. Then his
Sauron would remember.
yeah, his name is just like leaving me, and he's like, man, I love all his movies, and he's just like, it will tear you and tear your design into pieces and make you cry and make you leave. So like, I guess it just depends on what studio you work for if you're like an animator.
Yeah.
And then too, like, when you're creating things as an animator, sometimes you have to get things like shipped from other countries. Like, I never realized how hard it was to be an animator until like I watched a bunch of videos on YouTube on how hard it is to be an animator.
Yeah, I didn't know. Some people told me.
Yeah.
So I would, man, like, being an animator, it's like you also have to work with tons of different departments. It's not just animating. It's, you know, you're working for tons and tons of different departments, and you're calling to different countries, asking questions. Like, it's a huge thing. So I'd say probably an animator is probably the hardest, especially working at Mappa right now, or Studio Ghibli. You know, I think Studio Ghibli is coming out with some movies. So yeah.
I would also say, though, it depends on the case of the story, because, like, for example, Kishimoto was the author and the artist. Well, in some stories, there's an author and an artist who are two separate people. That is effectively
like Noragami.
Kind of half the work. One person doesn't need to draw. One person doesn't need to think about writing. They just gotta do one or the other. Whereas if you're doing both, like Kishimoto did, well, that's just harder. You're doing twice the work, essentially.
I believe Kishimoto is able to work at home, whereas obviously if you work at an animation studio, you have to drive or walk or whatever, commute to the studio. So I think also...
Yeah, Kishimoto can do some stuff at home.
Yeah, but that also...
Like, Kishimoto's just...
That does change the schedules in a way to where Kishimoto's, like, 20-hour schedule is essentially the same compared to, like, a 16-hour schedule for an animator, for, like, considering the commute or any of the extra nonsense there. Just all that effort, working at home versus commuting somewhere. So I do think, in a sense, that would be a similar schedule, but I still think the animators in general just have a lighter load, in my opinion. And even then, it's not like, yeah, you get, like, it's bad if you don't meet a deadline, but, like, it's not like the end of the world if you don't meet the deadline. Like, you just don't finish the cut, and then the cut just doesn't get finished, and then they just roll with it, or they give it to someone else.
I don't know, from the videos that I saw, Hayao Miyazaki, that's his name.
Yeah.
Just based on, like, some of the videos that I've seen on how hard it is for animators, like, I don't know, it seems like it's a hot mess. Sometimes.
No, I agree, it is hard, but, like, in recent years especially, the past, like, 5 years or so, they've got tremendous pay increases, they've got tremendous working environment, it's a lot easier. They can use AI now, which makes their job tremendously easier, thank God. And again, like, the work environment, like, they're able to sleep at the office if they want, or, like, they have much better eating conditions. They can literally live where they work if they wanted to. Like, and it's actually
like
pretty...
hell. I would.
No, I understand. I understand.
And live where I work. I'd be like, no, I'm going home. You can't make me live here.
But, like, no, they have, like, really nice, fancy-looking offices. Like, it's actually cool. Okay.
Like, look, during the No, I'm triggered.
Really nice, though.
I'm triggered. Like,
it's the same as working from home. In this case, you're just homing from work.
Oh, okay, look. I work from home most days, right?
Okay, are you triggered from that?
But listen.
Same thing.
Look, my home is set up the way I like it. I don't have to, like, I'm pretty much my own boss most of the time.
What if they can set up the work home the way they like it?
Yeah, well, they can.
I don't have to work for cranky bosses half the time. I don't have to work with other people. Like, it's nice, okay? But, God, where did I want to go from here? I totally forgot. oh, yeah, and then, like, during the pandemic, they told people if you're working from home to, like, separate your workspace from your, like, bedroom, like, so separate from where you sleep and, like, where your workspace is, because it's not good to have both, like, in the same place. And I'm just, like, thinking of, like, you're living in your work, like, that's just, like, no, that's
well, that would make, like, you think Kishimoto is worse then, because that's kind of what he did.
But it's a different part of the office. Like, they have designated rooms for this. Like, it's not, like, the same
like I'm thinking
desk.
of, like, I know. No. I'd rather die.
I just
Oh
don't
my
think
God.
I just don't think you understand like what I like. You'd have to look at it. You'd have to look at it.
No, I've seen because Google also does that, and Google also has like homes, like little like homes on their property, so like people don't have to like commute to go to work. They just like go like little dee da da da.
It just sounds like housing. Like they just give you housing.
Yeah, they give you housing. Yeah. And like that sounds like hell. Again, like no, I don't like. Ew, gross, disgusting. Absolutely not.
I mean, that's separating where you work and where you live, though.
No, you're living on a company's property. Like that's just weird to me. I don't know. I just don't.
But
like
it's
it.
your house. I mean,
Yeah.
they gave it to you.
It's still company property. Like I don't know. It just gives me bad.
It's company
bad
property
juju.
and your property.
It's bad juju.
Bad juju.
It's bad tai chi. You know.
Tai Chi. Okay.
I can't explain it. It's
Cam
just
Cam
weird
getting
vibe.
more Eastern than us with this Tai Chi reference, apparently. So I guess she's just objectively more correct now.
Obviously, duh.
Duh.
Duh. But no, like I just can't imagine like living where you work. Like that sounds like just an endless cycle of like hell.
Hell.
Because then they can like make you work for longer hours. Like
No, they
because they're like,
can't.
well, you live
That's
here,
not how
so
that
you
works.
can work for like 24 hours.
Again,
Like,
that's not how that
No,
works.
that's not the same. They could just do that anyway by that logic.
Yeah.
No, absolutely not. I'll be like, I'm fucking going home, bro.
Did you just not hear what... Okay, yeah, go home to your office next door. If anything, that's less of a commute.
No,
That's less
absolutely
stress.
no.
You don't need a car. You don't need any of the nonsense.
No, sounds like hell. Sorry.
Oh my god.
To me, it would just make working conditions more stressful, not better.
You
It's
make
me,
working
the point I
conditions
would say
worse.
is home would feel less like home, but I think the same applies to if you work from home to an extent. Not to the
Yeah.
same extent, but like to an extent.
Yeah.
Well, it makes work feel less like work when you're working at home. In my opinion.
Yeah.
Because you don't get
I don't
that
know, bro.
other people environment. Like, you're in a familiar environment. You're not leaving to
Yeah.
go somewhere else.
But then if you're working at an office with other people and your boss, and then you just have to walk a couple steps and like.
I mean,
No.
I would never
Like,
pick
at the office.
the work home versus just the home, but
Yeah, because you're a
I
people.
don't think it would.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't pick it, but I don't think it like
I mean,
worse.
again, you haven't seen these homes. They're pretty luxurious.
I mean, the
Yeah.
homes that Google provides also look pretty luxurious, but I don't care. I'd rather chew off my left arm.
I don't care.
I'd rather chew off my left arm.
God.
I know I'm
I mean,
being
I've had
dramatic, but
experience
absolutely not.
With like companies
I know I said
providing
if I
housing before, it sucked. That apartment was awful, but
Yeah.
it wasn't like that bad. Like outside of the fact that the apartment itself was pretty shitty. But I would still prefer like my home.
Yeah. Like a home you pick out and like shit. And it kind of reminds me of like like whenever you stay like at an army base and like provide housing, like no, absolutely not.
Sure, it's like one peg down from owning your own home, I guess, arguably. But it's like a 9 out of 10 compared to a 10 out of 10. Compared to like homelessness, which is like a 0 out of 10. Like, it's leaps and bounds, strides better by miles
Of course,
than
if I
so
had
many other
no
options.
other option, then yeah, I would
No
take a
other
job.
option.
I would go for a job with like housing,
Okay.
right?
I don't know
But
what
if
the
I
houses are
had
like.
a choice, I would rather
Well,
like. Go ahead.
I'll propose to you a possibility. All right, I don't know what the houses are like, but I'll pretend they're a certain way.
Okay.
You have the choice of like a really, really nice, expensive house. It's like 2 stories. It's got beautiful furniture. Everything is just super nice looking, really big and nice, provided by the company, or
Mhm.
some crabby old trashy house that's yours and yours alone. Which do you pick?
Probably the crabby house, just because like the 2-story house, that's too much house to clean. You know, when I'm disabled, like
It's
I
one
can't
story-
clean 2-story houses.
Okay,
You know,
it's 1 story but really nice versus 1 story but really crappy.
I'd probably still go for the crappy house. Like,
Yeah, I'm picking the nice house.
Same,
No.
yeah. I'm choosing that flat screen TV, not the box TV.
I'll go for the look. I go for the box TV. I don't care. Fuck it. You know,
You're a box TV.
your face is a box TV. Your face looks like a box.
Wow. Technically, my face looks like a circle because we're on Discord.
Well, technically, it's a box right now.
Oh crap! It is technically a box.
Losers,
Circle's
sucker.
inside the box.
Oh.
Oh hey, it's I guess it's midnight over there, right?
I was
Oh
gonna ask
my
cultural
god.
something earlier, but I forgot what it was.
Oh,
So that means it's
naruto.
that means it's Oodie's birthday.
It's my birthday.
Happy birthday, Oodie.
Thanks, Cam.
Would you sing happy birthday in Japanese for us?
I just did. Otanjobi omedetou. Gozaimasu.
Yeah.
No, the whole song. Sing it.
You sing it. I just told you the lyrics.
I don't know how it goes.
I that's why I'm saying I just said it.
Well, there might be more to the song than just the same thing over and over again.
Have you never sung
it
the
might go
happy
differently.
birthday song? It's like those two words almost exclusively.
But the happy birthday song might be different in Japanese culture.
Yeah, do they sing it differently?
To my knowledge, I don't think they do.
Oh, so Oodie, how old are you?
25?
Oh my god, you're so old. Wow.
Camcam! Now I can't use my brain developing wrinkles excuse anymore.
No, there's no such thing as brain developing wrinkles.
Your
Remember?
nonsensical excuse.
And now your brain is fully developed today, magically. Congratulations.
Wow.
25.
Yeah.
How does it feel to have a fully developed brain?
I'm officially able to do the smarts.
The smarts. Okay.
Yeah, now he'll
apparently,
no longer say stupid takes anymore.
Yeah, does this mean I'm an adult
Yeah.
now?
or give bad translations.
No, wait, actually, Oodie, what do you think about the pain arc now?
No, it still sucks. If anything,
I
it
guess
sucks
it is.
worse. I'm an older man now. My convictions have deepened.
Oh god.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's gonna have even more hot. Oh, now I remember. Cultural. What do you think your hottest take about Naruto is?
Ooh.
I had one and I forgot what it was the other day, so I don't know if I can answer it, but but what do you think?
Let me hear your guys first, and let me get back to you.
I don't think the pain arc being the worst arc is my hottest take. Well, I think if I said it like that, it would be. I also don't think Itachi is the worst character in fiction is my hottest take. I think it's the moderate is right is my hottest take. I do
don't
think
think
moderate
so.
is objectively
I don't think
correct.
that's a hot take though, because I think
Okay,
I
then
don't
I
think you're
think
the only person in the world that believes it.
that's fair. Okay, I don't know about hot take. In that case, I think more like, okay, the pain arc.
I'm
I
sure,
think
like,
that's like
most,
an undervalued take or like overvalued over what I don't know. Sort of goes back to that
No,
idea,
I
like
think
a
that's
hot
just
take in
like your
terms of that.
strongest opinion. Like that's just like the one you have the most passion for. I
Okay.
don't think that's your hottest take.
Oh, you know what,
think the
Kamui?
pain arc one.
Kamui, I'm gonna ask you. Okay, I know you disagree with me on all three of these, and that's fine. You can continue disagreeing with me. I'm asking you, of these three, which do you think I have the strongest argument for? And which do you think I have the weakest
Well,
argument
it's
for?
definitely not the pain arc one.
Okay.
Uh,
Do you think that's the weakest argument I have?
Yeah, I would.
Between that,
Strongest
Itachi, the
argument
worst in
for-
fiction.
I would say
and then moderate is
Itachi
okay.
being a bad guy.
You think that's what I have the strongest for?
Yeah, because I
Okay.
think you can just simply say the fact that he killed people is bad. I
Yeah.
can't disagree with it.
Alright.
Like, I think you have the best point for. Granted, I don't remember what your point for the pain arc one was.
Really? We've
I think it
we
mostly-
not only did we debate it this stream to some degree, but we've debated for like literally
well, I
5
don't think
hours
we
in
actually
total.
we debated the fact that it's a hot take, not what your actual opinion.
Yeah, I totally remember. I feel like once you start talking about
I think
it,
it had to
tuned
do with
out.
the ending,
Wow.
but
I feel like as I started listening to reggaeton.
Well, to be
when you were
fair, I
discussing
never
it.
cared about the pain arc because I never cared about Jiraiya or his death, and then the pain
Oh,
arc
yeah,
was
that's
too
right. Yeah, I think that-
long, so it was pretty boring to me, personally. It had a lot of good moments, I'll give you that. Like Kakashi versus Pain is really good. Hinata versus Pain is really good. Naruto versus Pain is long, but like Six Tails versus Pain, I love that. Konohamaru taking down a Pain, that's really cool. What other good moments is Pain doing the Shinra Tensei. Pain announcing he's a god was pretty cool as well. Nagato's backstory I think is fine. I like that as well. Is there anything else good in the Pain arc? That might be it.
I think that's a lot.
What is your least favorite aspect of the Pain arc? Well, also, what are you counting as the Pain arc when we say this? Are you going with the entire Prophecy Vengeance thing?
No.
Are you going...
So
where are you starting?
I'm going from Jiraiya leaving the Leaf Village and then like skipping the Itachi stuff and then just going back to Naruto.
Yeah, you're combining the... That's how I always looked at it, like the Jiraiya. Without knowing the arcs, I always kind of thought of it as the Jiraiya stuff through the end of the Naruto versus Pain stuff. Itachi and Sasuke was just in the middle of the arc.
Yeah,
That's
it's
how
like
I always looked at it.
Yeah.
Okay, so now with that in mind, what is your least favorite part of the Pain arc?
Least favorite. Well, I don't know about... I mean, obviously the least favorite would be just the fact that like Naruto and Nagato were both just idiots. And okay, to be fair, hear me out. This isn't just a me thing. A lot of people do have this grievance with Naruto, especially in the war arc, especially against Obito. The fact that his talk no jutsu is in general pretty simple and that Naruto never really develops a strong answer on like the world. Like again, that sounds like the thing that I usually say against Pain, but that's the thing that people say against Obito. Like when Obito, when he's in his Jubito form, he's like, Naruto, tonight's your birthday. And Naruto's like, well, I never give up. Well, people are like, okay, well, you've already said you never give up 1,000,000 times. We wanted to hear you give an actual answer because Obito is actually confronting you in the same way that Pain confronted you here. And you didn't just tell Pain, oh, I never give up. You actually said you didn't have an answer until you eventually did later on of my master believed in me. So you could have said something similar here or gave an actual answer on your perspective or ideology of the world. So I do think that was probably the worst, that aspect.
So, real quick though, you've said before, or at least I think you agreed that like, so this gets into like 7 payoff stuff. But let's use the Momoshiki's Prophecy as the best example. We both really were not pleased with the end of part 1 in terms of the prophecy with Momoshiki. But you don't think that necessarily makes the build-up worse, right? The build-up's good, you just hate the payoff, right?
Yeah.
In that case?
Yeah.
So, in my opinion, I don't think Naruto need to have an answer in the Pain arc. You can definitely have your qualms about him not having an answer, like at the end of Naruto, saying like, this is my answer. But I don't think that would diminish the Pain arc. I think that would just be like an overall Naruto thing.
But he never develops an answer. So even if you want to say he develops an answer later on, first of all, that doesn't affect the Pain arc, but I don't think that really counts.
No, the fact that he doesn't develop an answer later on, I don't think affects the Pain arc.
Yeah, because even if like Momoshiki's prophecy is there, if there's like some second prophecy we don't know of that is actually he does lose everything, it's way worse than we ever imagined. That doesn't negate the fact that he was wrong this one time, and like this time skip was poorly set up and all this other thing.
Well, yeah, the time skip's poorly set up for a lot of reasons besides that.
I do think the Pain arc has a lot of great moments, like Naruto sharing a popsicle stick with Iruka, probably one of the hardest hitting moments in the show. Shikamaru trying to comfort him. Exactly. But I do think it is bogged down by a lot of things. I don't care very much for Sage Mode in general. I think I think Mount Myoboku, we spent too long there. I don't care about frogs as a power-up or transformation in general. I think the Ninetales is much more cool anyways. Beyond that, I think, like we were discussing in the Cloud Ninja podcast Discord server the other night, I don't think the invasion itself makes too much sense. And we don't have to get into that.
Okay.
But
I'm looking for your screenwriter's perspective.
Okay. I think it's too long and too boring. I think
okay.
Too long, too boring. That's
just because it has a
very-
lot of good moments doesn't equate to good build-up. I think the build-up was pretty poor.
The build up to what?
Just this almost like false finale of Naruto versus the leader of the Akatsuki, and then him overcoming the hatred of the village to become the village leader, to where at the end the village supports him. Every villager's on his side.
Why is that a false build-up, though, if Obito reveals himself as quote-unquote Madara before the Pain arc, and Minato mentions the masked man as, like, the real villain in the Pain arc itself?
I see what you're saying, but you also see what I'm saying, that even though Obito's technically the leader, Pain is acting as the leader, like, undisputably. Like, he is, at this moment, the leader of the Akatsuki.
I mean, Pain is the leader of the... I mean, technically speaking, Pain is the leader of the Akatsuki. Obito is just the guy trying to influence Pain.
I mean, if you really want to go with that, then you could say in the Pain arc, okay, well then Obito isn't the leader of the Akatsuki, Zetsu is, and then Madara is from the grave, and then Kaguya is from the grave.
Pain is the leader of the Akatsuki. Obito was just the more long-term threat.
Sure, but like Pain is like
Obito's not the leader of the Akatsuki. He doesn't lead anyone.
He's the head honcho.
Like,
he's the one with the Rinnegan. He's the one that gives all the, I guess, orders, the speeches, the commands. He's acting as the one in charge. And he's the quote-unquote god. Like, at this point, Obito's not described as a god. He's just described as a masked man.
He's never described as a god. Like,
exactly.
Until he becomes the Tento's Jinchuriki, I guess. But
yeah. So if you just remove Obito, because he's not even relevant in this arc or really up to this point in the story anyways, that's more just set up for later. Like Zetsu in the Sasuke retrieval arc at the very end doesn't ruin the Sasuke retrieval arc because, oh, Zetsu's a big bad threat. Like he's not...
Yeah.
like Kaguya doesn't retroactively ruin Sasuke in the Sasuke retrieval arc. The same way that... Yeah, the same way Obito doesn't ruin Pain in the Pain arc. Like he's still what he is in that arc.
I mean, to me, what's important is in the arc, Pain. What does Pain do as the antagonist and villain? And just because he's not the endgame big bad doesn't really matter to me. I'm looking at what he does in that arc. It's the same concept. It's part of the same thing I'm talking about in that Code video I've told you I'm working on here. What happens with Code after the Code arc doesn't negate anything Code did in the Code arc. You gotta look at what he did in the Code arc to discuss Code as an antagonist in the Code arc. Anything happens after it doesn't really matter.
Exactly.
He's not even the antagonist of the Prophecy arc. It literally doesn't matter to what he is in the Code arc.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just looking at it like, what does Pain do? I think Pain does a lot for Naruto. I think I can make a case for Sasuke being the best antagonist, of course. But I think Pain is definitely a top tier contender for best antagonist and best villain in Naruto for a lot of reasons.
But at that
More
point,
than I
don't
feel
think
like listing on this.
I don't think it's fair to say that Pain deserves the recognition or credit for Naruto's change in the Pain arc. He's more so the catalyst. He's the obstacle for Naruto to overcome. He's the reason that conflict exists. But really, Minato...
It's not just that, though. Like, he's the reason Naruto understands how to defeat Sasuke. How to actually stop Sasuke.
Pain is?
He understands that it's not about just beating him in a fight. It's about overcoming his hatred. A lot of that comes down to what he learns in the Pain arc.
I think
Pain.
No, I think he already knew that to some degree.
I don't think so. I don't think Pain teaches him... I mean, Pain is the reason he understands Sasuke, and he's the reason he understands how to defeat Sasuke. It's more than just beating him. He has to overcome his hatred.
I mean,
he understands Sasuke because Bill Pain made him, basically forced him to understand Sasuke by killing Jiraiya and a bunch of other people in the village. He teaches him about the cycle of hatred. He puts Naruto on the spot and says, "What's your answer?" Naruto doesn't have an answer. And I think Naruto never outright says what his answer is, but I think he understands what his answer is, overcoming people's hatred. it's kind of what he does with Sasuke. I think that is his answer, essentially. I think Sasuke, he just shows his answer instead of telling his answer. My opinion, at least.
I mean, in a way, Naruto's always known about the cycle of hatred, though.
He's always, so Naruto's had elements, like, he's, in a sense, always had the answer without knowing the answer. Because Talk no Jutsu actually is the answer, essentially. And he's always had this, but he never knew what the answer was. But I think he understands it better later on because of pain.
But the problem is, first of all, I completely disagree. I think he comes to a worse answer because of pain, if anything. He has a panic attack the very next arc, and then he's compared to Madara in the war arc. Both of those I can equate back to pain.
He doesn't have to be like the one and only character to shape Naruto, like, in the best way. Like, he has multiple. I think the point is multiple people bring him onto the path to success.
I agree.
He needs all of his obstacles essentially to become what he needs to become. All the way from Mizuki to the end, Sasuke.
I agree.
I just think that pain is one of the most important ones. Obviously, Sasuke again is like, as an antagonist, is very important. But
what you're referring to is what's known as an anti-theme. So it's what Naruto can learn from other people's mistakes when he observes the end of their full journey. So, like, for example, Haku and Zabuza, he acknowledges they were wrong, and even now he believes they're wrong, but he still learned from them. The same way he learned from Neji, the same way he learned from Gaara, or I guess from Sasuke at the end of part 1. So these aren't characters like Iruka or Jiraiya or Kakashi where he's learning in a positive way. He's learning in a negative way, but he's using that negativity.
I don't think Pain is Naruto's sensei. So the point is he's an antagonist like all the other ones you just mentioned.
That's not what I was saying, though.
No, but the point... I know, but like the point is... I mean, yeah, they're antagonists. Like, he's not going to learn from them in the same way as Iruka and Jiraiya because... Well, Iruka is his sensei, Jiraiya is his sensei, Kakashi is his sensei, whereas Pain, Neji, Zabuza, everyone else is literally his enemy at the time, where he observes a problem and learns from that, like their mistakes, what they're doing, blah, blah, blah. Same goes for Sasuke. So wouldn't expect it to be the same.
The fact that I can stand here and tell you that I don't think Naruto came to a like objectively correct good answer from the results of the Pain arc tells you that it could have been a better answer and that other answers throughout the series have been better.
What is Naruto never says an answer? What is his different answer throughout the series?
That's what I'm getting at. Is that I think he should have an answer here.
Okay, so now since we obviously agree he never says an answer, but you said that he has different answers, probably because he shows different answers. What different answers does he show that you think are better?
For example, well, not better, but worse. Which, again, I think he reverts as a character. He becomes more like Madara. So he, like, takes the world on himself in order... He doesn't rely or trust on his friends. He instead wants to protect them all himself using his own power when he can't do it.
That's not because of Pain, though.
I think it is.
It has nothing to do with Pain.
Then why do you think he did it?
What? I don't think that Pain made him want to take on the world by himself. Now, you can say, oh, because of the prophecy or something that he learned from in Jiraiya's book and stuff, he thought maybe he needs to do it all. But I could also say it's because of Minato, because Minato said, you'll find the answer. You need a master of the Nine Tails so you can stop the Mass Mariners. I don't think pinning the blame on Pain is fair at all. Because Pain definitely did not make him do that. You could say things that happened in the Pain arc maybe lead him to that direction. But I also can argue it's because of how he wants to take on Sasuke by himself. Something that was set up in the Sasuke retrieval arc heads him on that path. I don't think it's any one thing. I think it's a culmination of multiple factors that leads him to want to do it all himself.
I can see where you're saying that, but on one hand, I think the significance is just completely different. There's a difference between people saying they believe in you or that they trust in you or they have faith in you, like Minato and like Jiraiya, and then actually seeing the results, the physical actions, the end result of what happens when you have that answer. Someone like a Pain, who did achieve a change. He destroyed the village. He killed his master. He killed his sensei. All these different things. He did actually do that, and he succeeded in doing that through his answer.
Mm-hmm.
And so Naruto, he hasn't seen an answer through Minato or Jiraiya. If anything, they've just died, and they believed in him. And so he didn't get to learn or observe an actual answer or outcome to follow. He just told to stay on this right path that he doesn't know the right path of.
I know, because see, this is where I disagree, and I think it's like not paying attention to the Nagato and Naruto conversation enough, because like I understand what you're saying in the sense of like, well, there was no like physical answer in front of him, but I think it's more so the fact that Naruto overcame his hatred of Nagato. He says, I want to kill you, but I won't. Why? Because, he would essentially be proving Nagato right, and he doesn't want to do that, because of everything Nagato told him about the cycle of hatred. I'm not going to do that. I can overcome my hatred and reach a common ground, which means other people should be able to too. What I need to do is help those people do that. Sasuke is his ultimate obstacle. He needs to overcome Sasuke's hatred. By overcoming Sasuke's hatred of all freaking people, it's kind of like a good symbol of like the world's hatred can be overcome. Naruto doesn't have to do it himself. He thinks he does for a while. That's fine. He's wrong. He doesn't need to do it himself. He shouldn't do it himself. But the point is just hatred can be overcome. You can understand each other. Madara is wrong. You can show each other your guts. Like, you can understand each other. Pain was wrong about people not understanding. All the villains are wrong about people not being able to understand each other. I mean, to me, that just is the answer. Like, just come to an understanding.
Well, that's not really what Madara is saying, but
Madara says that. Like, he is
okay,
saying,
but
like,
getting away
people
from
can.
that, so we don't argue on that all night. But again, this is just showing the opposite of what you should do is what Pain does. So yes, so Pain does acknowledge, oh, you've changed me. Yeah, you can overcome hatred. I think he's always known he can overcome hatred. This isn't the first time he did that. Look at Gaara. Look at Zabuza.
Okay, so yeah, so Nagato, that's Naruto when he talked no jutsus in many ways. I mean, he basically takes off their mask and restores their true self. So Nagato, I mean, Jiraiya's book was based off of Nagato. The character Naruto in the book is basically Nagato. He happens to be just like Naruto too, who he's named after. But the book is based off Nagato. Naruto mentions that, like, Nagato was that guy who believed in Naruto's ideals. Naruto, of course, bad things happened. He put on a mask and he said, like, no, it's impossible. He wasn't being Nagato anymore. He was being Pain. He changed his name. It's the same as Obito not being Obito. He's being Madara. He's being Tobi. Nagato's being Pain, not Nagato. Naruto essentially restores Nagato. Someone who believed in the same thing as Naruto, essentially. And I don't see anything wrong with that. It's very typical of Naruto, with a lot of characters.
See, but the problem here is that with the Talk no Jutsu, in this case, unlike other cases, it's pure pathos. It's not logos or ethos. It's just
what was logos about the Naruto and Zabuza one?
What was logos about the Naruto and the fact that he saw Haku when Zabuza didn't. He was able to reflect on that and essentially repeat back Haku's words to him, the words that Haku never told to Zabuza.
What words what are you talking about?
I don't remember. I'd have to go look at it. But Naruto has all these flashbacks to the things that Haku tells him when they're alone. And he uses that to convince Zabuza.
Right now.
You can do that.
I'll go find the chapter and see what you might mean before I say anything further.
Okay. And I don't have it right in front of me. I'm just saying that off the top of my head. So.
That's fine. I'm guessing someone precious to you might be an important chapter.
Yeah, but he probably says that to Zabuza at some point, so it's probably something else. But anyways,
okay, not that chapter. Next chapter.
But
well,
it's
no,
also
I want to see what you say.
It's also
because...
when they're on the bridge, Haku says at the end of one of the episodes, I don't remember, maybe it's episode 13 or 14, that this is like the crossroads of their destiny, and that he'll have to even kill himself as a ninja if he has to in order to protect Zabuza and all these other things.
No,
So
what he says is that he'll take
deepening his resolve.
He doesn't want to kill others, but if it's for the one he served, he's willing to take their lives.
So that's him deepening his conviction, whereas Naruto and Sasuke, they smirk because they themselves deepen their conviction, because now it's a conflicting force. They've both doubled down. They will not change. They know that. They're going to fight until the correct answer is found.
Okay. And that's Naruto versus Pain. They fight, and then to me, okay, Haku is Pain while Nagato is Zabuza. Like, this Naruto doesn't fight Zabuza, he doesn't fight Nagato. He just talks to him. It's kind of like the same thing.
Haku never changes in the end.
Pain never changes in the end. Nagato does. Zabuza does. That's why I'm making this comparison.
Okay, sure.
So
in that case, they're two different characters, though. Like, obviously, Pain changes when Nagato changes.
Well, no,
the difference
okay,
is
so
Pain's
again, no.
defeated. I know what you're
the
saying, but like
Obito
the fact that they're two different characters.
I made the Obito comparison for a reason, though. When I say Nagato became Pain, he essentially became a new person, Pain. Obito became a quote-unquote Madara or Tobi or whoever. It wasn't being Obito. So what the flashbacks Naruto has of Haku. So he says he was devoted to you, and he's just remembering Haku saying, like, when you have someone precious you want to protect, you become truly strong, but you think that's nothing, that he was nothing, you don't feel a thing, and are you really that heartless? He's just remembering basically all the Haku's things, saying how he's willing to do whatever for Zabuza, blah blah blah. He gave his life to you, blah blah blah. He died without any of his dreams, blah blah blah. To die as his tool, that's too much, that's too cruel. And then Zabuza's just like, don't say anything more, and he's crying. And he always knew these things. That's like you said this before. Zabuza always cared about Haku. He always knew Haku was suffering. He put on a mask. Naruto made him take it off. I think it's just ultimately similar to a lot of these other things with Nagato and Pain. It's like Nagato always believed the same thing as Naruto, but he put on a mask because of his wounds, the same as Zabuza. He always cared for Haku. He has a mask he puts on, probably because of how the Blood Mist Village operated. Everybody was a tool, including Zabuza himself. That's why he has this, it's ninja are tools. It's either use or be used. Well, I don't want to be used, so I'm going to use, kind of thing. I don't think it's different.
I think it is because Naruto's telling him...
Too. Like, if you said the Land of Waves is better than the Pain arc, I don't think that's a horrible thing. I think that's a pretty freaking good arc.
It's not just the ending, though, of the Pain arc. It's like the whole arc. It's just boring to me.
Well, I remember I asked you, like
Buddha, who cares?
What you thought the biggest problem of the Pain arc was.
Sure, but there's more than just one problem. It's like death from 1,000 paper cuts.
I mean, again, I do think this is your hottest take for a reason.
That's fair. But, okay, it's more than just that, getting away from the Zabuza thing, because I do think that is a different case, because he's saying it's too much, it's too cruel, implying that there is a limit, like a Logos limit, like a specific in-universe thing that they could both strive towards.
What was the Logos for Gaara?
I knew you were going to do that. I don't care to explain each and every individual case.
Every single one.
I know,
to me,
you are going to. But I don't care to go through every single one, because I want to get to the point. You know, I'm not getting to the point without doing this.
I disagree with your point, though, because
I know, but how are you going to disagree with my point if I don't make my point yet?
You already made the point about the Logos and Ethos thing, or the Logos and Pathos
I haven't
thing.
made the point. I've set up the point.
Okay, well, I just disagree with... I mean, that is
You're disagreeing with the point I haven't made yet.
You
disagree with the
conclusion. You haven't made the argument. and I'm disagreeing with the conclusion.
You're not letting me make the argument. Because, what about the Haku one? What about the Gara one? What about the Saki one? What about the Neji one? What about this other one?
I don't think it's any different.
It
I don't think
is
there's
different.
any more logical appeal.
We could sit here all night going through each and every case, or we could just jump to the end result.
Okay, let's hear. Well, it's no because it doesn't matter what you're. Okay, you can make all the argument you want for why there's no logos in the Naruto and Nagato case, but then I'm just gonna do the same for every other Talk no Jutsu case, meaning we're just gonna come back to the other situations.
You can
anyway.
just disagree, and then we can move on. It'd be that easy. You don't have to go back.
He can't just ever. Both of you can never just disagree and move on.
Exactly. See, you're the problem.
You guys have to argue about it.
Okay, my
point. So both of y'all are the same. You same person, same brain cell.
I'm trying to move on. He's trying to sit here all night going over case by case.
That's what you sound like right now. Okay. So are you ready to move on, darling?
I'm ready to move on to my point, yes.
Okay. Well, okay. Ood, say your point, my darling.
Thank you. Finally. Okay. The point here is that it doesn't have to be Naruto. It could have been Shikamaru saying, oh, it's a drag. He would have been like, oh, I'm going to choose to believe in you too, Shikamaru. It's just anyone in that scenario. It's free.
No.
Listen. Hang on. Kamui, please. Okay. Oh my god. Listen. I'm not done with the point. I'm not done with it. Yeah, if you cut me off there, then yeah, it sounds bad. If you cut me off there.
Let him finish.
Thank you. The point here is that because it's like, oh, it's Naruto in the book. And so it's not actually Naruto, and it's not actually the Naruto that Jiraiya taught. It's a fictitious Naruto, first of all. But hang on, let me finish. So pain is already emotionally charged in this case. Naruto physically defeated him, Naruto came to him, and then Nagato just told him his story and asked him for his answer. Naruto did not give a sufficient answer. He gave a personable answer. His answer was free. He didn't have to give an actually good answer. He just had to give any answer, essentially. Any answer that's good enough. And so, because his answer wasn't good, any other answer of equal value would have been good enough for Pain. Or at least anyone in the same scenario as Naruto. If Sasuke was trained by Jiraiya, if Ino was trained by Jiraiya, and Ino came to confront Nagato and said, and then Nagato told his whole story to Ino, and then Ino said, Jiraiya believes in me, or any other answer, it'd be the same thing. It'd be the same thing. That's what I'm trying to do.
You done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. So, I'm baffled.
It's too free. It's too free.
No. Okay.
It's unearned.
Okay. So explain to me how any of this was. It's like, oh my god, dude, the Naruto and Obito Talk no Jutsu is literally the same, okay?
And people have a problem with that. Okay, listen.
You have a problem with that?
Oh my god. People have a problem with that, yes. The point of the fight and the point of confronting it. Hang on. The point of the fight, the point of the Pain fight, and the point of confronting Nagato was to get the chance to have this ideological battle. But by this point, the fight and confronting him was the earning of winning this ideological battle. He didn't really have to work beyond that. Because everything he's done up until this point is his answer.
No. So, okay. First of all, I think the Naruto Nagato Talk no Jutsu case is incredibly similar to the Naruto and Obito one for a lot of reasons. Okay,
people have problems with it.
Okay, that's fine. So, what Naruto... Okay, it would not have worked with literally anyone else. It's not even just because they're both Jiraiya's students, okay? It's because Naruto at his core was Nagato in... I know there's differences in their personality, but, like, their beliefs system, Naruto is who Nagato once was. The same way that Naruto is who Obito once was. Personality aside, ideology speaking here. They believed similar things. Nagato seeing himself in Naruto and the book. He's never even read this book before, mind you, I don't think. Jiraiya wrote the book after Nagato left. He just wrote it inspired by Nagato. And he's baffled when Naruto quotes the book, and he's like, those words. I'm the one who said those words. This is my ideology. Like, this is me. It's not the fact that it's Naruto. It's that it's me. The same way that Obito's seeing Naruto, when he sees Naruto, all he's seeing is himself. A very similar thing there. But Ino's not going to do the same thing because Ino is not like Naruto. She's not like Nagato. Shikamaru saying white drag is not going to do the same thing. I forgot something else I was going to say. Oh, yeah. So, a big thing with Naruto going to meet Pain is he needs to test something. I feel like you forgot this. He needed to test how he would react to seeing Nagato, the guy he hated to death. Would he be overcome by hatred and seek vengeance? Prove Nagato right. Or would he be able to overcome it? Well, he does overcome it, and he gives Nagato, willing to compromise, your favorite word, with Nagato. Hear Nagato, understand where Nagato's coming from, how he became to be what he is, and go from there. I feel like you're overlooking that.
But up to this point, again, no, I wasn't overlooking because that was in my answer. It was in the physical fight, and then it was in Naruto going to choose to confront Pain. That would include this whole process, not just the decision before he gets to Pain, the entire time when he's confronting Pain, while Pain is telling him his story. That would be included in that part.
Okay, but you don't mention it. You're overlooking because you're not including key details.
I did include that.
Oh yeah, you're mentioning it.
It was just
when
implied.
You don't mention it.
It was just implied.
No, it's not implied. To me, it's implied that you forgot about it because you didn't point out.
I don't know why you think that at all.
Oh, what happened to cultural?
I don't know. We probably talked too long.
Shit. I don't know if he wants to come back. If you let him talk.
I mean,
well, you know, once you two get going, there's no stopping you.
I know. We should have asked him for input, like in the middle of our points or whatever, instead of just continually go back and forth. But whatever. He didn't text me.
Do you want to message him and ask him?
He is offline. He might have just went to bed because it's like late, but I'll message him.
I would have liked to get by.
Oh, and you probably didn't want to interrupt y'all.
Yeah.
Probably. Trippy would have done the same thing.
Yeah. Sorry.
Well. On that note, I'm going to switch headphones in a second and go back to walking.
Okay, let me know when you're good, because I have more.
We know. Don't worry. We know.
It'll be like 1 minute. Well, I guess at this point, I feel like that kind of just ended that.
No, it doesn't. Because it's not even a new point. It's just like going off of my other point from earlier that I just didn't say until I'm saying it now.
That's not what I meant, but yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Okay, sure.
Oh, should I put my potatoes in the oven now is the question.
He's texting me back. He's typing.
You and food.
Cultural universe. Ah!
I feel like you're always eating.
I'm glad I wasn't the only one that knows you. Like you and me.
Well, it would take an hour to cook these. Maybe I'll do one loop and then decide from there. I don't know. I'm trying to decide here. Oh,
yeah,
choices. I guess it really boils down to how late we'll be on.
What'd you say?
That will determine.
He says that I apologize for leaving. I had to get ready for work. I really appreciate everyone for having me and would love to be on again.
Okay.
It's work. What time zone is it?
I have no idea. Maybe he has a night
maybe he
shift.
just works nights.
Yeah.
Yeah, my sister. One of my sisters used to work night shifts as a security guard. She would get home at like 5 o'clock in the morning.
Let's get started now. Oh wait, I'm an idiot. I have leftover potatoes. I don't need to freaking do that.
By the way,
I gotta use those up for...
in the middle, not in the middle, but like at some point during like the soccer discussion, like pretty much the entire podcast, I'm like, man, this would have been a perfect topic to discuss with Jess. Like too late.
What, soccer?
Soccer and like everything basically.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, too late. We'll find something.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll talk on like Zabuza or something. Oh, and Kamui left
There's
anytime.
Kamui.
Yeah. Everyone's
Well,
leaving.
because
Sheesh.
Sour is going to be on for Jeopardy,
Yes.
so he can find something to talk about for
True.
One Piece. Right,
Oh,
Sour? Right,
Sour.
Sour? Because he seemed very apprehensive in coming.
Is Kamui talking?
I don't know.
Yes, you
Yeah,
are.
Can you hear?
I can.
Huh?
Yes, I can.
Can she hear me?
Can you hear Kamui?
Yes, I can.
Okay, everyone can hear
I can
everybody.
hear him.
Perfect.
No, my thing wasn't popping up as green at first, and I was like, hold on. Am I...
Wait, hang on. Oodie, can you hear me?
What? I was like,
You know, Sakura.
I was like,
Oh,
that's not Kamui's voice. That's Udi's voice. What is happening? Why did you do that?
I just wanted to see your reactions.
Wait,
He's
what
such a
happened?
weirdo.
Wait, what did he do?
Don't worry about it.
He was
Did
like,
you-
he's
did
like,
you put
can
on-
you hear me? Can you hear me? And then he goes, Oodie, can you hear me? And I'm like, what? I was like, what are you talking about? I was like, that's not Kamui.
Ha ha, get trolled. Lol, 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 lol.
So
I'm so confused anyway.
Okay, so back
You
to
were saying something about Ino and Sakura.
wait, you know it's Sakura. That was a while ago.
he was
Anyways,
saying, yeah, never mind.
we should have mentioned that
talking? I'm not
tomorrow.
hearing.
Can you not hear us?
Hold on.
Oh my
Well, hold on.
gosh.
I went outside again. I'd say that again.
Are you good, Kamui?
I think so.
I am confusion. I think we're all
Okay.
confusion.
Mental reset. Breathe in. Breathe out. Okay, everyone good?
Okay.
All right, everyone
You know
good.
it's Sakura.
We should have discussed it
What are we
tomorrow. All right,
talking about
moving
first?
on. Okay,
Oodie?
back to pain.
Oodie?
Back to
No,
pain.
no, I just want to hear what you said about Ino and Sakura.
I literally just said it like 4
We should
times.
have
You
talked
should've
about that when Jess was on
I
tomorrow.
haven't heard it. I just want to hear it.
Does he just not
being-
believe us, Camcam? Like, I'm
He's
confused.
whiny. He's being whiny.
He's being
okay,
whiny.
I want to
Kamui.
hear it now.
Oh, okay, Kamui.
You know, I'm gonna go to the
Just
bathroom,
say it.
explain to him in explicit detail what we mean, because we're clearly just not getting through to him this way.
Oh, okay, so the guest we're gonna have tomorrow is Jess, right? The Twitch streamer that Oodie asked to come on.
Yeah.
And he was saying that we should have talked about Sakura and Ino and like Obito with her. That would have been good topics to discuss, basically. What
Is
he
that
was saying.
all he said, or did he actually say something substantial about something?
No, that's all he said. He didn't say anything substantial,
If I
unfortunately.
rewatch this stream, am I gonna think you're a liar?
No, you're not. I promise. I pinky promise.
Okay. I'm not gonna watch this stream.
Because I'm gonna. Because he doesn't want to know. No, he didn't say anything substantial. I promise.
Okay.
I wouldn't lie to you.
I believe you. I don't believe
I mean,
you.
Oodie would lie to you. I wouldn't.
Absolutely. Oodie will gaslight. You know what? Since he's not here, Oodie had the gall to lie to her to explain my take on Genjutsu. He went out of his way to say that I think all Genjutsu requires eye contact, when I obviously don't, given that in our discussion, I used examples of ones that don't have eye contact to differ from Tsukuyomi. He knows I don't believe that, but he said that to make me look dumb, to manipulate Naruto explain into a certain situation or a certain opinion, of which didn't work, because Naruto explained agreed with me anyway about Tsukuyomi.
Loser.
And I'm going, when he joins the podcast, the first thing I'm gonna say is exactly that to Naruto explain. We've already planned it, and Oodie agreed. He's fine with it. I told him I was gonna do it.
Get wrecked, bozo. I'm
It's gonna
telling
be
you, he's
my opening words to that podcast.
telling you, he's gaslighting, gatekeeping girl boss. Telling you.
Yeah, dude. He calls Naruto the gaslighting terrorist. I think he sees himself in Naruto.
He does. At his very core, he sees himself in Naruto. Yeah?
I think he sees himself in Itachi, Pain, Naruto, all the people.
Madara.
No, he doesn't see himself in Madara. That's why he idolizes Madara.
Oh, okay. You know
Because I think Oodie at his core is a good person, but he's not.
But you know what? Oh, he's back. Oh, he's back. Oh, okay. We gotta stop talking about him.
Yeah, let's keep this to ourselves.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, we'll keep it
interesting.
to ourselves. We won't tell.
Oodie.
Man, I can't wait to do the
Hey, what's
timestamps
up?
on this one.
I can't wait.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Do we want to talk about something else for a little bit? Since I'm outside, I'd rather not yell.
I mean, I had one more point, and then just don't yell.
Okay, that's asking a lot of him.
Okay, so this isn't like a new point, but it's something I should have really added on to the old point, but I felt like I was talking for so long, and I kind of just wanted to give you a chance to talk since like podcast. But okay, so the same way.
You were worried about that.
Oh, okay. Actually, that's a good point. I should just. That's a great point. Anyways,
I think I have over the majority of speaking. It's fine. I think there's room for all of you to have more of a chance.
Fair enough. Okay. So, but to add on to my previous point, though, the same way that I think, and even if you disagree, that it would work with anyone in Naruto's situation, similarly, vice versa, even if you disagree with that, I'm sure you'll at least agree with this, because this should be agreeable. Vice versa, this Talk no Jutsu only works against pain, and that is a problem.
Depends on what you mean by this Talk no Jutsu.
So specifically, Naruto's
to me, okay,
yeah,
because to me, I think the book is you're putting more stock into the book than you should, because the point isn't just that Jiraiya wrote a book, it's that the book was just a symbol of what Nagato once was, and Naruto also was a symbol of what Nagato once was, the same as it was for Obito and Naruto. That's why I'm saying it's really the same thing. If Minato happened to write a book inspired by Obito after Obito died, the same thing would have applied. I think you're putting, because obviously, yeah, if Naruto tried to do this on Hidan, it doesn't work because there is no connection. There's no former Hidan that was just like Naruto. It's just not work.
I don't think you should apply it to a character that he can't relate to or that he's never done Talk no Jutsu on. You should just apply this specific Talk no Jutsu answer to Zabuza or Gaara or Obito or someone else he has done Talk no Jutsu on.
Which depends on what you mean by this Talk no Jutsu answer. Because to me, the point is that all of these people, like, specifically, like, Obito is my best example, where it's like he literally was Naruto. Like, the same way Nagato once was Naruto. Like, again, not in personality, but in mindset, ideology. And that's the point. It works on anyone who was once Naruto in ideology, but strayed off of that path. Well, the only two villains that fit that role are Obito and Nagato. Gaara never had the same... Like, he was... You can say he was Naruto in the sense that he accepted love and Naruto restored him, but it had nothing to do with peace and not... that only will apply to Nagato and Obito, because they went the exact same path of being like Naruto in ideology to this piece can't exist, I gotta do a different thing. Madara, you could say, but I don't think Madara was ever like Naruto the same way, so it doesn't really work. So I only think the only good examples are Nagato and Obito. It just doesn't apply to anyone else. It's the same way that Naruto's Talk no Jutsu to Zabuza doesn't apply to Nagato. Doesn't make sense. The whole tool thing is independent of what Nagato's doing.
the same way that a love talk no jutsu for your friends thing only applies really to Gara, doesn't really apply to anyone else because it's just a completely different thing. So I don't think it's fair to say that. Like, it's just each talk no jutsu Naruto has is about a specific thing. It's about their specific mask and wound. So you shouldn't apply other masks and wounds to other people.
Man, you're really trying not to scream. I can tell how, like, whisper talking you're doing because you're outside. It sounds like you're, like, sneaking around out there.
I am trying. Oh, that's right. I forgot that I was going to test out. Well, test. That was so stupid. I was going to do something different today because I live pretty close to the Colby College campus where I used to go to school, as in I live a mile from it. And the lights are, like, the street lights are usually on there. So I was thinking about, like, well, instead of walking my neighborhood, why don't I just walk the risky half mile until I get to the lighted part and then just walk around the campus? Like, at this point, I'm not going to bother trying it, but maybe next time.
Okay, so back to
I
on
started
topic.
laughing because
if we ever did this on like a weekend night, which won't be often because my work schedule, but if we ever did, if people were outside like partying, and I'm just so weird screaming about Naruto with you, it'd be very interesting
like,
to see if we got some other interactions. It would be
Yes.
pretty funny.
Well, that's the whole point of the podcast, almost. Yeah.
Oh, I started laughing because Blue started barking in his sleep. Wasn't laughing at Kamui. My dog's been barking in his sleep lately. He was full on barking.
Yeah. That's funny. So back on topic though, you're using the word apply when that's not the meaning that I'm trying to get to. Not apply, because apply means like specific scenario. So obviously being like, oh, Jiraiya wrote a book about me isn't going to work against Zabuza because that doesn't make sense in that specific context. That's not what I'm getting at though. I'm talking about like the answer to or like the ideological difference, the thematically overcoming the opponent. In this case, what I'm getting at is that Pain's ideology of the cycle of hatred is more significant than Pain. It's above him. And Naruto doesn't overcome the cycle of hatred. He overcomes Nagato, which is below the cycle of hatred. He never overcomes the cycle of hatred.
I disagree. He does overcome. He doesn't say the answer, but he shows the answer of how to overcome the cycle of hatred by overcoming the hatred of his adversary. It's just a simple answer. Just make them stop hating so much, or rather, make them overcome their own hatred. And you could also say that Naruto doesn't like overcome Sasuke's hatred, but rather he helps Sasuke overcome his own hatred. You could look at it that way. I mean, that's actually probably a more meaningful way to look at it, is you need to overcome the hatred in yourself. That's Naruto does with Nagato. He overcomes his hatred of Nagato.
But this is what I'm getting at, though, is that this answer would only apply to Nagato in this case, because Naruto tries this answer of overcoming the cycle of hatred by essentially doing nothing and just bearing the weight of their hatred, and it just doesn't work. Karui's cycle of hatred isn't broken. I feel like I'm whispering now because you're whispering. And like specifically, like he goes to the Raikage expecting this to work because it worked against Nagato, and it doesn't work, and then he has a panic attack. And sure, it's not specifically just because of that, but it's definitely one of the leading reasons that he does have a panic attack. He expected this to work.
Okay, and I agree. Naruto doesn't have the perfect answer yet, but I don't think he needed the perfect answer yet. The point with Nagato isn't that Naruto currently has the perfect answer. It's that he believes that he can eventually get to that end goal. That Naruto can be the bridge to peace in the future. Not right this second, but in the future. That's why he's not like pissed off in the war when Naruto, like there's a war and Naruto hasn't already gotten world peace. The point is, he's got faith in the future now. Just right now to get to our optimistic versus pessimistic point. Naruto has restored Nagato's optimistic view on the future. Like with Naruto and blah blah blah. The point is just that he has a positive look on the future. He believes that the Naruto can
somehow overcome this hatred. Naruto didn't
But
have the
here's
answer for how. He just had to convince him that he could. Why did he do that?
yeah,
Because
I
Nagato
agree.
himself
He
always
can
Nagato at his core always believed the same thing as Naruto. Naruto just restored Nagato. He turned pain back. It's the same thing he does with Obito. It's the same thing he does with Zabuza, not in terms of peace, but in terms of breaking the mask, restoring who Zabuza actually is. Like, essentially, it's just the same thing to me.
he convinced
Gaara, like you
Nagato,
said,
but
Gaara
he didn't
always
actually have the correct
Kankuro.
answer.
Like you said,
Oh
Gaara
my
always
gosh,
loved
Kamui.
Gaara and Kankuro. All he did was just bring that Gaara, essentially. He took off the map.
Yeah, he essentially
And to
just
me-
gaslit Nagato, though.
No, he didn't gaslight him, though.
But here's
Because he
the
does
problem.
overcome Sasuke.
But
He does, okay,
oh my
remove
gosh.
Boruto, Naruto has won. And by the end of Naruto, it does seem as though, like, Naruto achieved that peace. Boruto's a new series. It just changed in the future. In Naruto, Naruto does win. He does overcome Sasuke. He does overcome hatred. Of course, not by himself. Other people are involved. And that's fine. That's another lesson of Naruto. Nagato never argued on Naruto about whether Naruto should do it by himself or not. That's not really a discussion. The point is just whether hatred can be overcome, and it ultimately is by the end of Naruto. No one's showing signs of hatred. in the
But
last
they
chapter.
both already know hatred can be overcome.
That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
It's not can it, it's if it will be. In fact, Naruto himself says this. He says if such a thing as peace exists, he'll achieve it. He doesn't even know if it exists in the first place. So he's chasing after something that he himself doesn't even acknowledge as existing. He's not even
That's
confident in it himself.
I don't think that's a problem.
I think it is, though, because here's the problem with this, is that when he overcomes Nagato, as far as he has overcome the cycle of hatred, but he hasn't actually done that yet.
No, I disagree. Naruto doesn't think he's done it until he overcomes Sasuke. That's why Sasuke's the violent.
No, I agree, but he doesn't think his answer's wrong at this point. Like, he's like, okay, this...
Yeah.
Because, again, it's still an if. After this point, it's still an if.
The only reason Naruto would ever think his answer is wrong is if he never overcame Sasuke. But Naruto firmly believed that he could and he would. And that's why this worked.
No, he
It
believed
works because Naruto does overcome Sasuke's hatred.
he believed he would if it was possible in the first place, but he doesn't know if it's possible. And
But
through
he does
pain,
think,
he still
he
believes it's
doesn't
possible.
know it's possible, but he thinks it's possible.
Yeah,
There's a difference. And
but he
that's all that
always thought
matters.
it was possible.
Exactly.
But nothing's changed then.
What's changed is that Naruto understands the hate cycle of hatred aspect. He understands Sasuke now, and he understands how to overcome Sasuke. He didn't before. Okay, that's a big thing, and that's why he loses in the Sasuke retrieval arc. He never understood Sasuke.
Yes.
He never tried to understand Sasuke, and he never tried to overcome Sasuke's hatred. He gave up midway and just tried to win in a fight. That will never work. That will never overcome Sasuke's hatred. That will never break the cycle of hatred.
But
Pain
this is
essentially, mentally, Naruto at his core does a lot of these things to begin with, but he doesn't fully understand it. He doesn't know it in the back of his mind, and that's why he drops it in the Sasuke fight. That's why he doesn't just do the same thing. It's because he doesn't actually know it. After the pain arc, he actually does. That's why he's able to win against Sasuke. Without the pain arc, Naruto never beat Sasuke. Like narratively, he never overcomes his
narratively,
hatred.
sure.
He could beat him
Well,
in a
without
fight,
any
obviously.
arc, he doesn't
Literally.
narratively overcome Sasuke, I would imagine. I can't think of any arc he could lose and still narratively overcome
Okay,
Sasuke.
but you make it seem like the pain arc is pointless and does nothing and blah blah blah.
I think it does revert his character.
I don't think it reverts. It reverts him in what way?
Well, but here's the problem, though, is because he sees it work against Nagato,
because
he's going to
here's the thing,
continue
here's the
trying
thing.
it against...
But you think he reverts him because he tries to take on the world on his own, right? I
No,
don't think
hang
that's a
on. Oh, I'm
reversion of
trying
his
to
character.
explain I don't know why you keep talking. Kamui, you're outside. Let me talk more. Gosh. Okay, so he sees it works against Nagato, so he, as far as he's aware, it's going to just continue working. As far as he's aware, so he's just gonna try it against the next opponent. Hang on, I'm getting to it. So he tries it against Kamui, and it doesn't work. So now he knows this isn't a foolproof solution. It's not going to work 100% of the time, which means over the course of, like, on a mass scale, over the course of the long term, it's not a solution. It's not the answer to overcoming the cycle of hatred.
Okay, here's my problem is what Naruto did was, the point isn't that Karui's hatred can't be overcome. It was overcome. The point is, the way Naruto tried to do it was deflect the hatred onto himself. Well, that didn't work. But that's not what he did against Nagato. He didn't just deflect Nagato's hatred to Naruto. If he had, that wouldn't have worked. Nagato would have been like, fuck you, bro. That ain't working. That's what he tried to do versus Kamui isn't the same. He didn't actually reach her. He just said, like, take it out on me.
Kamui was uncompromising. Naruto essentially did do the same thing. When Nagato attacked him, he just took it. He didn't attack back. He didn't do anything. It's the same thing against Kamui.
What do you mean? He does attack back on Nagato.
How?
He actually tries to take off Nagato's mask.
I meant a physical attack.
Okay,
what do you mean?
What he didn't do was enact vengeance on Nagato, it's very different because there's no vengeance for Naruto versus Kamui. He has no reason to enact vengeance on Kamui now. He's telling her about the cycle of hatred, and Kamui doesn't care about the cycle of hatred. Why? Because, I mean, not everyone cares about the cycle of hatred problem. Sasuke didn't care for a long time. He only cared about his vengeance. But what he needs to do, what Naruto needed to do, was actually overcome Sasuke's hatred. He doesn't overcome Karui's hatred. He just tells her about the cycle of hatred. Kamui doesn't care.
Yeah.
She still has her hatred. Naruto needs to overcome Karui's hatred. He just doesn't actually do it in the Five Kage Summon arc.
I don't think he does it ever.
Well, evidently, I don't know that he did it, but she did overcome it. But I think the point isn't that Naruto, this is where I think there's a little bit of, like the whole weight on the shoulders thing. Naruto doesn't actually need to overcome their hatred. They need to overcome their own hatred.
I agree. He needs to overcome the world's hatred, not individuals' hatred. So this is the problem, though, is that he didn't overcome the cycle of hatred. He overcame a cycle of hatred. He overcame Nagato's cycle of hatred. That's not the cycle of hatred.
Oh, he also overcame Sasuke's later, the Indrahashra one.
Sure.
And he was a leading figure. Like, Naruto doesn't overcome Karui's hatred on an individual level, but that's not the point. The point is the world does it together in the war arc. You could argue Gaara actually does it for a lot of people, overcomes their hatred of each other, essentially, or rather, he's just like, guys, stop, and they do it. But, like, the point isn't that Naruto has to individually overcome everyone's hatred, but he does make a point. I think he still does what he needed to do. The point isn't for Naruto to do everything. Itachi makes that very apparent. Even if Naruto at one point thinks he needs to handle everything, well, he doesn't. Naruto never told Nagato, like, I will do anything, every single thing all by myself. Not a single other person will be involved ever. Like, I think if Naruto said that, Nagato would be like, I don't know about that, bro. Like, you can let Kakashi do something. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's unrealistic. But Naruto does play a central role in leading people, helping people overcome their own hatred, overcome their own conflicts. That's what Talk no Jutsu is. Like, remember, Naruto isn't like beating up Obito. He's just restoring Obito. He's essentially helping Obito overcome himself. He helps Gaara overcome his own wounds. He just shows them something, tells them something, whatever. He does Talk no Jutsu. And I just don't think there's a problem with the Pain arc to the end of the series. Because to me, Sasuke is like the epitome of what Pain's talking about. He literally says, even if you comprehend Sasuke, or he rather says, until you come to know the same pain, you truly cannot comprehend someone else. And even if you comprehend them, you still may never agree with them. That's the truth. That's why it's useless to chase after Sasuke. That's what he tells Naruto. Because at that point in time, it's pain talking. It's the Yahiko Tendo pain. Nagato is still being pain. Naruto restores Naruto. Nagato at its core believes that you can understand someone and you can come to an agreement. You can reach a common ground, just like Naruto believes. You can overcome their hatred. He does it with Sasuke. To me, like I said, if Naruto didn't beat Sasuke, he didn't overcome Sasuke, then yeah, if he just killed Sasuke and that was the ending, I would say you're right. The pain arc doesn't really work. But that's not what happens. Because it ends with Sasuke the way it does, I think it works perfectly. The Sasuke thing, Sasuke basically is the cycle of hatred. Like, and by overcoming Sasuke, he's essentially proven his point.
I think what he learns from Nagato in order to overcome Sasuke narratively is, first of all, he learns to understand him because he lost Jiraiya the same way that Sasuke lost people, so he's able to understand that aspect because Naruto had nothing from the start, as Sasuke says in their first fight. But also, also the fact that I don't think the cycle of hatred really matters here, because whereas Sasuke is a cycle of hatred, no, we're still, doing our thing. Welcome back, though.
See, what Nagato's talking about, the cycle of hatred, isn't the Indra Ashura thing. The Indra Ashura thing is just like an example of what Nagato's talking about.
Yeah, I know. It's not the Indra Ashura thing. It's just in general. Naruto has pretty much always known that Sasuke is a reflection or like a victim and embodiment of the world. He's doing this because the world itself, and he's always been fighting against the world ever since Zabuza and Haku.
Yeah, but I don't think Naruto, even if you could say like he does things that work in that sense, Naruto never actually understood that. He doesn't like mentally think like Sasuke is the epitome of what the world's, the problems of the world, the hatred of the world, blah blah blah. These are things that he and Kakashi kind of like reflect on in the Five Kage-sama arc. Like, I don't think Naruto understands that during the Land of Waves.
I think he understands that in the Five Kage-sama arc along with Kakashi. Do you think that's because of pain?
Without pain, I don't think Naruto understands this properly.
Yes, that's where we just disagree.
Like, obviously, if someone else did it, in Pain's place, this would be fine. But I do think Pain was the perfect person for it, though, with the Nagato, Naruto, Yahiko comparisons.
Even like the Pain arc helps the audience understand. Helps the world building
and that's
of
Naruto. A good point.
Media literacy.
So in this case, what Naruto learns, the audience learns. This is a message to the audience too.
Yeah.
Like,
of course.
I think that all the same things apply to the audience here too. We understand why. I mean, granted, Sasuke points out the difference in the Sasuke retrieval arc, but the audience losing Jiraiya helps understand Sasuke too. Essentially, like most people, I know Oodie, you don't like Jiraiya, but a lot of people like Jiraiya. A lot of people felt it when Jiraiya died. And so to us, it's like we also felt Sasuke's pain because we lost Jiraiya. I think that actually is intentionally there too.
Yeah, no, I've seen all the reactions on YouTube. Lots of people cry. And then, it's really actually pretty controversial, I think. Half the people cry, half the people don't care at all.
Like Jiraiya's, especially Jiraiya's, dub voice actor. He was my favorite. Like, he said...
Jiraiya and the guy in the dub are really good. I love it.
Yeah. And so, I really liked him. And, and he made Jiraiya, really personable. And so, I think that's why, in the dub, his death hit me more. And then I watched the sub later, and I'm like, it's still sad, but in the dub, it hits you more.
Okay.
So,
Fair enough.
I also think when it comes to the Jiraiya thing, I do think for the people that didn't get hit as hard, I think part of that comes to the fact that Jiraiya just isn't actually there for Naruto's life for the first 12 years. It's just not there until the Chunin exams, which is that's when Kishimoto invented him. But
he's
reflecting,
he's just the flighty uncle.
I think that annoys people. I think people are annoyed. Sorry, would you say camcam?
My mouth is full now, so go ahead.
I had a delay
for me. Like, anyway, I'm going outside. So I didn't actually hear. But, anyway, I think a lot of people like, for some, Oodie, you have different reasons for disliking Jiraiya, but I know for a lot of people, though, it's just like, where was he the first 12 years? You know, he doesn't care, blah, blah, blah. He's not actually a good parent. He's not a good father figure, blah, blah, blah. I mean, that's a fair point. You know, why didn't he do something sooner? Okay, fair criticism. But once he did get into Naruto's life, he obviously impacted Naruto. Like, Naruto liked Jiraiya. They bonded, okay? Jiraiya's generally a likable person. But that aside, in
a bit
canon,
of a creeper,
Naruto
but he
cares
is
a lot about
likable.
Jiraiya. So,
He has empathetic traits. Not very likable though, in my opinion.
well, I guess, I mean, like, you could argue that it's not, like, Jiraiya being a creepy pervert in real life is not, like, a likable thing. But, like,
I mean, don't
in
we
the
all
show,
have
it's
the
kind of
creepy
funny.
uncle
Well,
in the
here,
family?
I'm still sharing my screen, right? I'm not here. Let me share my screen. There's,
sorry, I'm not
I
looking.
have likable traits. Like, objectively likable traits. Let me
So,
pull it
like,
up.
to give it, have you guys seen Family Guy?
No.
Okay. So, there's a character named Herbert, anyway, who is just a
Oh
really
my
creepy
God.
pervert. But a lot of people think it's hilarious. Like, it's funny, like, they like the Herbert being a pervert scenes, even though in, like, real life, you would not want to be around this dude. It's just, it's comical in the story. And with Jiraiya, it's the same thing, where they just make it funny, even though it's, like, objectively weird. It's just still kind of funny. The same way that Might Guy, like, when he's being weird, it's like, yeah, somebody's walking around that orange jumpsuit is freaking weird, but like, in the show, it's fucking hilarious, like, all the things that he does. It just, I think Kishimoto did it in a way that was, Kishimoto could have done it in a way that makes you go like, oh, I don't like this guy, but he did it in a way where most people find it funny. Partly probably because everyone, like, craps on Jiraiya. He always,
except that
like,
one
he
moment
gets, like,
in, like,
he
the
obviously
anime.
fails.
In
It's
the
always
dub.
just like, he's like,
Oof.
huh?
Except that one moment in the anime and the dub with Naruto, where, like, they're swimming. I think you know which scene I'm talking about.
Oh, when he's like, research, yes, research.
Oh no, the other one
Ow.
where he's talking about
Tight.
Naruto's body.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
not
where
repeating it. It's too creepy.
Mhm.
I don't know. Well, anyway,
And like, no, that was too far. I don't know what the
I
dub
don't
was
remember word
thinking
for word
with
what you're
that.
talking about. But the
I'll
point,
post
though,
it
is
in
just
chat.
that Jiraiya always just gets, like, he epically fails every time. And it's funny because he fails. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they could have done it in a way where he, like, is a creepy pedophile who, like, succeeds. And you'd be like, oh, I hate this dude. But because he, like, so epically fails, it's funny. Like, it makes people like him at the end of the day.
No,
Like, a
I
lot of people
understand.
love
That
it.
is one of the empathetic traits, but you need multiple empathetic traits. Typically in movies, you aim for at least 6 of these, I think. But like typically 7, 8, 9 realistically is the standard nowadays. So I have these pulled up, and you could argue technicalities for some of these, but like realistically, I'll just tell you like screenwriting wise, which of these actually do and don't apply. And you can just compare it to other characters to see that, yeah, okay, it's technically true, but like not realistically in universe from the audience perspective. So skilled, no, Jiraiya isn't very skilled. Plain nice.
Well, okay.
Again,
Yeah,
technically he's
his
like the
jutsu
dunce.
is like really cool. I feel like because
Well, maybe it's what I mean by skill, because he starts off not very skilled, but like he's highly respected as a skilled ninja later
See,
on.
I knew
like,
you're gonna do these
he's very good at
technicalities.
stealing jutsu. No, it's also, but he is skilled.
But
As
he's
an
the
adult, he's a very
failure.
skilled
He
ninja.
acknowledges it at his death. So even later on,
That's not a skill. That's not a skill thing.
he's
not
skilled.
reflecting on his skills, like as a ninja. Like just because Kakashi fails to do a lot of things, he's still one of the most skilled ninjas.
He
in the
isn't
series.
a skilled ninja. He's a powerful ninja. Comparing it to Kakashi, Kakashi is skilled.
So is Jiraiya. Jiraiya is very
Kaguya
skilled at a
isn't
lot of
skilled. Ishiki isn't
But Jiraiya
skilled.
But Jiraiya is skilled. He's very skilled with
He's
stealing
not
jutsu,
skilled compared to
espionage tactics.
actually skilled characters in the show. Like Aruka's
Yes, he
skilled.
is. He's just skilled at. He's skilled at certain things.
Yeah,
Jiraiya
Aruka's
isn't
skilled.
the most skilled at every single category, and that's fine.
Okay,
The same way that
everybody. Okay, he's skilled at walking and he's skilled at talking. I'm talking about actual
That's-
skills,
that's-
Kamui.
Okay,
It's
yeah, you're ignoring what I'm saying,
technicalities. You're ignoring what I'm
Jiraiya's
saying. The
really skilled-
screenwriter.
No, but
No, but that's stupid because Jiraiya's very skilled at certain ninja things. For example, espionage, one of his skills, or all this various wacky summoning
what
things
is it
with
called?
toads.
He got
or
caught.
his
Interrogation.
jutsu.
I don't think
Like,
summoning
he
is really a
skilled at
skill.
things.
I wouldn't consider that a skill.
I mean, I think Jiraiya is skilled. He's goofy, but he's still skilled.
They have to call it out, though. They don't call it out. He's not skilled at anything notable.
Yeah, they comment his skill in Sage Jutsu. He's one of the best at
He's
it.
imperfect.
Okay,
He's actually one of
But
the
he's
worst
still
at
one
it
of
of all the Sage
okay,
Jutsus we know.
To be fair,
No, he's not. Fukasaku says he's
to
one
be
of
fair,
the
when
best
I
at
hear power scalers talk about like, well, this character's great at this, and this character is the best at that, and this character like goes at the speed of lightning. All of these things are not pointed out in the story. You have to go look in books to go find this information. So to me, that's like not a good excuse. That's like,
What, power scalers and debates? I'm talking about screenwriting.
I know, but that's what I mean. Is like.
Fukasaku
It's like the same
says
thing.
in
It's like
the
the same
manga,
Okay,
Jiraiya is
and
one
I'm
of the
not
best
trying
at
to
Sage
debate this because these aren't arguable. These are psychology. I'm telling you which of these apply to Jiraiya in the sense of we will like him because it applies to Jiraiya. Jiraiya can be technically skilled, but we don't like him because he's technically skilled at anything.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay.
I thought you meant
Wait, I don't
the
think-
powers have to be pointed out in the story.
I mean,
That's what they
I
have.
mean,
Why
okay.
I brought this up in the
Here's
first
what I'll
place.
say. I'll say this
Because
much.
we were
I don't
talking about
think
the
anybody
specific
likes
jutsu.
Jiraiya because they're like, oh, he's so skilled. That's why I like him. No, that's not why they like Jiraiya. But I do think he's skilled.
I know,
Like-
but again, there's 9 of these. We've covered 1. Let's go through the rest of these. Okay.
I mean,
And
I like Jiraiya because he's a dilf, you know.
And I'm not going to
That's my main
be
point.
too harsh, and I'm not going to be
Is-
too
is
generous. I'm
being
just
a
going to
dilf
tell
on
you
the
how it
list?
is. It's not on the list. So 2,
'Cause it
play
should be.
nice. This does apply to Jiraiya.
Loved
He
by
has a good
others.
heart.
I think that's being a dilf.
Okay.
So yeah, there's another one.
What's this obsessed?
Do you guys not care about this? Because we could just not talk
I'm
about
not-
this if you guys
no.
don't care.
No, I'm
No, I
being
agree.
Okay,
serious.
okay.
If the audience like wants to, you know what I mean? It's character sympathy. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That's why girls love Gojo.
Cam, you're the most like
Yeah.
Jiraiya out of all of us here. How does that make you feel?
I mean, I'm fine with it. Whatever.
Okay, so yes, he is just plain nice. He has a nice heart. He does a lot of good things. He's on the good guy side. Unlike a character like
He's loved by
Kawaki
others.
or Sasuke.
I think we can agree.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Obsessed? Not really.
Obsessed
Sure,
is
you
an
can-
interesting word because he's
Yeah.
definitely obsessed with certain things. But
No, he
Yeah.
is, but like he's not like Naruto who's obsessed, or like specifically like Sasuke who's obsessed over Itachi. Like there's nothing you
Well,
can.
I mean,
He doesn't want to
pinpoint
become
really.
Jiraiya's obsessed
Hokage.
over
Like
women.
he's getting the opportunity to become Hokage.
Okay, he is obsessed
passes
over
it
one.
up.
You could say that, but that doesn't really apply here because there's
it
another
doesn't,
one of these.
it
that
doesn't
applies
really
in a
work
way.
with the description. Like we like relentless people pursuing a clear goal. I don't think Jiraiya
Yeah.
has like a clear goal with women. Like
Yeah.
he's obsessed with women, but it's not like
He's
a
just
clear
playboy,
goal.
you know?
Like it's
He
like
likes to flirt.
yeah,
So
like,
he's traveling
the
the
title
world
of the thing.
and yeah, he's more like freeform. He doesn't want to be Hokage. He doesn't want to be tied down to anything. Even Tsunade.
Yeah.
Even though he loves Tsunade, he doesn't really want to be tied down to her in a way because he wants to be more.
Yeah,
of a
I would
loose
say
spirit.
me playing like funny, the title 3 obsessed, I would say yes, but the actual description of the category, I would say no. I don't think that's like a Jiraiya thing. I mean, you can say he has like goals, like to fulfill his prophecy. I don't think it was the same as like Naruto
Yeah.
becoming Hokage
Well,
or
yeah,
Sasuke
but
getting
that's
it. It's like, I'll agree.
that's one of the difference though is that this almost exclusively applies to the introduction of a character. So like this doesn't really apply to later on, even though it does based on some of these. But like if he's obsessed, like if Naruto is obsessed over stopping Karui's hatred, you're not gonna like Naruto because of that. Like you like Naruto because in episode 1 he declares he wants to be Hokage and he's
Well, I
obsessed
mean,
over that.
Okay, but like for some people, they didn't really care for Sasuke until he became obsessed with destroying the Leaf Village. That's a real thing I've heard people say. So I don't think it's always the case. It can be like mid-story too. It's also just written well.
Okay.
The execution.
So
I guess.
of these first 3, one of these applied to him, just plain nice. He's not skilled and he's not obsessed, but working hard, he does do this. So yes. So he's 2 for 4 right now. He definitely does work hard. Even though he's not skilled, he works hard. So that's where this technicality comes in. Oh, he works hard, so he's skilled.
Okay.
Well, no, he's not skilled, but
Okay.
he does work hard. It's like Rock Lee.
I think
Rock Lee
he's
isn't
loved by
well.
others.
He's a genius in taijutsu, but like, you know what I mean.
No, Rock Lee's hardworking. Like,
Yeah, it's like the same idea there.
yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think
Oh,
Jiraiya
sorry.
counts as being loved by others. I think like Jiraiya is very well liked by others.
Specifically, I would
Like,
compare
obviously, there's like
Go ahead.
I was gonna say like obviously there's a certain extent of like like the perviness like memes of people like like you pervert like but like the average ninja likes Jiraiya. They like if they know him they like him.
Yeah, he can be like free
I would
form
say
or whatever,
Jiraiya
but
gets
he's still hardworking. Like he's the Sanin.
And
He's one of the
and
legendary
I think
shinobi.
he's like the epitome of like a dude's dude. You know?
Yeah, and it takes a lot of
Kinda
hard
like a
work
man's
to
man.
like develop the Rasengan and all these other techniques.
Like
Develop
brave,
chakra control.
assertive.
He also went from like a pretty mediocre ninja to like a very good ninja.
Yeah, again, especially because he's not skilled, the fact that he worked as hard as he did to become as legendary as he is a testament to how hardworking he is. So he absolutely is
Yeah,
hardworking.
I guess what you could say is Jiraiya wasn't naturally skilled, but like he definitely developed skills like later.
Okay, he develops those, but like not really.
Yeah, and I mean, and that's why he says like he likes working with people
Granted,
like Naruto,
according to
who
Jiraiya,
aren't
he was
naturally
always good
skilled,
at
you know.
the transparency jutsu with spying on women. So maybe he was naturally skilled at spying.
Okay.
But he always was good at that one skill.
But again, I'll clarify here, comparing it to other characters. Just because he's free form or like loose spirited or whatever, that doesn't mean he's not hardworking. Because compared to a character like Kiba, who is practically the same way, Kiba is not hardworking though. That's like the difference here.
I thought he was
at
hardworking
least
for
early
like a
on.
little bit.
I mean,
Again,
he's
going
had
to the
moments of
introduction, he's not really hardworking.
Yeah.
He's not introduced as like, oh, he's the hardworking guy. He's introduced as, oh, he's one of the like the most strongest kids in the rookie nine. Like they're hyping him up. Like he was always really good. He was not Sasuke good, but he was always like close. Like that's kind of like how he's portrayed.
In fact,
in
he's
his
almost
fight
like
with
a
Naruto.
Neji who wants to become Hokage. He's like a natural genius talent, whatever, and he doesn't want to work hard to become Hokage just to rub it in Naruto's face that he can do it, but Naruto can't, despite Naruto's hard work.
Yeah. I mean, to an extent, actually, the Kiba becoming Hokage thing was first introduced for that exact reason. It was like you think you can become Hokage? Like, I got news for you. I'm gonna do it instead. Like, it was literally to rub it in Naruto's face. They just kind of kept it going later.
Boys
As a
are the
meme.
worst, man.
Okay, so next trait, loved by others. Actually, this does apply to him, even though it's kind of
That's
weird
what I
because it's
said.
indirectly. So it's not the DILF. It's because of his status mainly, because like
Can
characters
you say
like
that again? That was funny to
shut
hear you
up,
say.
shut up, shut up, shut up. Characters like
I don't think it's just his status, though. I think the people that
No,
got
it's
to know
not.
Jiraiya, like Tsunade, Kakashi, Naruto, they really like Jiraiya once they got to him, too.
no, I agree, but like compared
It's
to a
not like
character like
Orochimaru.
Naruto.
When
though.
people got to know Orochimaru, they didn't really like him anymore. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
Well,
it's not
and then,
really his
like,
direct
if he were to
companions,
become
though.
Hokage, if he were to take in that position, I don't think anybody would be mad about it.
yeah, they all wanted him to do it. He just didn't want it.
Yeah, he's like, fuck that shit.
I think Jiraiya.
I don't blame him.
Would,
I would have said no
I
too.
would say he's loved by others. Is he like?
He's respected by others, but like compare it to someone like Asuma, he's loved by Kakashi, Guy, Kurenai, who's like actually in his class.
They
He's not
love
really
Jiraiya
loved
too.
in
Kakashi
the
at
same
least
way.
got to know him. Anyone who got to know Jiraiya. I don't think it's fair to say like Gaara doesn't love Jiraiya. Well, Gaara doesn't love Asuma either. He didn't get to know him. The point is, they have to get to know him to really address them.
But like
It's-
Jiraiya's not really in the village to be loved in the first place.
But for
But
those
he's
he
known
is
as like
known
the
by-
legendary Sani,
but-
right?
But the point is, for those who do know him, they love him. Like
like I'm
you know what I
sure
mean? Like,
he has tons
he's
of
got like a
war buddies,
99%
you know.
success rate or something. Like if you know him, they love you, kind of thing. Like I would say that counts. He
Oh
doesn't
my
have to
god,
be the
is
most
Jiraiya
loved.
a himbo?
He is. You know what?
Jiraiya is a himbo.
You know, I don't even know why I'm arguing this point because I literally agree with you. He is loved by others,
Yeah.
so it doesn't even matter.
There we go.
Courage.
Stupid.
Okay.
This
People
is one
with
of his
guts, I
stronger
think-
points, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think we can all agree. Like that's literally his dying message.
Yeah, so these three and this one, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, out of 6. I could just look this. Out of 6, he's 4 out of 6 right now. That's pretty good.
Well, you said that. How many does he need?
Usually it's 6 out of 9 bare minimum, but like nowadays it is more like 7 or 8 out of 9 bare minimum. Usually,
well,
like,
let's just we'll start with 6. So we said courage, loved by others, hardworking, playing nice is definitive ones. Okay, those 4.
So in danger,
I'm already looking at number 9. I think we got that one.
Yeah,
from the
yeah,
bag,
exactly,
so it's
exactly.
really
Heroine in danger.
it's really the next 2. I can't really.
I guess
see
I wouldn't
these.
So
apply to him.
hardworking, courage, and funny are like the 3 main traits that stand out with Jiraiya. Like I'm sure we can all agree with that.
Yeah.
I think playing nice too. I mean, yeah.
You can argue, but like, yeah.
Either
I mean,
way,
he's
okay.
not super like nice. I wouldn't classify him as like a nice guy.
Like Hinata's just plain nice.
Yeah, she's she's
Okay,
like
I'll go ahead
a
and say number
she's like a
7's not gonna
doormat.
work
She's not
for
nice. She's
Jiraiya.
a doormat.
Okay, well Jiraiya threatens to kill Tsunade. He like pushes Naruto off a cliff. Oh, it's tough love. Okay, well it's still tough. It's not nice.
Yeah, I'm telling you, he's
Nice.
like the yeah, he's not nice.
I think we could skip over in danger. He's definitely not a heroine in danger. Catching our sympathy.
Okay, well I'm
Yeah,
glad you're
it's not
saying
like
that
he was
because again,
kidnapped.
the argument
He
here is
went to the-
pain, but like.
No.
Well,
that isn't-
and
but
he went to the
also-
lion's den on his own.
Yeah,
So,
well,
like,
it's
you know.
beyond that. He's also does espionage looking into the Akatsuki, but we never really see that, so that doesn't really apply. Like, if you remember, one of my, not rewrites, but like how I wished the anime handled the Code arc is showing like Code and Ada's little like scenes or whatever from Sasuke's perspective because we know he was there. And so if he was there, that builds tension. Sasuke's in danger. We like Sasuke in this case. The same way that we like Sasuke when we watch Jigen and the Ten Tails. But Sasuke's there.
Yeah.
He's in danger. We are empathetic with his character at this point.
So, unfair injury is not going to apply to Jiraiya either, really. I
No.
don't think he was really wounded by injustice. So I think this really boils down to how you want to get granular with the skill and obsessed one. I guess mainly the skill one, but I mean, at the same time though, let's look at Rock Lee.
I mean, I said he's.
Well, I guess we're
he's
going with plain
skilled.
nice. I guess he has obsessed in that case.
You can argue Rock
What
Lee
about
does have
Neji?
skill in taijutsu because he's considered a genius. And like his first
Yeah, but then at
introduction
that
to
point-
us is he is pretty skilled in taijutsu. If you want to consider that.
I mean, he beat Sasuke basically.
But he is like
Yeah,
literally the loser or whatever.
But at the same time, our introduction to Jiraiya isn't that he's the unskilled loser. It's we're only seeing how cool and amazing he is. We learn the unskilled part later on.
Okay, fair enough, fair
So-
enough. That's fair.
So by that logic, I'd have to give Jiraiya the skilled one.
Alright, so we don't have to.
and
Yeah,
actually,
I
you're the
was
one who
just.
said the
This one
introduction
is
point.
debatable for Lee. This is debatable for
You
Lee.
did say the introduction point is the most important, so
Yeah.
I think Jiraiya is barely making it on this 6 scale. Personally, I'm gonna give him the skill one, and I'm saying he barely gets 6 out of 9. He definitely doesn't get the other 3. He definitely is not the unfair injury in danger, or obsessed one.
But like a lot of these, the point is that they're so debatable. We look how long we went through this with Jiraiya. We go through this in a jiffy with Lee. He's skilled. Okay, that's an arguable one. Is he
Yeah,
playing nice?
I agree, like-
Absolutely. Is he obsessed? No doubt.
Yeah.
Hardworking. Moving on. Loved by others. Yup. Courage. Absolutely. And then we get like to
Is he
these.
funny?
two,
Absolutely.
arguably.
Like
Yeah, funny.
I'm
Absolutely.
not gonna say the in danger
So,
one.
yeah.
Unfair injury. That's tricky.
Yeah,
because it's
right?
unfair that he doesn't have the ability to do ninjutsu, but it's also like he wasn't like. I guess the injustice is people bullying him. I guess, but
Well, I think it was isn't his injury like with Gara? Because like
Yeah. It is.
yeah,
But...
that would be the unfair injury.
I don't know.
that is early enough in his character arc to consider that. So yeah, I would consider that an unfair injury.
I guess.
That said,
Oh my god, I
I
feel
mean, I'm fine
so
with giving Lee
smart.
8 out of 10.
but again, like other instances of the
What do you
unfair
mean?
injury just in other movies would be like what is it, Soul Surfer, where the girl is like bit by the shark at the beginning of the movie, and like the rest of the movie is like a underdog story or comeback story, redemption story where
Yeah.
she learns to surf better and wins a competition in the end, whatever. Yeah, so she didn't do anything to get that unfair injury, but that's why we root for her. That's why we like her, why we're sympathetic with her character. Similarly, even though you guys might have not remember it, but like Rick is shot in episode 1 of The Walking Dead season 1.
Mm-hmm.
That's an unfair injury. He's a cop, first of all, which is like courageous and arguably hardworking. He's loved by others because he has a family. We learned that in his speech with Shane at the beginning. He's obsessed with his family. He's just plain nice. We get all these. He's a skilled cop. We get all these in his introduction, as well as unfair injury, as well as in danger. So I think all of these, except for arguably funny, but like I think we get funny as well, just not really.
Okay.
For
So now I'm curious.
Rick
Let's
in
take
introduction.
Neji then. Let's look at someone like Neji. He's definitely got skill. His introduction, I'm not giving him plain nice for his introduction.
No. Well, we don't.
Obsessed is
We're not
tricky.
meant to feel sympathetic for this. So this is really only applies to like heroes, not all characters, because you can do the same thing with villains, but like vice versa. But it's not these like diametrically opposite. It's like different values.
Is it okay? This is well. I mean, but at the same time, I think the character sympathy applies because a lot of villains have the unfair injury. They're usually, I guess, they have guts for their villainous stuff. Loved by others, maybe depends. They're definitely hardworking for the villainous stuff. They're probably obsessed with their villainous goal. They're probably skilled. They might be funny. So I mean, you might be able to make it work. Let's just go with the. Let's just assume that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I mean,
maybe
technically,
you can definitely do it. Yeah.
Technically, you
You're
can do
probably
the same
gonna be on the
thing
low
for like
end,
Nagato. Yeah, you'll definitely be in the low end.
You'll be on the. You'll be like getting to 6. You're not gonna get. To, like,
and again,
9,
those
but...
are going to be more technicalities than anything. Like again, we aren't liking the character because they're skilled. We don't like Neji because he's skilled at the beginning.
Well, I mean, I don't know. A lot of, I mean.
Well,
I guess
by
that's
like, I
subjective.
mean root for. We're not rooting for Neji.
Because he's skilled. Yes, I agree. But I don't think we're rooting for Naruto because he's skilled. We're rooting for
Naruto's
Naruto
not
because
skilled.
he's not skilled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even
Because
Jiraiya
he's not
says
skilled.
like he's
Like,
not skilled.
when were we ever
That's why you
rooting
want
for
to train with
Sasuke
him.
because he was skilled? I mean, I don't know. The skill is tricky to me because I'm like, when do I ever root for someone because they're skilled?
Well,
like, just because they're
In
skilled.
Naruto,
Usually not.
I mean,
In Naruto,
like,
this doesn't really
look
apply.
at Gojo. I mean, Gojo's like a fucking badass. That's why I like him.
Exactly. So
Well,
again,
the best-
going back to like Rick,
But that's
he's a cop. That's a highly respected and skilled position. We like Rick
No, but
because he's
okay,
skilled.
but, okay, here's my point though. Okay, so people think it's cool when they're skilled, but I would apply that to Neji too. I think it's cool how skilled Neji is. I'm not rooting for Neji because he's skilled. I'm not rooting for Gojo because he's skilled. I'm rooting for Gojo because I like Gojo as a person. He just happens to be skilled and it's cool.
But again,
So,
it's
like,
a thing
that's
of
where I'm
respect. In
like-
fact, actually, it says it right here. We respect skill in the description. So it's not a thing of. It's
Okay,
literally
but
just a thing
people
of respect.
respected Neji for his skill.
Did the audience respect Neji for his skill?
Yeah, but he didn't have
Yeah,
enough
you
of these
respect the
traits
fact
because
that
he
he's
was a
skilled
fucking
as hell.
asshole.
You hate him,
And
but
he
you
almost
respect
killed
his skill.
Hinata. And he was a pompous asshole at that,
Jira-
you know, like.
Probably- I feel like you're
he was
just
an
being
asshole, but you still
technicality
respect him for his skill.
Oh,
What was
Like,
that,
when it
Oodie?
comes
I
to
couldn't
his-
hear you over Kamui.
I feel like he's just being really technical here, but whatever.
Whatever.
Well, this is to me. Okay, that's the weirdest one to me. The skills one's the weirdest one for me. Like, I'm not gonna debate whether it's a screenwriter's thing. It just seems a little bit
I'm sure.
gray area.
I'm sure you have some like like you played sports. I'm sure you had some like sport heroes, right? Like sports guys you looked up to. Why? Because they were skilled. It's not like you knew these dudes personally.
Like, it's not like they're writing Neji as skilled to be like, oh, it's one
Okay,
of the
but, like,
9
okay,
character sympathy traits. I
But
have
at
to
the same
write
time,
this.
like, I'm like, okay, but there's more to just that though, because, okay, you have, let's just say you have LeBron James versus Kobe Bryant. Maybe LeBron James was your guy, so you're not rooting for Kobe Bryant and his team, but you still, he's just as skilled. Like, you're not rooting for LeBron James because of the skill aspect at that point. There's just something else going on that makes you root for LeBron James instead of Kobe Bryant if they're having a face off in the finals, you know, like, so that's where I'm saying I don't. Obviously, there's 9 aspects to this. There's not just the one. I agree, but
skill is specifically written into the story, like directly in a way to where it's obvious. So again, with Rick, he's a cop specifically only because they wanted him to be skilled, and him being a cop serves no other function at all in the story or like any other of these 9 points.
Yeah, because it's an apocalypse.
It can help some of these other 9 points.
Neji's fitting the skilled one, and you're not going to make. I think Neji fits the skilled one.
Okay, but you can easily write around Rick just not being a cop and being in the same exact scenario as he is in the beginning of episode 1 for the same premise, and he's just not skilled in that case. So him being written as a cop just adds this skill value to him. But
Yeah,
like
because
Neji,
because we respect authority.
Neji being a Hyuga with a gentle fist is part of his genius skill thing.
But he's also from like the branch family that's like not super well
Yeah,
respected.
but he is the most skilled. Like he actually comments on the and he's literally more skilled despite that.
Which we don't really
He's
know
the
about till
most skilled
later.
Hyuga in the verse, like in history.
You know what? Sure.
Sure.
So,
Sure.
yeah. Anyway, next topic.
Anyways, hee.
Not next topic, actually. I wrote down 3 points that I didn't get to speak on from the previous topic.
Go for it.
Okay.
Hopefully my phone doesn't die during this next walk. This will probably be my last one before I go inside.
What
Okay,
percent
baby
is it
girl,
at?
what you gotta say?
Okay. Well. Okay, so first of all, oh my god, this is so freaking long ago. So, Karui Nagato Vengeance, I wrote down. So, the reason I wrote that down, let's see if I can remember it so long ago. Okay, so you were trying to, like, you addressed, no, this is why I wrote it down, because you improperly addressed it. You're trying to equate it in the same way. Like, obviously, Karui didn't kill Naruto's master, destroyed his village, killed his sensei. But, like, Karui's beating him up and stuff. Karui is spiting him and trying to make him fight back. He's heated. He has reason to fight back. The cycle of hatred.
Yeah, so Naruto isn't fighting back because of what Nagato taught him.
And it doesn't work.
Though, is what the difference. That's the thing. The difference I'm making is what Naruto does for Sasuke and Nagato isn't the same for Karui. He doesn't do it right. That's why he fails there. He doesn't actually help Karui overcome her hatred. He tries to by saying, hit me instead, which doesn't work.
But what's the physical difference, though?
Naruto isn't 100% of the way there yet. I don't think Naruto fully gets there until the end of the 5 Kage-sama arc anyway. Like, he learns things, he has ideas, but it's not till the end of the... In fact, I have to go look at exactly when there's the conversation with the Konoha 12. Naruto says, like, you know, you need more than just strength to beat Sasuke. He's thinking to himself. I don't remember when that was exactly. I want to say that's before he meets up with Sasuke in the 5 Kage-sama arc.
I think it's after.
It could be after, and if it is after, that's fine. That just would serve me a point in that I think Naruto fully understands the answer at the end of the 5 Kage-sama arc, whereas he doesn't in the Pain arc. He believes he can, but I think he actually fully figures that out after the 5 Kage-sama arc, which means that when Karui's punching him, he doesn't fully understand the answer yet.
But hang on, the different variable here between the two scenarios isn't Naruto, it's the other person, which is what I've been getting at the entire time. In fact, if you apply Karui in Nagato's position, or if you just apply Karui's ideology onto Nagato, so what I'm saying here,
it doesn't
conceptually...
work because
but wait, I'm saying if Nagato doesn't stop, he doesn't compromise, he just continually attacks Naruto, what's happening here? How does this play out?
It's the same as if, like, what if Obito just choked out Naruto and won?
That's my point, though, is that's not on Naruto at that point. That's on the other person to make the choice. That's not Naruto's answer at that point. That's Nagato's answer, or it's Karui's answer.
That's fine. It's like you're ignoring the fact that I've said.
But then Naruto doesn't do anything there.
He gets the answer in the 5 Kage-sama arc, but the answer is based upon what he learns in the Pain arc. The Pain arc sets the foundation for him to find his answer.
But Nagato's trusting him with that, though.
Huh?
But yeah, that's my problem, is that Nagato's trusting him with that. Because again, this is bigger than just Nagato, this is bigger than just Naruto, it's bigger than just the Rain Village as well. Or their backstories.
Why is it a problem?
Because they're similar.
But why is it a problem when that's who Nagato always was at his core?
What? It's a problem with the world. It's not a problem with Nagato.
But you said the problem is that Nagato believes him. Why is that a problem when that's who Nagato is at his core? Of course Nagato believes him. Because Nagato always did.
Because again, this is bigger than just Nagato.
Again,
the cycle of hatred doesn't just affect Nagato, it affects the world.
The problem you said is that Nagato believes him.
I know, but again, Nagato's ideology is bigger than him, so he's bringing it back down to himself.
Pain. See, that's the thing, though. That's Pain, not Nagato.
Oh my god, it's the same character.
Nagato isn't actually Pain.
Pain is the mask. He took off the mask. Nagato believes what Naruto believes.
You say that's
Pain.
just devaluing his answer to a mask. His answer has credibility. His answer is a legitimate answer.
We see it proven with Sasuke.
Okay?
Like I said, he doesn't have the answer in the pain arc. It's just a matter of finding it later on, restoring Nagato's belief in hope, and that the answer can be found, that hatred can be overcome. And Naruto kind of gets the hint later on after meeting up with Sasuke. He just kind of understands, like, okay, it's not about like just beating him up, it's about overcoming his hatred. Like, he needs Sasuke to overcome his hatred, the same way that Naruto overcame his hatred against Nagato. Essentially, everybody needs to just do what Naruto did, and by the end of Naruto, at least, it seems as though everyone has. They're all on good terms. They do it in the war arc, basically because of a common enemy, but point is the same. They got over their hatred for each other to stop a threat against the world, but the point was the same.
But here's what it boils down to, though, is the fact that Nagato had a legitimate solution to the problem. So let's say the current world, in terms of perfection, is at like a 3 out of 10.
Obito had a quote-unquote legitimate solution to the problem.
You can get to that after I'm done. So, okay, the current world, let's just say random arbitrary numbers, it's at a 3 out of 10 in terms of perfection, in terms of peace. With Nagato's answer, it's at a 5 out of 10. So it's not the perfect answer, but it's a better answer, and it's the answer that he has. It's better than the current solution. It's objectively the correct answer in this case, compared to what we currently have.
It's better than where it was at, but the thing is that
so he has a legitimate
Naruto
answer.
and Nagato ultimately believed that there was a way to go beyond the 5. There was a way to get to the 8 or the 9 or the 10 or whatever.
They believe
I think
that?
the reason ultimately, okay, to me, the reason why Nagato can believe in Naruto is that I think Naruto proved his own point. He didn't want to fight. Nagato's like, okay. Naruto's like, I still hate you. Nagato's like, okay, so you want to settle things then? That's what he expects. He expects the answer to be yes because of the pain ideology. But Naruto's just like, no, I don't want to fight you. And it's like, shit.
But that shouldn't be good enough for him, because this is his entire life goal. And again, this is bigger than him. It's the world.
Not just that, though. But again, it's not just that. It's also everything else I've said at this point.
But you would think he wouldn't just immediately sacrifice himself. He would at least try and test Naruto's answer with someone other than himself. Conan was right there. He could have been like, hey, Conan, are you buying this too? What do you think, Conan?
Well, I mean, could he have? Yeah. Nagato is pretty
but again, with it being something this important,
I do think you have a little bit of a point to say that, hey, instead of like killing himself and reviving everyone, maybe he could have like wanted to see Naruto do things first. Like, he's just gonna live and see what Naruto has to do. And he did just fully believe in Naruto, and I think the main criticism people have is the Rene Rebirth part, and I do think that is the most controversial aspect of the arc. But I don't think the talk to Jutsu part's a problem.
No, I don't think that really applies to the importance of our disagreement.
Well, no, because your point was about the whole like wanting to see Naruto, like
no.
what Naruto will do.
Well, him dying doesn't really have relevance to that.
Well, that's why
case.
he can't see what Naruto will do.
Okay, that's in universe. That's why afterwards, but that he doesn't try before he even makes up his mind to do that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you can have your gripe about him doing Rene Rebirth, which killed him, and have him just not do that. I think that would be your best
okay,
point.
Assuming Rene Rebirth didn't kill him, the point is he's not asking Conan either way, before or after.
I mean, he never asked Conan either way to begin with.
That's what I'm getting at. That's the problem here. He doesn't ask anybody else.
I don't think that's a problem. That's just Datara doesn't ask anyone else. Like, I mean, Obito doesn't. He doesn't ask anyone else. Like,
he gets confirmation through other people. Obito talks to.
Nagato got confirmation through other people too. The world was showing him that this was the only way, the same way as it was for Obito. Obito wasn't asking like, "Hey, do you agree with me?" It was more like the world is just
showing me I'm right. The same thing applies to Nagato. He doesn't need Conan to tell. I mean, the fact that Conan doesn't argue with him on it is all. He just agrees. Like, yeah, you're right, bro.
Well, in fact,
like,
Naruto's the only one who even thinks this way. If Nagato knew, because he doesn't know, if Nagato knew that Inoichi, Shikaku, and Choza, or not Choza, but whoever else, what, the Hyuga? Who was it? Freaking Aburame? I don't remember.
Hyuga.
It was
It
someone.
sounded like you're about to say Charizard.
Okay, the trio, the parent trio, if Nagato knew after Naruto's like, oh, I'll find the answer. If Nagato knew, oh, by the way, these 3 adults wanted to kill you. No, I don't think he's doing this.
No.
Similarly, if he doesn't die here, I don't think the village is forgiving him. Regardless if Naruto's the hero, if Naruto tries to defend him, the village isn't gonna to be fair, the village isn't gonna beat Naruto to death to kill Nagato, but they're not gonna be like, oh, you know what, Naruto supports him, so I will too.
Yeah, it's the same as how they didn't just immediately forgive Sasuke. Nagato would have to do more than just it would take more than just that. It's the same
but
for
that's
anyone.
Not something that Nagato would have to do. This is Naruto's answer. There's nothing Naruto would be able to do in this case.
No, the same thing with Nagato applies to Sasuke. Yeah, of course they're not just gonna immediately be like, yeah, because the village in the world wasn't like Naruto yet. Naruto was at that point in time a more unique case. One of the people who did just overcome his hatred. They don't expect, Grandma Josephine necessarily to overcome their hatred of Nagato immediately. That's not really the point. The point is that in time, it was possible for them to do it. Doesn't mean they would immediately.
It's not an immediate thing. In time, some people aren't going to forgive him. It doesn't matter how much time passes.
Of course. But that's not the point, though. The point is can most people overcome their hatred of each other?
Well, do you think the cycle of hatred is overcome if most people are on board?
I mean,
because what about the minority?
At least in terms of it depends on what you mean. Because in terms of the war aspect, well, yeah. If there's 2 people, probably not gonna create multiple wars, over and over again. If you just mean in totality, the cycle of hatred being defeated means every single person has to overcome their hatred of every little thing.
Well, yeah, that's what Naruto's chasing. He's saying if true peace exists, I'll chase it, or whatever he says.
I mean, I agree.
Yeah, he's going for the 10 out of 10.
And Nagato seemingly believes in that possibility.
So if there's a minority of people who don't overcome their hatred, who's to say they won't go out and enact war themselves?
But here's the thing, though. At least for me, I just think it's wrong to that's who Nagato was at his core. That is Nagato. Nagato is the same as Naruto. They're the same. They both believe that. That's just who they are.
Yeah. And most people aren't like them.
But that's fine.
That's not fine in this case. That's your answer, though. This is the majority of people have to.
No, but there's different points you can make, though. But I don't think you can mix match them. Okay, Naruto convincing Nagato is perfectly fine given who Nagato was. If Nagato wasn't the same as who Nagato was in the story, it would be different. If Naruto applied that to, Gato, and that just worked, I'd be like, what? And Gato is a completely different backstory and mindset and blah blah blah. I'd be like, yeah, that sucks. But the reason why it works is because of who Nagato once was. The same with Obito and Naruto. It doesn't work if you just change who they were in the past. Now, if you just have a problem with Nagato ever having the same belief as Naruto, okay, that's a separate discussion to me. For what we're currently talking about, I think it's fine, given Nagato's character, that Naruto just restored him back to who Nagato once was. I think that's fine, and it's literally it happens all over the place in Naruto, so it's not even unique.
But again, the cycle of hatred will never be broken with Naruto's answer.
I mean, He broke a cycle of hatred with that answer.
He didn't break the cycle of hatred, though.
He broke the Indra and Ashura one.
That's not the cycle of hatred.
I agree. But at the end of Naruto, I mean, it does appear as though they did succeed in getting the world peace. Like, the ending of Naruto
they achieved the same
implies-
thing that Nagato achieved. A time of peace, and then they're going to go to a time of war.
I mean, you can't prove... Yeah, but okay. You look at the end of Naruto, assume there's no Boruto, because at that time there wasn't. I mean, it just is the end of Naruto. I mean, what's your implication? Oh, there's going to be war in 10 years? Or is it like Naruto won? Well, like, honest to God, you read that last chapter of Naruto, do you think Naruto succeeded?
Thematically or in universe? Because we're discussing in universe.
So one of each, answer it each way if you want.
Naruto thematically overcame his hatred, yeah. Did he overcome all of the hatred in the world? No, well,
I guess
even
that's not
thematically,
surprising.
Naruto didn't
This boils down
thematically
to
overcome
your
all the hatred in the
Madara
world anyways.
That boils down to your modern ideology, so I'm surprised that you would say no, he didn't.
Well, no,
But
just
I
in
can't-
general. Like, the Raikage never forgave Sasuke. The Raikage never listened to Naruto.
He forgave Sasuke later on.
I don't think he did.
Yeah, in novels, we see him, like,
You'd have to
forgive
show me.
Sasuke.
I don't know what you're talking about.
In the Sasuke Shippuden one, he has like a conversation with Sasuke. I don't remember word for word what he says, but he's like not mad at Sasuke anymore. Like,
Okay.
the world isn't mad at Sasuke eventually.
Well,
like, some
we see
people are,
in the
sure.
Boruto manga that people are
That's
mad
just
at
it.
Sasuke.
Some people are.
But again,
but
it
the
only
average
takes
person-
one person to create mass genocide freaking cycle of hatred levels of war. Madara did it.
Sure, but Madara also didn't do that entirely just because of hatred. Like, he did that to stop hatred.
Okay,
But-
again, if anything, I'm
Camcam.
throwing you a bone with the Madara example. I could have said
Camcam.
Obito or Zetsu.
When you see the ending of Naruto, do you think Naruto, like, do you think the world is at like peace has been assured, or do you think it's like a false victory?
Do you
you
mean
think
forever?
Naruto actually wins?
Like eternal peace?
Huh? Do you think Naruto has successfully got peace at the end of Naruto?
That's
Camcam?
such a
Or do you think it's-
disingenuous question.
Or do you think it's a false victory and he hasn't actually achieved true peace?
She might have fell asleep.
Huh?
Oh, hey.
What?
Yep.
Yeah, I fell asleep for a
Oh,
second.
you're alive.
Even better, she has no context. When you read you read the Naruto manga, right?
Yes.
When you read the final chapter of Naruto, chapter 700, do you think Naruto achieved, like, the world achieved true peace, or do you think it was a false victory and true peace was never achieved?
I think peace was achieved.
Okay. Now,
That's the feeling
Oodie,
I got.
I specifically said true peace.
Oh,
for a
true
reason.
peace.
Does that
Yeah,
change your
I think
answer?
so.
Oh, yeah.
So the reason I chose true peace is because you could argue it was a time of peace, not true peace. But
Sure.
he still agreed. He had no context too. I think that is the average person's viewpoint. That true peace, when you read it, you think he won. True peace was achieved. That's kind of like.
But
the
without context, they're not applying true peace to this Nagato conversation in the first place. They're not thinking of true peace in the terms of actual true peace. They're thinking of it just in terms of peace. Just in general peace.
I mean, some people, yeah, some people, no.
The majority of people.
The majority of people just watched the freaking fights and didn't pay attention to any of this peace shit. Let's be real.
But it's
We're already in the
unreasonable.
minority.
First of all, people that read to the end of the Naruto manga, they're not going to come up with one answer of what true peace even is, even though it's described in Naruto.
Yeah, of course. Some people think that Pain was right originally. Some people think
No,
Madara was right.
no. I don't mean from their perspective. I mean in universe. What's described in universe as true peace. Like, we would probably have different answers of what's described in universe as true peace.
Yeah. I mean, there's varying levels. the piece that Jiraiya envisioned is like the one you're getting granular about every single person understanding each other. That's the vision that Jiraiya had. And of course, there's another one. It's just 5 great nations being on good terms. There's one where all the nations are on good terms. These are different levels, of course.
But that's the same thing that applies with armistices, or just times of not war, which happened several times in Naruto.
But in the case of Naruto here, we're not seeing war between the people on Naruto. I mean, there's people like in Kara, but it's more like the Osutsuki that's related to that anyway. So it's not like the war between nations. It's a war between these aliens who are entirely separate from the Nagato thing. We don't know the context behind the Kawaki stuff later on, so we can't really comment on the cyber, whatever that's about. But at least, I mean, the main thing with Nagato is about the wars between nations.
The thing with Nagato's... Do you remember what Nagato says is the reason that there will only be a temporary
so Sour said...
Yeah.
He broke a cycle of hatred off, but it wasn't the cycle of hatred. He was still breaking cycles of hatred. You can't resolve everyone's personal vendettas and hatred in one fell swoop.
Of course. And yeah, like the cycle of hatred Naruto talks about isn't the one that Naruto saw with Sasuke. Anyway, it's just like a prime example of it. Mm-hmm. But I think the point there is that if you could solve Sasuke's hatred, okay, you can handle Kamui. Because Sasuke's like the worst of the worst. So like I think that just proves that it's possible. Like if Sasuke truly is what everyone said, like the epitome of the hatred created by the world, if Naruto can help Sasuke overcome his hatred, then theoretically the same can apply to everyone else. Now, Oodie, you were saying something a minute ago. I don't remember what you started saying.
Oh, yeah. Well, first of all, it sounds like Sour just didn't understand what I was saying at all, but that's fine. So, yeah, okay. So, yeah, do you remember what Nagato says is the reason it's only a temporary piece in his case?
Well, Nagato's plan is that because he's going to make them, it's through pain, was his point. The pain will make them not want to fight anymore because they don't want to feel that pain anymore. But over time, the pain will subside and humanity will return to war again.
Do you know the implication there, though?
So the thing is, well, here's my question. Do you think Nagato's actually stopping the cycle of hatred with that plan?
No, he's just making a better world.
Okay, so that's the point. He's not actually addressing the hatred.
Yeah.
All he's doing is making them not want to fight.
No, I agree. He doesn't have a good answer, but he has a better answer than the current stagnation of the world.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I think most people would agree with that. The point, though, is he's not addressing the hatred, which is what Naruto ultimately is going after later on. That is the better answer because it's a matter of he's actually attacking the cause versus treating the wounds or the symptoms. Treating the symptoms versus treating the cause. If you watch JJK, you'll know about that girl, whatever her name is, who talks about that same thing to Gato. But
so this is what Madara does: is he uproots the actual cause of the issue instead of going after the effects. If you only go after the effects, the cause is always left unaddressed.
He doesn't actually uproot the cause. No. He doesn't uproot the cause.
No, I'm saying Madara does. I'm saying Pain doesn't.
No. Madara doesn't uproot the cause.
Why?
He puts a mask.
Oh, he puts a mask over it. Okay, so he's covering the cause. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, let's not get hung up on Madara. Let's not get hung up on Madara.
No, but like just to put it simple though, I think you can agree. Madara isn't making, Kamui not hate Sasuke. He's just putting her in a dream so that it doesn't matter if she hates Sasuke. He's just putting a mask over that. Like,
well, Kamui doesn't hate Sasuke in the dream, and the dream is the only thing that matters. So.
No, but my point is just that like he's not actually making her not hate him. It's putting a mask over it.
Well, yeah, Kamui doesn't hate Sasuke in real life if she's in a dream. So.
Well, no, she still does.
Well, no, she's dreaming, so you can't hate someone when you're dreaming. Hate is like an active thing, not a passive thing.
It's not true. Literally in the dream, she could hate Sasuke.
Well, yeah, she
She'd
doesn't.
reach killing him in. Did we ever see Karui's dream?
No. But if she dreams it, then she loves to hate him, which is fine.
Okay, but again, that wouldn't be getting rid of the hatred. That would just be allowing it.
But
So
that's
it
the
is what
duality
it
of man, which
Okay,
you've already agreed
It's a
upon.
separate.
Okay, yeah,
separate
like I said,
discussion,
yeah,
you
separate
don't
discussion. All right.
Okay, I think we should move on to a new topic.
No, I still had 2 more points written down. I wasn't done with this point. Okay, the
Still?
point, yeah, because
Oh,
we're
I'm
freaking
dying.
Shatty Cathy's. Listen, I could just say my points and we could just move on, but Kamui wants to address them.
Most
But now I'm stretching.
Okay. Okay, so the implication here isn't just because time is moving on. Wow, Sour. Wow.
the implication of what?
Yeah, okay, so the point isn't that people just, like, forget or whatever. Like, the old people aren't going to randomly go to war because, like, oh, it's been 30 years. It's more like the new people, the young people that are just now born that will maybe hear stories, but they won't get the impact or feel the experience.
Yeah,
they
it's
won't
the same as, like, with Boruto.
understand
They
the
haven't
pain.
felt it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't understand. They don't feel the pain.
So even if they are taught history, they won't really know what that's like because they won't understand each other.
I think the conversation with Boruto and Kakashi is a good example where it's like,
Yeah.
he's like, I wish I was in your shoes. Like, he, like, wishes he was at war. And then Kakashi's like, no, you don't, bro.
Like, they can hear the lessons, but that doesn't instill the values because that's humanity and instinct. So that's that point.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on, I guess. Doesn't need to.
We could always
name
watch
second
One Piece
favorite.
instead.
I know, freaking terrorists out here, Sour, trying to steal you away.
This is
I
silly.
know.
Sour, I'm too tired, bro.
Wait,
We
you
can
want to
watch
talk about
One Piece on Wednesday.
That was crazy. Okay, so it doesn't need to name Cycle of Hatred. All right. Okay, yeah, so I think that, like I was saying earlier, you disagree,
Wait, hold
but I
on.
never got to
Wait,
elaborate.
Pause
Go
for
ahead.
1 minute. I'm going
Yeah.
to switch headphones again.
Okay, well, probably won't be able to hear you, but we'll find out.
Oh, yeah, so hold on. Give me 1 second.
Gosh.
Man, my neck hurts now after sleeping like that.
Cam, how you holding
I don't
up?
even know how. I don't even know how long I was asleep, and now my neck hurts.
I don't know. I mean, it is 1 a.m. I don't think you were asleep for long. Maybe just a couple
Yeah.
minutes.
I must
Welcome
have
back.
my neck in a weird position for a little bit.
Is Kamui talking?
Yeah, he's talking. Okay, he's rejoining.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. Now say what
You
you're
should
going
have
to
heard
say.
his grunt.
Alright.
He was like, very funny.
Okay, so I don't think that this goes back to what we were discussing earlier. I don't think this pain arc is relevant in terms of cycle of hatred, in terms of overcoming Sasuke, because I do think, and again, we disagreed, but we never elaborated on, or at least I never got to elaborate on my point. I don't think that Naruto needs to know the cycle of hatred in order to narratively overcome Sasuke, because like I was saying earlier, he already knows that Sasuke is the problem with the world. So this is like a sort of elaboration of that
what
point.
hints at that? What hints at that?
Yeah. Okay. So the point here is that I agree early on that this applies, but not later on, and not because of the pain arc. So specifically in the Land of Waves, not Land. In the Final Valley, at the end of part 1, we do see that Naruto doesn't understand Sasuke, and that he is not trying to compromise. He doesn't understand any of this, or that Sasuke is a reflection of the world. Even if he has some idea through, like, he's seen Itachi, he, to some degree, understands a little bit, but he doesn't truly understand anything yet. And I'm sure you agree with all that so far, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm just waiting.
we know.
To make my next point.
Sure. So we know through the time skip that he hangs out with Jiraiya or whatever. He gets the familial bonds. He learns all this stuff. He travels the world with Jiraiya. He hears Jiraiya's answer about peace. So in a way, he also learns cycle of hatred through that. So the point here is that
Not really though, because he admits himself he wasn't paying attention.
Okay.
Until pain.
Okay, sure. He can say that, but at the same time, like, was he not paying attention when he was handed an ice pop and slept back to back with Jiraiya as his father figure? And like,
was he paying attention to what?
Okay, but saying he isn't paying attention is also disingenuous to what he was actually doing. He just doesn't, like he worded it that way because he didn't know how to properly explain it. He was paying attention. He, like I was saying earlier, he heard the lesson. He just didn't instill the value. But like he was engaging with the conversation. He wasn't confused with what Jiraiya was saying.
Yeah, like he listened, but he wasn't like thinking about it. He never put any thought into it.
Well, he put thought into it. He was just confused. He couldn't get all the way there by himself. Okay. But in the second arc, Tenchi Bridge arc, is that the second arc? Yeah, the second arc. He confronts Sasuke again, and he acknowledges that in order to become Hokage, or how can he become Hokage if he can't even save a single friend? But like, what does this mean in terms of the narrative? He's defaulting to Sasuke is a problem with the world, and that he needs to overcome the world to become Hokage, which is where that leads to. So at that point, because of Jiraiya,
I don't think he's defaulting
learned
Sasuke as a problem with the world. It's more so that a Hokage he believes that a Hokage can like save his friend. Like, I don't know, like,
but
I don't think it has to do with the world.
They're not drawing a direct comparison there, because he says, how can I become Hokage if I can't even save a single friend? It's like even implies it's like the bare minimum. Like if he can't even
like
do this bare minimum thing, yeah. And that's like a problem with the world, he thinks.
I don't know, because to me, at least, the way I'm looking at it is, what was Naruto's answer for how he would save Sasuke? Beat Orochimaru and beat Sasuke. I need to get stronger so I can beat Sasuke. But later on, it's not about strength anymore. It's about hatred. There's a different moral going on there because of the pain arc. Which is distinctly not there before then. At no point is Naruto talking about his hatred. It's only about beating Sasuke. Saving Sasuke, but not overcoming his hatred. It's just never brought up. It's not even on Naruto's
To be fair, I don't think he needs that exactly. He has like some idea of how to save Sasuke, I think, by this point, because at this point, he has learned at least a little bit more.
What's his idea?
More than just beating...
Stronger.
Yeah, it's more than just beating him up. At this point, I think he does understand to some degree he has to use his words. First of all, because beating him up didn't work the first time. So he's going to try a new tactic. But then also through learning like familial bonds with Jiraiya and stuff. Well, yeah, he needs... I mean, obviously he needs to become stronger anyways, because if he's not stronger... freaking end of Shippuden, if he's not stronger, his words aren't going to get through to Sasuke.
Still loses, yeah.
So like, that doesn't matter.
I would actually like to add something to this.
Yeah.
If you would allow me. Right, so after their second fight together, near the end of the series, only then, when Naruto finally can understand Sasuke, can properly relate to him, do his words manage to get through? Can he convince him to get back? It's not about strength, because they were even in their first battle. It's that the weight of Naruto's words could have a lot more impact once he finally understood him.
Yeah, I agree. So it isn't that... Okay, so I completely agree. For the first time ever, Naruto completely understands Sasuke, at the very least, at the end of Shippuden, like during their final fight. But you could argue way back, even during the 5 Kage Summit arc, or even the end of the Pain arc, he understands Sasuke.
That's why he literally says, I understand you, Sasuke. That's why I understand what you're doing.
To be... yeah, okay, I guess that's fair. Sasuke does change since then, so he understands like a less developed form of Sasuke, to be fair, but he does completely understand this less developed form.
He understands Sasuke's pain, like his
He understands Sasuke's pain. I don't think he fully, completely, 100% understands Sasuke, to be fair.
Right, yeah. During the 5 Kage Summit, Sasuke isn't so much himself. He's still clouded by his hatred, by the revelation given by Itachi.
Yeah, so I'm not saying at the beginning of Shippuden that he completely understands 100% Sasuke. I think he just understands Sasuke a little bit better, and enough to equate Sasuke to the problems of the world. He understands why Sasuke is doing this to some degree.
Well, to me, it's he understood that he didn't understand Sasuke, and that's why his words didn't get to him. He understands that. He like comments on that. He never actually understood anything about him. But he doesn't understand what he needs to do. To me, at least. Like, he understands, I need to save him. I can't be Hokage if I don't save him. But he doesn't know how to actually save him yet until after the Pain arc.
I don't think he needs to know how to save him yet, as long as he understands that he needs to be saved. But here's the important part here, is that he's not beating him up. He's not bringing him back to the village. He's not fulfilling his lifetime promise. He's not unsevering the bond, or it was on a whim. Well, why'd you do it? What he's doing, he's saving Sasuke, implying Sasuke needs to be saved. From what? You could argue Orochimaru. I would argue the world, because at this point, he has a better idea of what Sasuke's doing and why he's doing it.
At that point in time, I think he's just saving Sasuke from Orochimaru at the beginning of Shippuden. It's not about anything. It's about Orochimaru. Later on, it's about from his hatred.
You're most
after the pain.
Well, he understands Sasuke's hatred at this point, though. That he hates his brother, especially considering
That's
he
why
already met
that's why he's
Itachi
saving
again.
him from his hatred. But before then, it's I'm gonna save him from Orochimaru.
Sure, but like again, since then he's met Itachi again. I think that did impact him to some degree. Even if it's like a clone of Jiraiya, or I mean, Itachi or whatever.
I mean, I think a better point to say is, what is he saving him from after Orochimaru's dead? When he's, the Itachi pursuit mission to going after Sasuke. That's a better point to look at.
So I think
in that case, you could say he's saving him from his vengeance arc. That's not going to work. You could say something like that.
I think your most compelling point here is he questions why Sasuke doesn't come back to the village after killing Orochimaru or after killing Itachi. That's probably your most compelling argument in this case. Because in that case, you could argue it was Orochimaru instead of the world, but I could also argue, wow,
or
huge
Itachi
things are
later on.
changing, and Sasuke is like so far ahead of Naruto. He's making huge changes in the world itself.
No,
And so
I think
Naruto in his like
I mean, you made the
emotional
point
state.
for me, but I would agree with it. Like,
Well, yeah,
like he questions it because I mean, in his mind, okay, he beat Orochimaru, he beat Itachi. Why isn't he coming back? He doesn't yet know the problem.
but people question
fully
things
understands
all
the
the
problem after the
time,
pain.
even though they already know. Like again, the first what's the first thing of like the 5 grievances things, or is it 7 what? It's the
5 stages. of grievance.
disillusion,
Yeah.
diligence,
Denial, I think.
denial. Yeah, the river,
Diligence versus denial.
the
Same
river.
thing.
Yeah,
There you go.
denial. It's denial.
Well, you could say he's very diligent about his denial.
Yeah, there you go. I love it. Yeah, that's
Okay,
that's what
don't
I was
criticize
saying.
him.
Yeah, you guys just cut me off.
Please,
He's
don't.
diligently in denial.
I do my duty.
No.
Keep sieving. Keep
You
coping.
have no duty, sir.
My duty is to cope.
By the way, Kamui, this is someone from Hot Boy server. Hello.
Yes, hello. I forgot to introduce myself. You were kind of in
No,
the middle of a
I
discussion.
think I
Didn't
saw
wanna
you in the
interject.
chat at one point, so I was like, I think Oodie may have mentioned that you were going to join.
Yeah, he's joining tomorrow too, with Sour and Jess. For the
Well,
Okay.
One
ideally,
Piece Jeopardy at
ideally.
the end. Yeah, ideally. We'll see.
I was gonna say, I swear I saw you somewhere. That's why I wasn't surprised.
At the very
I
least, you're here
introduced
now.
myself in the chat yesterday, briefly.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Um,
he has a cute cat named Boris Johnson, and we stand Boris in this house.
Camcam only loves me for my cat.
Oh yeah, I only love him for his cat. I'm so sorry.
Wow, that's all 3 of my points. So there you go, Kamui.
Oh my
I'm
god,
glad
wow, it
that
only
I
took
got through that.
5 hours to get through them all. Oof.
Hey, I think it was a pretty insightful discussion at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think so too. Even though if I was
That being said, we should probably change topics.
I can't fucking
Well,
believe
can-
for the past 5 hours you've been talking about whether Sasuke is being saved from hatred or from Orochimaru.
No,
Well,
it's
it's actually-
it's only
no, actually-
been 4 hours 46
no.
minutes.
Let's actually.
My apologies.
No, the real topic was about
Sour
Oodie
said,
thinking the
"I
pain arc
can
sucks."
believe it."
If you really boil
Sour's
down to the
been here
pain
long
arc
enough
being
to
good or
know.
bad.
You better believe it.
How do you join VC? Well, you join the Discord.
Well, and that's
you join the
because
save, and then
and you know when
request to
Sour
sleep.
and I talked about One Piece on his
Let me
channel,
play
it
Super
only
Bunny
took an
Man really
hour.
loudly.
It only took an hour and a half. So yeah.
Well, considering Camcam's been falling asleep for half an hour, we should probably start wrapping up fairly soon. Maybe
Yeah.
we could end off
Cool
on
mail, Phil.
one more
Do
funny
you
topic.
Do you think the
or-
pain arc is good or bad?
Oh,
Pain arc.
God. Yeah.
Well,
so
I
why
think there
why
is
do you
only
think it
one-
sucks?
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Good.
Yeah,
Could you repeat that?
I coughed.
Oh. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. Do you think it's good or bad?
Oh, well, I believe it would be sacrilegious if a Naruto fan went up and said the pain arc sucks ass.
Yeah, did you hear that?
Would you like to meet someone who does say that?
Well, yeah, he said it would be
Could
religious.
you make me introductions?
It would be religious,
Yeah,
and religion
sacrilegious. It would be
is
blasphemous
yeah,
even.
and religion is a good thing.
Yeah.
And so, I'm just religious. I'm good.
No, use blasphemous.
Do you even know what
Well,
sacrilegious
yeah,
is?
yeah. I'm blasting you guys, is what he's saying.
That's not.
Dude, let me put this in terms you can understand. Your take is definitely not bussin'.
Yeah, so buses use like fossil fuels, and so I agree.
Yeah.
I am. My take is more
Oh my gosh,
productive
just
for
throw me in
the
a fucking ditch
environment.
already. I'm ready to go watch a sunset. Actually.
I definitely have the better answer for the cycle of hatred for the world. I agree.
No, yeah, on your planet. You know, you can find out tomorrow when you open your birthday present. Okay? The answer is in there. I promise you.
Okay.
It's a pipe bomb.
Oh God.
It should
I hope it's
be
a book called Why Water is.
something like that. Kamui.
Industrial
Something
Revolution
like
and its
that.
consequences.
God, I would die.
I'm going Ted Kaczynski on his ass.
By the way,
But
Kamui, apparently tomorrow, seemingly theoretically, me and CamCam are turning on webcam, and maybe Jess, I don't know, and so maybe you and maybe Maythil and maybe Sour. I can't wait to see what Sour's face looks like. Right, Sour?
You've already seen what I look like.
Okay, well, that's
Sour is a
God.
very handsome boy.
If I turn on my face cam, all semblance of dignity is going to ooze out of my body.
Oh,
So,
you're very handsome
no-
too.
apparently
yeah, you shot yourself
tomorrow
on
is
Halfway server.
a
You're very
face cam
handsome.
day. So there's that.
Oh my god, you're not gonna be like, oh my god, thanks. Okay.
No.
Make me feel awkward.
Well,
You're capping.
while I'm here,
not. Oh my god, I
Interesting.
would never.
oh my God,
A woman's
Like,
lies.
you think I'm out here giving everybody compliments?
That's
Like, ew.
Yes.
She's being like Sakura, saying "I love you."
Oh my God.
Shut up, Kamui.
Well,
Shut
Cam
up.
is a Sakura stan, so that would make sense.
I'm Sakura's biggest fan.
Yes.
Obviously.
Oh, you know what?
Um,
That's a great topic to end on. We'll end off on that one. But we're not ending off on that one right now. We're doing this topic next. So, like, did you guys notice this? Is this intentional? What's up with it? There's 13 fingers. And there's 13 years of the curse of Ymir. Is that purposeful? Did they do this on purpose? Is this, just a coincidence?
What the fuck are you
Wait,
talking
what about the
bro?
13 fingers? What?
Oh, God, I'm not sharing my screen.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, but it's the
you
thing in the
don't.
the picture in the
Ooh,
attack
did you forget to take your pills?
Well, thankfully, I don't take pills, so I didn't forget.
You should. Maybe you should. Yeah.
That is cool. Okay, now I know
Yeah.
what you mean by 13 fingers. The
Yeah,
13.
like, do you
the
think
fingers
this is
pointing.
why there's 13 years? Like, in the first place? Like, if 13 people didn't point at Ymir, maybe it'd be infinite time. Or maybe
no,
it'd
I
be
think
0
that's
years.
just more
You just become a
background
type and you just
symbolism because-
immediately die.
I mean, the in-series explanation is that she died 13 years after. That's why.
I thought it was just to make a full circle, but I don't know.
I thought it
Maybe
was
it's
to
just
make a
like my
full circle,
dumb girl
too.
brain.
Well, no, but, like,
No, well, I think it's cool that they chose 13, but that's not the reason why it's 13 years. It's because, in the story at least, it's said that it's because she died 13 years later. After...
Do you want my completely
okay.
honest opinion?
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah, it's because 13 is commonly synonymous with bad luck.
I agree.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
an ominous number. Yeah, but I think that's the baseline thing.
Yeah, that's probably
Well, I
the
mean,
out-of-universe
story,
explanation, but...
But in universe, it's
Yeah.
literally explained that it's because she died 13 years after gaining her time powers.
Well, hey,
Because
maybe
bad
she was
luck.
already cursed by these 13 fingers.
I mean, it's possible.
Yeah, like what
It-
if what if Ymir has
it was a
nothing to do with the
premonition.
curse, and it's like this 13th finger. What if this guy is like omnipotent?
Dude, imagine there are only 12 people and they're like, oh fuck, we forgot the other guy, no curse. We have to reschedule. We have to reschedule.
Or you could say, like, what if there were just more
Oh,
people
damn, we have
pointing
to
at
do a
her so they
retake.
just live longer? Like,
Yeah.
26 people were pointing at her.
It's like they're channeling their fucking life force.
Or even worse,
Yeah, if 100
the-
people just happen to be pointing at her, they
yeah,
would've lived
only
100
this
years.
one dude blamed her. It's every single year a new.
If only this one extremely feminine hand with this twink, this fucking
Oh my
femboy.
god. this-
That'd be
Just
an
die after
eventful
1 year.
season 1. Let me tell you.
Well, I mean, they're not the only person dying after 1 year of a femboy, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
Oh my god. That's hilarious.
Okay.
I can't.
Anyway, AOT is bad and we should not talk about this.
Agreed.
No, AOT is
Oh.
great.
Okay.
That's
So
good stuff from controversy.
hey, camcam.
Dropped after one episode.
I noticed you put an UGG emoji next to one of my podcast topics, so I was curious if you had thoughts on what clicky click dum dum thing did Oodie miss about Sakura? Camcam.
Okay, go to our messages.
Uh-huh.
Go to our DMs.
Uh-huh.
Oh god, he's sharing the DMs.
We always share the DMs.
But what if I get to our nudes on accident? What would people think?
Shut up!
I
Ew.
don't mind, I don't mind.
That would never happen. In your dreams.
I'm watching.
You mean my nightmares?
That was funny though.
Literally in my worst nightmares. No, okay, so
Did I
basically...
pass it? How much do we talk?
There are so many topics in here that we just haven't discussed.
I know.
There are just so many fucking walls of text from
Because we just
camcam.
keep freaking pasting. Did I scroll too far, camcam? Where I scrolled too far.
No, keep going.
Oh my god, there's no
because,
way.
Yeah. It's like right in here. It's like right in here, I think.
Okay.
It's like right in here. Queue up photo of
Yeah.
Sisyphus.
Okay.
Mhm.
So I posted this like panel of Sakura like being the best, okay? And how Sakura after the pain or like during the pain invasion, you know, Naruto turns into like the six tails, right? And Sakura is like, okay, we gotta evacuate the village. And what else does she say in these panels? Oh, and then she's like, okay, we gotta contact Yamato so Yamato can get everything under control.
Kamui, this is a part that I think is the most important for us. But 6, that's even more than than last time.
Well, now I know he's a grower.
Shut up. Because last time.
So we know that
Okay.
Shippuden Sakura is at least smarter than Genin Gaara.
Yes, because Gaara can
Yeah,
only count
because
to
she
like
can
what,
count
12?
to 6.
Oh yeah. Okay, and so you know how Oodie over
Which part one
analyzes.
Gaara could not do, in case you didn't know.
Well, okay, no, he was just sleep deprived.
No. Gaara literally could not count to 6. He admits this. In
Oh,
Shippuden.
actually, we can't say that because she's just repeating what he says. She's not actually counting.
Oh. For all we know, she doesn't even know what 6 is.
Yeah, that's why
Okay,
she's
you know
having
what?
a question
She is
mark exclamation
splendid
mark.
medical ninja, okay?
Yeah.
She can
She's
count.
like, wait,
she
6?
can count. I'm sorry,
Count.
you
What
guys
is that
can't,
number?
but she can.
Can you
Yeah, question.
clarify?
Never
Why are you
heard
so
of
sure
the
she
number.
doesn't just use her fingers and like list it as, oh, well, 1 set of 5 fingers, 2 sets of 5 fingers? How can you be so sure?
To be fair, I think she does know what 6 is because she does say it's more than last time. So we know it's either 5 or 6 or more. We know
it's
that she
definitely
thinks
not 9,
it's more than
right.
4. Well, yeah, but if she doesn't know what 6 is because you can't count that high, then she wouldn't know what 9 is either.
Okay,
So
anyways,
she just
back
knows
to
it's
the
more
story.
than 4.
Well,
Okay,
no,
back
Back
to
to
story.
my very
can know-
important
no,
story.
she can know
The
the
Camcam
number,
story.
but she can know. But Oodie, she can know the number without being able to count to that number.
Okay, fair enough.
It's like
Like,
I know an infinite is bigger than anything else, but I don't know what an infinite is. I can't fathom the concept, you know?
Yeah,
I think
like,
Sakura also
Gaara,
can't
That
fathom the
sounds like a
concept of
skill
this.
issue.
I'm
Okay.
Gaara
I
could
also-
know that 9 is a number, but not know how to count.
Okay,
to that.
next
Yeah.
scan. So what else does she say, Cam?
Okay, so she tells Katsuya to tell everybody to evacuate the area because she knows how
Katsuya, you mean
destructive
Katsuyu?
Naruto's
Naruto's.
Naruto.
bug me. she knows how powerful Naruto is at this point, right?
We got Naruto in the chat. Instant Sasuke.
Finally.
Oh my god. Okay, and then she's like, okay, we gotta contact Yamato to get him under control. And I think before I had sent this, I had sent another one, another tweet, and it was like during the anime, there's like a scene where they're like, oh my god, like Naruto took down one of the pains in like one fell swoop. And it's like a PowerPoint transition.
Oh yeah.
And I thought it-
Oh, yeah, that
Jesus
was pretty
Christ,
fun.
how many
I
slides
went.
do you have
I
open?
double checked. I double checked it. It's real.
I did show
yeah,
Kamui
yeah,
this,
I did. And it's like super funny, right? and and Oodie was like, "You're like obsessed with this scene," and I'm like, "No, you gotta click it." I was like, "You gotta clicky," and that's all I said. And he's like, "Okay," so he clicks on this and sees all the panels, and then he goes into this big long spiel, overanalyzing the scene, and I'm like, "I didn't want you to overanalyze the scene. I just want you to be like, oh my god, that's so cool." Okay.
Guys, this is boring. Get to the part where you kiss.
Oh, so you wanted me to be like, oh yeah, that's so cool? Man, that's interesting.
Yes.
Man, isn't that crazy?
Oh yeah. No, you gotta go down.
Oh, because okay, so keep in mind.
You gotta scroll.
Keep in mind because I overanalyze, right? So is this the overanalysis between you sending it and me saying, oh yeah, that's pretty cool?
Oh, okay. But you gotta go down. You gotta scroll.
Okay, I just want to clarify. So this what do you think about that?
Okay, but then you should have just stopped there. Okay, that's personal. Go down.
So do you notice how like I don't say the next thing?
Okay, because you had said, "Oh, you're really obsessed with the scene," and I'm like, "No, it's not just this one scene. There's more to the scene. You so clicky."
Okay, so
and you're like, "Okay,
so here's another
I'll click
thing,
on it."
which I already clarified.
Okay,
so you see how like I get the entire Twitter post here, and then I get
no, I don't remember you saying
all of the images here.
No, I don't remember you clarifying that.
Okay, well I did.
But you didn't clicky.
So I clickied. So I'm like, okay, so I already read this, and I already saw every single one of these pictures. So what else does she want me to look at? It must be something in the comments or something on the sidebar, or I don't know. I didn't use Twitter much. Is it M's comment? Is it M's comment that you wanted me to see?
Okay, well you didn't mention all that. Okay. So how was I supposed to know? Okay, so anyways, go back to our discussion. Go back.
So
and then you start talking about like, oh my god, well, like why can't she see at this distance? Like she's retarded.
Whoa. Hang on. Because man, you're in love with this scene tonight, huh? So how would I know what this is if I don't know what you sent here?
Because I thought you were just talking about I thought you hadn't clicked on it yet. So I thought
but
you had just like just seen it and just thought I was talking about like the freaking PowerPoint transition still.
But how would I know that's what you're talking about if I haven't clicked on it?
Well, fuck, I don't know. That's why I told you to clicky.
Okay, but no, because that's implying that I don't know what you're talking about when I'm implying here that I know that you're talking about the same thing.
Oh my god, I don't care. Go down. we're describing what we
were
talking about.
Okay,
right?
okay, I'm going down. I'm going down.
Okay, so go down.
Is this down enough?
Let's see. I'm like can't see the screen. Did you say okay? Go up. Did you seriously delete it?
I didn't delete anything.
No, okay.
Wait, you saying there's more dumb clicky click? When the entire post is here, when you can see this as easily as I can.
You were like, why couldn't she see from there? I was like, oh my god, don't ruin it.
So
you're like, why are you taking it so seriously? I was like, because I know you're gonna start over analyzing it, and sure enough, you start talking about the buildings in the background don't match or something.
Man, isn't it crazy how I said this, and then you said that's essentially just not enough? And
look, I just didn't want you to over analyze the scene. I just wanted you to be like, okay, great, cool, okay, that's enough.
So when I said this, and you didn't want me to overanalyze the scene, and then you sent this, I don't.
Okay, well, I'm sorry I didn't clarify. That's my fault. I did not clarify exactly what I did not clarify exactly what I wanted you to say. That's my bad. I'm sorry. I should have clarified the exact words I wanted you to say. But I did not want you to overanalyze this.
Well, but again, I already did say the exact words you wanted me to say.
Because you ruined my happy mood. Okay.
But I did say the exact words you wanted me to say.
Yeah, but then you started talking about how the buildings don't fucking match.
But
right?
Cam, why did I say
okay,
that?
no, but I didn't want you to talk about buildings and how she couldn't see from that from like that vantage point, and she wanted to see so bad she could have just crawled down. But I guess she didn't want to get hit by Payne's attacks.
What you wanted me to say?
Yeah, you're scaring the hose.
What you wanted me to say, Cam, was this.
But you still overanalyze the scene, and I didn't want you to do that. What do you not understand?
What do you not understand?
Damn it,
I'm
Ood, you're
actually
skipping
on
Kamui, shut up!
Okay.
I'm on Oodie's side with this one. I will say.
You
He
said
showed me this
the
before.
thing.
No.
I gave
Cam,
you what
made us
you
side of a
want.
schizophrenic.
You told me I didn't give you what you want, and so I continue to try giving you what you want, and then you're mad at me about it.
Oh, okay, look, I wasn't even mad. I was just like, okay, I'm just a little annoyed. I was like, okay, whatever, I'm over it.
Dear God, you two are made for each other.
Yeah, Oodie thought you were very upset with him. He came.
I
running
wasn't
to
even
me.
very upset.
Dude.
Now I'm like,
He thought
now
your
I'm like
friendship was
mildly annoyed.
potentially ruined.
Yeah. Like, would we expect a 10-page essay on Sakura and why she's a great character? Otherwise, you are not forgiven.
I don't know, Cam.
Obviously.
This is your
This
penitence.
looks like you're pretty upset to me.
We're not friends.
I always say we're not friends. Like.
I always say we're
so
not friends,
you
my
never
friends.
consider us friends.
And then I said, please don't pixel scale, please. And then I said, please twice.
I thought that was
Which he thought I was saying that seriously, and I was like, no, it was a joke. I was being sarcastic, you idiot.
He literally added a fucking laughing emoji. Of course, I didn't take that seriously.
No, he said later he took it seriously.
No, I didn't.
Yes,
no,
you
I
did.
Didn't.
You were like, what? Like I was saying that jokingly because you did that with Kamui, and Kamui said it looked like a limp dick, and I was like, so that's why I brought that part up.
Okay, but you
know
know
it's
I
like
was
a
doing
joke,
it jokingly
haha.
with Kamui too.
Okay, so I brought it
So
up
then,
jokingly.
okay, so then
Okay, 'cause
you're
you're like, why would
clarifying
you
to
even
me
bring
when
that
I
up?
didn't ask for clarification.
Because
I just think it's
you
funny
were
how the
upset about
buildings are
it.
together.
I was
He
not
literally
upset
said
about
that.
it.
He made a remark because he thought it was funny.
No.
There was no analyzing in this. He didn't measure the fucking distance between the buildings, or the amount of pixels to determine the geographical location.
So Cam,
I know, so I was telling him like,
where
oh my
in
god,
this
don't do that,
emoji
LOL.
do you see the anger? Where is the upset factor here?
I mean, it is
literally, I
crying,
was like
technically.
literally joking, and like I don't know, I just can't like I was
Maybe
it was
that's a
literally
whale.
just a joke. I wasn't even mad. I think you thought I was mad, but I was like, no, I was literally being sarcastic and like joking.
You know, maybe you were treating me like a wolf, because, like, wolves show their teeth when they are aggressive, and so this emoji has its teeth out, and so I don't know.
Oh my god. And then I was like, okay, I'm fine. I think I was just hungry. I went and ate something, so I'm fine.
I did call you hot. I remember that.
No, because like the joke is
called her
that like
sweaty.
it's hot in Texas, and when I'm like hot and like tired, I get mad. But I wasn't even mad. I was like trying to joke, and then you took it all seriously.
I find it so funny how I make you clarify that every single time.
Like, oh my
I
god.
did not take it seriously. Like, I just
I
showed
swear.
you my laugh crying
I swear,
emoji.
because every time, like, we've been, like, going through this whole cycle, you're like, I didn't do anything, I don't understand, and I'm like, I'm joking, like, I'm not even being that serious. I don't understand, you're being mean to me. Like, literally.
I'm over it.
I'm over it. That's why I made the ugh face in the podcast topic. We didn't need to discuss this again.
You are an ugh face. No, we needed
Your
to
face
discuss
is an
this
ugh
again.
face.
I can't believe you ruined it.
I mean, if you want to, we can continue. But I really don't.
Wow, so apparently I ruined it, and even then I apologize. Crazy.
I mean, we do have a lot of podcast topics that we haven't gotten to.
A lot more important podcast topic.
Sakura
I thought that
podcast
one was
win.
pretty important. The same way
Sakura podcast
Nagato
win.
thought the random book or whatever was important to him, that was important to me.
Like you were like, I'm so sorry, wow, and I'm like, I
You know
was
what,
literally
male
just a
fell?
joke.
Who do you
It was
think is
just
the
a
most
joke.
splendid ninja in Naruto?
The most splendid. Define splendid.
That's a tier list idea right
You
there.
just define it for yourself.
Alright, so
However you
can
want.
we, if we mean it literally, then it would be, fucking, what's his name? Fuck, I can't believe I've forgotten. It would be, Naruto's dad, because he's literally the flashy ninja. He's the flashiest. He shines.
God, then what
That
about
is
Naruto with him?
splendid.
Naruto shines
well-
way more than he does.
Well, no, but it's literally lightning flash of Konoha. Like, he has flashy in his name.
Okay, so your definition of splendid is the smallest interval of light?
No, you don't understand. So splendid, by definition, means that it's fucking shiny. It glows, you know, it
Okay.
emits light. That's what
So
splendid
you
means.
understand when Minato teleports, he doesn't literally flash. Like,
Well, I know, but that's what people call it.
okay.
See what I
So
mean
then-
about you overanalyzing shit? This is what I'm talking about.
I'm
No, but if
overanalyzing.
you
He
actually
used
want
the
my
word
thoughts on who
literally.
the best ninja is,
I
who
didn't
the most
use-
like skilled, who the
Well,
most
no,
interesting
I didn't
is.
use the word literally.
I'm reading the podcast topic, like most splendid.
Oh, I'm sure you
Splendid.
wrote that down as.
Who shines the brightest?
I'm sure you wrote that down.
No, not figuratively, literally.
Oh my god.
I have to do in reference to your the splendid ninja thing with Lee Oodie. All right, next question.
Yeah,
Who do you
write it
think
down
is
as a
the
tier list anyways.
smelliest character in Naruto?
The
Okay.
smelliest character. Well, okay, so this is me talking from personal experience,
But that's
but
another
I've
tier
been
list.
to
No, these are all
hospitals
tier
and
lists.
I have seen patients, you know, like I have seen bedridden patients. Those fuckers stink. So going off of that, it's gotta be Nagato.
Wow, being ableist now? Wow.
No, like, dude, you don't
Wow.
understand. Those people are like Nagato's been handcuffed. He's been standing there upright for like years. He has to
Yeah,
stink. I don't think Kona washes his bowels.
Yes, they have Nagato actually showered. I mean, he's like
Have
tied up
any
to a
of these
machine.
characters showered?
Like I don't think Nagato showered at like one single point before he got his chronic illness and he died. Like between that span of time, between getting
I
the
mean,
disease
maybe
and Ido
Konan
Tensei.
like gave him like sponge baths, you know?
Yeah, maybe the shower
He also
together. I
hangs
don't
around
know.
dead bodies. Who-
Yeah. He
No.
also literally fucking
Well,
inserted
like,
himself
well,
in
like,
his,
there is
in
no
his
special
dead best friend's
pod.
body.
Right?
Yeah, like he also entered a part of himself in his best friend's body, so that's kind of sus.
Anyways.
That's kind of sus, yeah.
Yeah.
Who do you
I mean,
think is the
I'm
ugliest
not
Naruto
The
character?
ugliest.
Bro,
the
these are
ugliest.
tier
Well,
lists, Kamui.
Okay, yeah, right. So Kamui, I'm
no, I
gonna
just
make
wanna hear
Camcam
his-
happy.
Okay,
yeah.
fair
So
enough, fair enough.
in honor of Camcam, I'm gonna say Ino.
Okay.
but the one I actually think is ugliest, well, it's shit, I think it's gonna be Jugo. Like that fucker's nasty. His form.
Jugo. If anything,
yeah.
Jirobo's uglier than Jugo, and they're like the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, it's the same thing. Like Yugo's the progenitor. He's the baseline. You know, he invented the curse of ugly.
If anything, I think Jugo has like the sharp jawline. Like he's got it together.
Like Jugo on his own,
Hmm.
you know, could be argued for like one of the bigger Chads. You know.
Yeah,
like-
he's more like charming,
make-
if anything.
Yeah, you did make a good point. Yeah, it's gotta be Jirobo. Gotta be Jirobo.
Yeah.
He's like Yugo, except he's not a Sigma male.
Even personality-wise, Jirobo's ugly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just worse.
Like he's literally just a cuck. That is Jirobo's character. Gets
God.
cucked by his teammates. Alright, next question.
What do you think Samehana's gender is?
Well, I think okay. So in English, we usually refer to animals as it. So by that logic, think how Samehada's a fucking shark thingamajob. I don't fucking know.
Obviously, but like, if you
Yeah,
have
it's
to
gonna be an
pick-
it.
I thought it was.
If you
I
have
thought
to
it was a
pick
girl.
male or female,
I thought
which
it was
you
a boy.
pick?
It like
All right,
burps
so
and stuff.
okay, so I'm gonna say Kisame. Like the way he gets around with Itachi is kind of gay. So it's gotta be a male. The way he's sucking him off of his chakra.
God.
You feel me?
Okay.
I think
This is a stupid
We're having
question.
too much fun.
What do you think was the best Orochimaru face ripping moment?
the best Orochimaru face ripping moment. We got a tier list.
Yeah,
Alright, chat, okay, can you pull them all up? Can you pull them all up?
Yeah.
Enlighten me.
We don't have them already, but these are our future tier lists. I'm just asking off the top of your head, which you think is like the best of each one.
Shit, okay, so I'm rewatching actually Naruto. Well, I was 2 weeks ago, but it's been
I need
hiatus.
you
Anyway,
to keep
so
track
right
of
now,
all the Orochimaru face
Oh yeah,
rips.
can you take a picture
so,
of all of
right
them,
now-
please?
I will
Okay.
in the future. Right, so right now I am at fucking Tenchi Bridge, right? And there is a scene when he fights Four Tails Naruto where he just kind of rips himself out, you know, he like goes out of a chrysalis thing, yeah?
Yeah.
Does that count? If so, I think that's it. Because the way he's like
I
all
mean-
covered in slime is kind of hot.
I guess he rips his body, but he kind of like
That's
He
funny. 'cause I
goes
was
off
just talking
out of
about,
a cocoon, you know?
we're just talking about how Orochimaru was like my childhood crush. So it's kind
What?
of funny you said that.
The 3 a.m.
Woman
conversations
moment.
are wild.
Woman
To,
moment.
to be fair, I did say that at like what 10 p.m. So yeah.
Okay,
And
that's a
they're
little
all
different
smashed next
than
mission.
this.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And then I called Jiraiya a DILF, which he is.
What?
So, yeah.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
See? There you go. See?
Yeah.
Somebody agrees with me.
Yeah, he's a hot himbo.
Yeah.
Oh,
See?
he used the
See?
word.
He agrees, and he's a himbo. I told you.
Okay, are you getting
He's
that?
the himbo stage.
Are you getting that from
Yeah.
something Camcam said earlier tonight, or are you just coming up with that
No.
off the top of your head?
I'm just coming up with that
Oh
because
my
honestly, I think
God.
Jiraiya's a cool dude. Like if I was a woman, I would 100% let him see that.
Yep, that's right.
No,
Because,
I'd flash my man. I'd flash him.
Because
Love him, homie.
Oh my God.
I called Kamui. I said Kamui was a himbo the other day. So
But you called
Because
Jiraiya a
Kamui, he's
himbo
not-
like an hour ago.
and I was like, because all the examples of himbos I could think of were like from old movies, and I'm like, fuck, I can't think of anybody recent. So I was like trying to think of recent anime characters, and I'm like, Jiraiya's a himbo. Because Kamui didn't know what a himbo was.
Oh my God.
Well, to be honest, the Jiraiya kinda is Naruto's daddy.
Yeah. Whoa, ew.
No, not in that way, you creep.
I was like, what do you? No, because I was
you
just
fucking bastard.
I just brought up the example where like when Jiraiya tells Naruto like, oh, you got a sexy tight body, you remember?
Huh?
Whenever he says that in the dub.
Oh, I thought you
Yeah,
weren't repeating it.
Well, I
yeah.
mean it's 2 a.m.
Are you sure you haven't watched the porn parody instead?
Oh my
Shut
God.
up! Oh my god, I'm linking it in the chat right now.
What is wrong
She's
with
giving
you?
the-
Oh,
She's
you're
giving the
linking
sauce.
normal
She's
version.
giving the sauce.
I hate
Okay.
you.
Next
We're fighting.
question.
Next question, yes.
What do you think is the best scene in Naruto?
The best scene in Naruto. Shit.
One scene.
Oh
Can
my
we,
fucking
if we
god.
make that a tier list, can we? Oh my God, can we take a picture of every single scene?
No, fuck that shit. You cannot make me do that.
There's like
You
500
already had to
pictures
make
per
me
episode.
do a tier.
Imagine
like-
ranking every single panel.
No.
Every
I would
single.
die.
They're all like 144p.
That's more than a 24-hour stream. That's like a 100-hour stream.
That's
You
not
can
worth
rank
it.
No, yeah,
this
at that point,
background
just read the
versus that
manga
background.
live. Like, just read the fucking manga live at that point.
Honestly.
But you know, if I actually had to choose a favorite scene, it would be the one where Naruto extends his hand outwards to Obito and says, like, yeah, I don't fucking remember the exact dialogue, but yeah, that one. That's my favorite.
Ooh, he
Okay, I
likes that
linked it.
one. Take that, Oodie.
What's your favorite scene?
okay.
in
Well,
WB?
what do you think is the-
actually, no. Kamui, there's another that is slightly better in my opinion. Look in chat.
1 second. I want to lose my. Hold on. Let me just do my phone so I don't lose the podcast topics I have.
Oh, okay.
Right. Yeah, like you guys don't understand. Like as somebody who sims for Conan and Obito about equally as much. Like I was so divided during that fight.
That's a good moment right there. Because he's dead. Ball
Well, yeah,
Games
that's
failed.
a cool pick.
Yeah, I was like, oh my god, she did it. She fucking did it. And
You
then
don't did it, and then he's
I
Izanagi.
was like,
Dude, that would be crazy. What if that just like beat Obito?
Yeah.
I was like really hoping,
Have
Like,
I
bro,
guys
my
told
what if
you...
what if Obito just ran out
Wait.
of eyes?
Yeah, what does Zetsu do in that way?
Have I guys told you
Like,
my
what does he do?
debate for
What is
Conan
your
the strongest
reaction?
in the universe?
Ood, can you repeat that? I heard Conan being mentioned. You
Yeah,
have
so
my
okay,
attention.
I have a debate for Conan's the strongest in the universe because of this.
Okay,
So,
okay,
we know that
okay.
Koto Matsukami rewrites reality. So when
Yes, my
Obito used it here, he just rewrote it to where Conan's not the strongest.
Izanagi.
Yeah.
Shit. Yeah, Obito just wrote fan fiction to invalidate the queen.
Yeah, so that's why Conan lost, because she was just written to be not the strongest
Obviously.
anymore.
Yeah. Like she was actually the heavenly god emperor, but Obito got salty. That is
Because
That
like
isn't how
character was
Izanagi
Conan
works, though.
beat
To be
her.
fair, Oodie. That's not how.
yeah, yeah, it rewrites reality.
okay. Now my
you're
actual
not
fucking
rewriting
question. So
reality?
like,
On yourself, not on other people.
now Ood, I have a funny question about Conan. Like, would 600 billion paper bombs do any damage to Kaguya, assuming she got hit by all of them?
Well,
No,
would
no, it
damage her?
wouldn't,
Yeah,
because
no.
tandem paper bombs are stronger paper bombs, to my understanding, and they did nothing to Jubito.
I don't think they're stronger. I think they're
Just
paper
infinite?
bombs. There's a lot of them.
Yeah, but again, like I don't know, I don't understand it because like they're supposed to be infinite, but then they stop like pretty soon after.
Huh?
But also, I think I have to look at the scene. But does Obito cover himself with true secret orbs or
I don't
anything,
think
or
so.
is he just
In
technically?
the
he
manga,
covers
it
himself
looks
in
like
oil.
there's debris, and based on the coloring, you could say it's his skin, but you could also just say it's debris. So there's no
By the way,
saying.
do you guys remember when fucking Tobirama casually blitzes Obito and every power scaler seems to ignore that?
Uh-huh. Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
during the work.
I don't think I would consider it a blitz, but you know.
He literally doesn't react.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter.
All right, yeah. So yeah, I sim for both of them now.
Okay.
Next question.
Fair enough. Kamui, we got 8.5 minutes before I can no longer cut it up. So there's your 8.5
That means we've been
minute
doing this for
warning.
6 hours.
Yeah, almost.
Can we
5
rip
hours,
it
51
around
minute,
question
half
after
minute?
question? Interrogate me, daddy.
Okay, hold on. Let's go back to the podcast topics.
Oh my god! Wow,
Okay,
you really want to
thoughts?
make it to the 6 hours?
Let's see.
He wants a, choo-choo.
Let's see.
It's
Nah,
like,
let's skip over that one.
we aren't there yet.
Nah,
let's
not
let's
that
skirt
one,
the
not
line
that
as
one.
close as possible. Make it 5 hours 59 minutes. No, 5
Who is the
hours,
worst?
51 minutes.
Who is the worst dad in all of Naruto and Boruto, in your
Worst
opinion?
dad in all of Naruto / Boruto. Well, I don't know many dads in Naruto, many daddies, but
Okay,
those don't really
well,
count.
In the example of this tweet, here are the
Yeah.
people they showed a picture of. They have Naruto, Sasuke, Rasa, who's Gaara's dad, Kawaki's dad, Minato, Fugaku, Sakumo, Hashirama's dad, and Hiruzen are the 9 that they chose for this tweet.
There is legit only one correct option. It's Rasa.
I don't know.
Gaara's dad?
Kawaki's
Oh,
dad's
yeah.
up there, dude.
Well,
He did
I
try to
haven't watched
assassinate his
Boruto,
dad.
so I don't
I mean, he
know
tried
that.
to.
Okay.
Bro,
That's
Rasa
good.
literally sealed the demon in his son and tried to kill him when he was no longer useful.
Yeah, I'm gonna say
More
out of
times
the
than he can
Naruto
count.
options, yeah, I gotta go with Rasa. But
Yeah.
I
And
think
he's like,
Kawaki's dad is a
You have
contender.
friends?
Okay. Yeah, at least Rasa had like a reason.
Yeah, at least Rasa had like his redemption. You know, not really
Kawaki's
redemption, but
dad
he had some
has
closure.
no redemption.
No, he didn't
no
have any
redeemable.
redemption. He had some closure. Okay.
Well, you know,
There's reconciliation.
Rasa
closure with
might have
Gaara.
tried to kill Gaara, but he never smashed a beer bottle over his head.
Like at least Rasa wasn't an Evangelion fan.
Anyways.
Here's Oodie's question: do you prefer it better that Naruto can control his KCM2 big chakra cloak, or do you like Kurama controlling it independently of Naruto better, like in Naruto the Last?
Are we discussing the
Specifically-
drip right now?
Specifically,
Like, are we talking about just the drip or like the actual transformation?
the reason
I don't know. Oodie wrote
the reason I asked this question isn't actually because I asked it. I thought of it in a dream.
Huh?
Okay, next question. Delete it.
No, no, no,
Next
no, no, no,
question.
no, no. Answer the question. How do you like it
Sakura's
better?
a
It's
tree.
It's a legit. It's a genuine question.
It's
No.
a genuine question.
Do you
No, babe,
prefer? Plus, it goes along with the Yumesuke stream we had the other night of like KCM2 sucks or whatever. So like maybe
You know,
this is the
thematically,
way-
I think I prefer Kurama controlling it. It really goes a long way to showcase their bond and trust by having Naruto literally depend on Kurama to provide him with his most powerful form.
I like that,
But yeah.
like that.
and the fact that
No, on that
Sasuke
note-
can't rely on his Susanoo is also mending that bond, connection, relationship.
Okay.
So now my next question that's similar is, how do you feel
Two
about
blue
Naruto's like KCM cloak being different from like, just Naruto's Kurama modes are just different from other Biju modes. He doesn't have like the version 2 Biju mode anymore, and his Kurama mode isn't like actually Kurama. It's just like an avatar.
Well, I think he can go into that form still.
Okay, so
He just
Kurama
doesn't.
Kurama avatar mode, I think it's a bit different from the others. But like if you're talking about KCM1 and KCM2, then I don't like that. I think that's privilege. I think my boy B deserves better. I think Gaara deserves better. I think I think Gara should have been a perfect Jinchuriki as well, like in the war arc. Like he got cocked. Like he only had a real understanding and a lot of like he had a deep bond with Shukaku.
Yeah, Shukaku just never went to Gara. He's like, nah, I'm staying free.
It would have been cool if Shukaku
Born to
lived
be
up
wild.
to his name of like the defending Jinchuriki, or like I guess Tail Beast, but he never really did.
What do you mean?
Like, Shukaku just sort of failed to defend Gara, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, he did, but like, not really.
What an asshole! He had one job.
It was pretty bad. To be fair, it was against Madara, but still. Cam, we never got your answer. Do you like it better where Naruto controls KCM or that Kurama controls KCM?
I don't care about your dream. I'm sorry.
Just spat upon your dream.
Would you say that to Naruto? Would you just don't care about his dreams?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's like the
I
most
love
harsh
Naruto.
thing you could say. Wow.
Naruto would hate you.
That makes it worse.
Oh shit, that came out so wrong. Oh my
Wow.
god.
Forget about your dream.
All of that
I
just
said
came
that for a
out
reason.
terrible.
This is not what she meant, but the words
The
are the
beef is
same.
real.
I
The
know.
beef is real.
Look, it's 2:30 a.m. Okay.
Right, okay,
Alright.
let's hurry up, let's hurry up.
Well,
I
next
didn't mean
point,
to verbally
okay.
abuse you. I'm
So
so sorry.
this one isn't a question.
But
I'm just gonna read a
Sour
conversation.
meant to verbally
Okay.
abuse you. So
Oh,
Draco
I'm only
says Nagato was 35 when he died, and Minato was 24. So wouldn't that make Nagato like 19 or 20, 16 years ago? I guess he's not older than him. Weird. But wait, so Minato's 5 years older than him. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Jiraiya first made contact with Nagato, then he became a sensei to Minato. Kishimoto moment.
Yeah, so plot hole, question mark? Do you guys think, are they wrong? What happened here?
I don't know, it might be a plot hole, but like
No,
it can
I double
easily
checked the
be
data
resolved. Like you guys have to understand, like Jiraiya only spent a short amount of time with Nagato. Like maybe he was
Yeah.
just off duty at that point, you know.
I agree.
Maybe he decided, you know, instead of harassing women at the local fucking hot upstream, he should just go out, you know, with the lads, you know.
instead of visiting the local
Teammates.
brothels, war in
The
foreign
point
countries.
with this though is that Nagato looks to be like Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan look like they're probably like 12-ish, like the average getting age.
Yeah.
When Jiraiya trains them, then he trains Minato at that same age later on.
Well, I wouldn't say that. No, like Nagato, Conan, and Yahiko look a lot younger than Part 1 Naruto.
I got
I
the
would say
impression
for, like,
that they
9.
should
That
be
would be the
younger.
argument here
Yeah, I
is
would
that
think 9.
they're actually like, but it's like how much younger? Are they 7? I don't think they look 7.
They don't
I
look
feel like
7, but
9.
I think
They're
they
like
should
8
be
or 9.
7. Yeah, I think 8 or 9.
Yeah, they're like yeah. Like, bro, tell me, trust me, no teenager, because 12 is early teenager, would willingly wear the fucking frog suit. Trust me.
I mean,
Oh, come on, you
personally,
wouldn't wear it.
I think that
Aren't you a
Nagato,
teenager?
Yahiko, and Konan, when Jiraiya leaves them, when he's done training those three, I think they look older than Boruto at the start of the Boruto anime.
Oh yeah,
Or
but
Boruto's
that's
like
at the
11.
end. That's at the end, the very end of it.
No, but at the end, he hasn't gone on to train Minato yet. That's after he's done training Nagato and them.
So what do you think? It's like 2 years or something he spent with him? How many
Well,
years?
we don't know. Like, for all the point is, Jiraiya could have just met Minato, started training him like 2 days after. That's fine. Probably that there was Minato is 5 years older, but he doesn't seem like he is.
Well, I mean, Minato is quite the twink. Let's be honest. Like,
Man,
that
why
man
are you
is
calling
amazing.
out at everybody for being
No,
a twink?
No,
That's 'cause
it's
somebody
my
called you a
duty.
twink recently?
It's my
Somebody hurt your
duty.
feelings?
It is my duty.
Well, just like the amount of licks that it takes to get to the center of the Tootsie Roll of the Tootsie Pops, I guess we'll never find out, because that's time, folks. Thanks for watching, and over and out.